The next team-building event, CEO Leo Chen announced to his costumed employees, is scheduled for the next time someone bullies the boss's wife. His last event, a live-action horror movie set he built in their own office, complete with hired zombies, all to avenge the person who made his timid girlfriend, Lily, watch a scary video. To the world, Lily was a naive artist, too shy to speak to strangers. To Leo, she was the reason to weaponize his multi-million-dollar company for petty revenge. He could crush corporate rivals with a single phone call, but would fake a fever just to coax her into staying the night. He could orchestrate citywide spectacles, but his greatest scheme was always the same: how to trick the girl who was afraid of her own shadow into falling for him completely. Because in his world, there was only one rule: don't mess with his girl. Perhaps feeling too embarrassed, Lily refused to speak for a long time. After a while, the girl finally changed her clothes and came out, her cheeks flushed. She glanced at Leo, then quickly lowered her head, walking step by step towards the bedroom. I really didn't see anything. I swear. Leo quickly went up to her to explain. Actually, he was quite wrong. Not to mention whether anyone could resist looking in such a situation. The problem was he really hadn't seen anything, or rather, he had looked, but hadn't had time to process it. In that split second, his eyes simply didn't know where to look. Not to mention, this naive girl had reacted so quickly, even crossing her arms to cover herself. If I saw anything then, don't make any reckless vows. Lily turned around, pressing her index finger to his lips, her eyes moist. Anyway, it wasn't seen by anyone else, she mumbled softly, then burrowed completely into the blanket, only a few long strands of hair visible. Leo didn't hear clearly and leaned in to ask again, "What did you say?" "Nothing." The round, lumpy blanket moved like a monster, continuing to emit a muffled sound. "Put your hand in." Leo thought Lily wanted to hold his hand and happily reached in. Then he was fiercely bitten by the blanket monster. It didn't hurt at all, but because he wasn't expecting it, Leo was still startled. Horror movies were truly harmful, making him jumpy too. He looked at the faint teeth marks on his hand and couldn't help but smile. He then held the candy from his pocket in his palm and reached his hand in again. This time, he wasn't bitten. It seemed the blanket monster was very satisfied with this offering. "Are you going to take a nap?" Leo leaned in and asked softly. The blanket monster rolled from side to side without speaking. Leo's lips curved slightly. He ran to the living room, took a piece of A4 paper, folded it into a paper rose, and offered it. Unfortunately, the blanket monster still didn't respond to its most devout follower. Just as Leo was beginning to ponder what new offering to choose, the blanket monster suddenly opened its cavernous mouth and swallowed Leo whole. The once bright surroundings instantly became dim. Leo was pressed underneath, looking at the girl with flushed cheeks. "Why are you so lewd?" Lily asked, poking his forehead. "I'm innocent. I didn't expect you to suddenly lean out. Because there was a sudden noise outside, I was worried about you," Lily said, then propped herself up, her gaze slowly moving down from Leo's eyes. "And I was talking about." Leo cleared his throat awkwardly. "That's only natural. All guys are like that." Lily pouted and lay back on him. "You're always full of excuses. You're not unhappy, are you?" After a moment of silence, the girl asked again. "Why would I be unhappy? I was afraid you'd think I didn't want you to see anything." I was just too shy." Leo reached out and stroked the girl's head, then followed her long hair down to her waist. "Don't overthink it. And I'm not in a hurry. Anyway, you'll be completely devoured by me sooner or later." After he finished speaking, he felt the girl's hot cheeks bury into his neck, warm and cozy. After a long while, he heard the girl softly hum, If you're not shy now, you can show me now too." Hearing this, Lily propped herself up again, then headbutted Leo's forehead. Leo couldn't help but hiss. This naive girl was a pure ironhead. "Do you want to take a nap? You seem to have a full schedule this afternoon, right?" "Let's just sleep like this," the girl said, lying on him. Then she hugged him even tighter. "I'm still scared. Mia is truly devious, scaring my girlfriend like this." Leo chuckled and kissed Lily's forehead. "Then don't move around, or you'll face the consequences." Feeling the girl's warm breath and the soft little rabbit between them, Leo's mood became even more complex. This was truly a mix of pain and pleasure. "Oh," Lily replied blankly, then suddenly said nervously, It's moving." Leo wanted to die. Mia was so scared she nearly collapsed onto the floor. "I don't want to die. I've never even been in a relationship," she said through tears, her eyes squeezed shut. After keeping them closed for a while and not experiencing any of the death she'd imagined, Mia tentatively opened her eyes. That's when she saw that the ghost-faced figure had taken off its mask and hood. Underneath the mask was unmistakably Ethan Peng's face. "No, wait, that was just Ethan Peng." "Boss," she screamed too loud. "I didn't have time to say my line," Ethan Peng said, disappointed that for the first time, he hadn't completed Leo's task. Mia's screams had completely drowned out his voice. If Mia hadn't been so terrified, he would have been the one feeling awkward. Mia hadn't fully recovered yet. She leaned weakly against the desk, mouth slightly agape, and looked up to see Leo strolling in leisurely. he said softly. Doesn't matter, the effect was achieved. He then smiled at Mia. And Mia, your last words are truly abstract. Leo felt a little regretful. He had planned so many steps, but who would have thought Mia couldn't even survive the first wave? The chase scene that was supposed to follow was all for naught, and the extras hired to play zombies outside were also a waste. He would bet that the meticulousness of this plan was enough to make an unsuspecting person believe it was real. This was the consequence of bullying Lily. After all the lights in the company came back on, Leo clapped his hands, and a large group of people who had been ambushing at the entrance slowly walked in. They were all dressed in costumes that looked like they were borrowed from a horror movie set, their faces specially made up. To those in the know, the boss was trying something new and interesting. To those who didn't, it looked like a horror movie was being filmed here. What a shame. If you had been a little braver, you could have experienced all this, Leo said with a sigh of deep regret. Some people would probably pay to experience this kind of setup. Mia had now completely recovered, looking at him with a mix of shame and anger. I thank you for feeling sorry for me. What kind of person was he? Just for scaring your girlfriend a little. She still felt a bit scared, her heart pounding. She secretly thanked her lucky stars that she hadn't burst into tears just now. Otherwise, how could she ever show her face again? After a bit of commotion in the company, the group that had been in costume organized a few rounds of murder mystery games among themselves. Once they got tired of it, they packed up and left. Leo looked at Jessie, who was constantly explaining that she had been threatened, and at Mia, who was biting her lip with her canine teeth, looking at him with a mix of grievance and ferocity. He couldn't help but sneak a couple of laughs. A smile never disappears from someone's face. It just moves to someone else's. Boss, is this team-building event over already? I put on all this makeup for nothing. A girl with a pale face and visible veins came over and said, looking bored. Just consider it an early day off. The props can be saved for the next team-building event. The girl immediately perked up. When's the next team-building event? When someone bullies your boss's wife again. Her excited expression gradually turned numb. After a sigh, she turned and left. This was the first time she had ever felt such a sense of a distant, uncertain future. After this incident, who would dare to bully the boss's wife? Everyone knew now that although the boss's wife was naive, bullying her would definitely result in excessive retaliation from a certain someone. It was a complete saturation attack. Perhaps it was because he was rich and willful. This person probably didn't even consider the cost. Mia's reaction was already considered brave among girls. If it were her, the girl took a sharp breath, truly scared. She couldn't even imagine it. The boss was both smart and a bit of a psycho. Not to be provoked, not to be provoked. She would never dare to slack off again, fearing she would get on Leo's bad side and become the protagonist of such an incident herself. As the company emptied out, Leo sent a text. Leo, come to the company. I have something fun to show you. Lily, it's dark outside. I'm scared. Leo's mouth twitched, a bit speechless. This naive girl's courage was already small, and this incident had probably set her back several years. Lily had clearly never been exposed to anything scary before, which was why she had zero tolerance for it. How was this somehow cute? Lily, what are you doing? I made your favorite dish. Can you come back soon? Leo, I'll be right back. I'm getting revenge for you. He put down his phone and walked over to a deathly pale Mia. Let's see if you dare to bully your boss's wife again. Leo knocked on the table with his middle finger knuckle as a threat, then added, and from now on, don't teach her any more of those ridiculous anti-flirting techniques to ruin my plans. You hear me? Several times, just as he was about to trick Lily, that naive girl would nervously spill out the entire subsequent process. Where would his reputation as the master of boiling frogs go? Jessie told me you even used her salary to coerce her into helping you act. Mia said angrily. Leo, I'm telling you, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're rich. Leo picked up a pair of sunglasses from the table, put them on, and spread his hands. Sorry, with money, you can do whatever you want. He looked up at Ethan Pong, who was sitting aside, typing away on his keyboard. Ethan, am I right? Right. Ethan Pong clearly wasn't listening, but that was the reaction Leo wanted. Leo turned back to Mia, whose defiance was written all over her face, and continued. What? You don't believe me. The next second, he transferred $10,000 to Mia. With money, you can do whatever you want. Otherwise, it's just not enough money. Mia gritted her teeth, didn't accept, and continued to glare at him. $10,000 to buy her off? What a joke. What did he take her for? Leo was unconcerned and transferred another $10,000. Think about how many top-tier game packs that is. Before Mia could speak, he transferred another $20,000. Mia looked at the $40,000 transfer, couldn't help but swallow, and suddenly felt the nature of this conversation had changed. A very rich guy, without saying anything, just kept transferring money to you, and when you showed no reaction, he would add more. The meaning was quite obvious, wasn't it? Wasn't this a classic drama plot? The super-rich male lead about to make a move on his wife's best friend. But she wasn't nearly as beautiful as Lily. She looked at the sum, enough for 61 top-tier game packs, and the more she looked, the more tempted she felt. Finally, she hardened her heart, slammed her phone on the table, and said righteously, "I don't want your damn money. I can't betray Lily." Leo took off his sunglasses, looking at her blankly. Wow, such deep sisterly love. Although this is indeed your boss's wife's money, you're not even going to take your salary. Willing to work for free for the sake of sisterly love? Huh? You're quite a good person. This is my salary? Mia suddenly felt a bit awkward. Leo shrugged. What did you think? The company's growing, so your and Ethan Peng's salaries have to go up. Ethan Peng looked up from the side. Boss gave me the money as soon as he got back this evening. I'm leaving. The boss's wife is waiting for me to come home for dinner. Leo left them with a cool, departing figure. It wasn't until a long time later that Mia's blood pressure came down, and she shouted, "Leo, you're a real piece of work. Mia, we can't outsmart the boss. Let's not provoke him anymore." Jessie, sitting next to Mia, held her hand and said timidly, looking like an innocent victim of a ruthless boss. Mia grew angrier the more she listened. She tapped Jessie's head with her drawing pen. "You traitor. Even you're siding with Leo. What about our sisterly bond? I don't get it. Why do you all have such a thick filter for Leo?" Ethan Peng, Master Chin's #1 fan, seemed to have just finished a part of his task. He cleared his throat and said softly, "Because boss is just that amazing. Before, when the company was under pressure, everyone worked overtime nonstop. This time, he just used the excuse of getting revenge on you to organize a small-scale team-building event. When boss came back, he first announced a paid day off tomorrow. After those who didn't want to participate had left to have fun, he started organizing this. See, whether they chose to participate or not, everyone was happy. He achieved his goal, and it didn't cost as much as other company team-building events. If he truly hadn't considered others' experiences, Leo wouldn't have prepared so many things needed for the murder mystery game, let alone hired a professional host." Mia listened, stunned. She looked down at her monthly salary, which had risen from 2,000 to 10,000, then from 10,000 to 20,000, and now doubled to 40,000. How did her boss suddenly seem so smart and generous? Working under Leo seemed to have a bright future. Mia felt an inexplicable sense of loyalty, and Leo was truly willing to share the profits with them. She suddenly began to worry about Lily's future married life. She couldn't even imagine how this naive girl would be manipulated by such a devious person. Leo walked downstairs and happened to run into a rushing Jake. "It's a day off, and you're still here?" Leo asked. Jake scratched his head awkwardly. "I came to eat." "No, I came to work overtime." "You're just in time for overtime. Ethan Peng is working on a counterattack mechanism. If you're here for the drama, you're too late." After hearing Leo recount the events, Jake couldn't help but curse. Damn, how can you be such a devious boss? He then put his arm around Leo's shoulder. "Do you have a video? It's not that I want to see Mia cry, bro. I just want to see the process of our company's first team-building event." "No, a little fun is fine, but leaving someone with a black history changes the nature of it." Jake didn't feel it was a shame, just nodded blankly. "Let's eat out tonight. Call Ryan. It's been a while since we all got together. This guy seems to have suddenly connected with a relative who works at the Media Regulation Bureau. Tomorrow. Tomorrow's fine too." Jake asked curiously, "But why tomorrow?" Leo smiled at him. "Of course, because someone at home has made dinner for me." Jake, having been provoked by Leo not just once or twice, he really couldn't take it anymore. Jake lunged forward and put Leo in a chokehold. "All right, you jerk, you want to play like this, huh? Don't you have a girlfriend? Have your girlfriend cook for you," Leo said innocently, fighting back. "You scoundrel." The angrier Jake got, the more he felt this guy was mocking him. Chloe Lu cooking for him at home? How humorous. The moment he dared to suggest it, Chloe Lu would immediately let him know what true suffering was. The lights were on, the evening breeze was cool. The streetlights on both sides of the road had also lit up, casting a clear light. A group of boys who had just finished playing basketball passed by the startup center, a noisy, boisterous crowd. The two groups looked at each other, neither finding the other's style out of place. Jake pushed Leo forward, the two of them exchanging friendly greetings from time to time. Fortunately, no reporters were following them yet. Otherwise, tomorrow's news would surely have a headline. Shocking. The two founders of Polaris Company got into a big fight downstairs from their company. The sound of pedestrians' chatter echoed in his ears. Leo looked at the familiar scenes in the university and the familiar person beside him, as if time had returned to a few years ago, and nothing had changed. Then, thinking about the reason for the dorm mates' reunion, Leo felt that some things had indeed changed. When Leo returned to the rental apartment, Lily was hugging her legs, her chin resting on her knees, staring fixedly at her phone. Interestingly, every light that could be turned on in every room, including the bathroom, had been turned on by this naive girl. The house was brightly lit, like it was New Year's. He sat down beside the girl and saw her staring at their chat page. He couldn't help but tease her. "If you want to rush me, just rush me. You should see how other people's girlfriends check up on them. I'm locking the door now. If you don't come back, you're not coming back." He deliberately imitated the tone he remembered Sophie using with Marcus Chun. He thought, naive girl is naive. Even being so scared, She won't rush me more than once. She only said she had made his favorite dish, then hesitated until now, not sending a second come back soon. So silly. Lily turned off her phone screen and gently rested her head on his shoulder. The surroundings, which had just felt like things could pop out at any moment, suddenly felt safe. She cherished this incredibly reassuring feeling and unconsciously wished Leo could have come back sooner. But she still slowly shook her head and said softly, "It's okay." Leo heard her and glanced at the lit rooms, then rubbed Lily's head. "You're scared?" Lily nodded shyly. She actually felt very bad about the electricity bill, but she was also genuinely scared. After a long internal struggle, she finally gritted her teeth and turned on all the lights. "I bet you're hugging your legs because you're afraid something will crawl out from under the sofa and grab your feet," Leo said with a smile. Lily looked up at him blankly. How do you know everything? But she felt ghosts probably weren't interested in her feet. Only Leo would be interested. Leo found it funny. "Because everything you're doing now, I did after watching a horror movie for the first time." Lily suddenly felt a little sad, wishing Leo could quickly find a better reason to trick her into staying. If she went home, that apartment was old and gloomy, and the bathroom faucet would occasionally drip. She couldn't sleep with the lights on, and without Leo, she would be very scared. After hesitating for a moment, she sighed silently and said softly, "Let's eat." Leo looked at the 4 dishes on the table and thought, this naive girl really keeps her word. She had clearly put in a lot of effort to coax him back early. There was a more effective way, but this naive girl's mind simply couldn't think of it. "You should stay here tonight," Leo said suddenly, halfway through the meal. Lily, who had been spacing out, immediately looked up at him. "Have you thought of a new way to trick me?" Leo blinked, very puzzled. Why did he always feel there was a hint of anticipation in this naive girl's tone? "What are you talking about?" "It's mainly because I checked the almanac, and it's not a good day to drive." He defended himself out of instinct. "Do you think I'm stupid?" Lily's cheeks puffed out, feeling utterly speechless. Couldn't he have put a little more effort into his excuse? Even saying the tire was flat would have been better. Or that Jake had borrowed the car. "If you'd just given me a halfway decent excuse, I would have gone along with it myself." The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. The girl pouted, staring fiercely at Leo while serving him more food. "Stop, stop," Leo pleaded with a look of astonishment. "I really can't eat anymore." Lily acted as if she couldn't hear him and continued to pile food onto his plate. Speaking of which, she had gone to great trouble to buy all of Leo's favorite dishes. The hallway was already dark in the evening, and this was an old building where the voice-activated lights on 2 floors were broken. She had to muster a great deal of courage to hum a song as she walked downstairs. The most embarrassing part was that while she was humming, she ran into a neighbor from the same building. Just recalling it made her want to jump out the window. After dinner, Leo collapsed onto a chair, lifted his shirt to look at his now rounded belly, his face a picture of despair. He couldn't bear to let Lily's efforts go to waste, so he ate as much as she served him, until he was completely stuffed. "I'll do the dishes. After all, you're still not over your horror movie after effects," he suggested, letting out a burp. "It's okay. If you just sit here and chat with me, I won't be scared," Lily said, walking over to Leo. She picked up the dishes but didn't leave immediately, instead standing there and staring at him. Then she gently head-butted his forehead. Leo clutched his forehead, watching the girl's retreating figure as she walked towards the kitchen, feeling more and more puzzled. Why did Lily react so strongly to his joke? She usually wasn't like this. Could it be that the anticipation he saw in her eyes earlier was real? Was this naive girl offering herself up again? That couldn't be right. He hadn't even added any fuel to the fire. In any case, it's impossible to bring it up again now. Otherwise, he would definitely be headbutt to death by this naive girl. Damn, he suddenly felt like he'd missed out. After tidying up, Leo showed Lily many behind-the-scenes clips from horror movie shoots, trying to help this naive girl get over the trauma of horror films sooner. Then he drove Lily home. The two walked side by side in the alley, their shadows stretched long by the overhead lights. Even their usually familiar shadows looked somewhat menacing to Lily now. Will you walk me to my door?" Lily asked, her voice trembling as she clung tightly to Leo's arm. "If I were you, I would have just stayed at the rental apartment and not come back," Leo said, rubbing the back of the girl's hand with his thumb. "Then at night, we could sleep in the same bed. Not only could I protect you, but I could also tell you stories to help you sleep." Lily was tempted by the suggestion and hesitated for 2 seconds before vigorously shaking her head. No. After calming down, especially after hearing Leo say that with a strange tone, she suddenly felt that staying with Leo at night was also dangerous. Just a different kind of danger. Why? Leo had thought he could surely persuade this naive girl to come home with him. Lily lowered her head and mumbled, "You'll definitely take the opportunity to be a hooligan." Leo's mouth twitched. He hadn't expected his reputation as a gentleman to have been completely depleted during their numerous mountain climbing excursions. "I'm at most just greedy for your body. I won't take your life," he said, unconvinced. "Aren't I much friendlier than those non-existent things you're afraid of?" The girl nodded gently, feeling inexplicably that Leo had a point. Just as Leo was about to speak, a ginger cat suddenly jumped from the wall into the alley, stopped in the middle to lick its paw, and then continued on its way. Cats and dogs were common in this area, and this was the most common type of domestic cat. So, apart from being startled at first, he didn't have any particular reaction. Lily was different. The moment she saw something leap in front of her, she squeezed her eyes shut tightly, and at the same time, tremblingly pulled Leo behind her. You run first, the girl said through tears. Leo looked at Lily, who seemed to have her arms spread, ready to become cannon fodder, and awkwardly rubbed his nose. Showing her the behind-the-scenes footage of the horror movie seemed to have had the opposite effect. After a while, he finally managed to coax the girl to open her eyes. He pointed at the ginger cat that had already jumped onto the wall and said seriously, "Look clearly, that's a cat." Only then did Lily calm down a little, but her legs were still weak, so she had to lean completely against Leo. She was truly timid. Her face was now pale. Before, her fears were very specific due to her lack of imagination. But after watching those behind-the-scenes clips, her mind could now automatically conjure up all sorts of scenarios. Leo pinched the girl's cheek while making eye contact with the uninvited guest. Cats were indeed a bit scary at night because their eyes would glow. "Why are you as fat as a pig?" Leo asked. "Meow." The ginger cat felt insulted, gave Leo a look, and walked away. Lily let out a deep breath, then suddenly tensed up again. "Something is touching my waist." "That's my hand." The next day, although the company said it was a day off, Leo was the busiest. He went to the company early in the morning and didn't leave until past 9 p.m. After dropping off Lily, who was tutoring Chloe Chun, he finally had time to eat. When he arrived, Jake and Ryan had already been there for a while. Both of them looked at him with a hint of displeasure. The reason for his tardiness was escorting his girlfriend. "Stop glaring. It's on me today," Leo said, sitting down at the table and grabbing a skewer of meat. "It's past barbecue season, and you guys still want this stuff." The group had eaten like this for years during university. There were no strange rules when they ate together. Jake had chosen a barbecue restaurant by the river. Their table was right by the water, separated only by a wooden railing. There were no mosquitoes this season, and the river's surface shimmered, creating a rare sense of tranquility. Aside from being a bit cold, it was perfect. In the summer, eating barbecue meant either complaining about the heat or the mosquitoes. Now that it wasn't hot, and there were no mosquitoes, it felt like it lacked that warm, lively atmosphere. Leo suddenly felt a bit fickle. "Why didn't you just let your girlfriend take a taxi home?" Jake complained, feeling quite annoyed. He had been eating peanuts for so long, he was almost full. "No, I had to take her." Leo swallowed his food and continued. "She's still not over the horror video Mia sent her." The food on the table had just arrived and was still steaming. Clearly, the two of them had started ordering only after knowing he was about to arrive. Jake scoffed. "Interesting. Where's the video? Show me. It's really scary. I was startled when I saw it." "Wimp. Let me." The more Jake heard, the more unconvinced he became. He was a man in his 20s. How could he be scared by such a childish thing? It was just old stuff that had been passed around since childhood. "Don't regret it," Leo said, handing his phone to Jake. The cigarette dangling from Jake's mouth twitched. "Are you kidding? I'm super brave, okay?" Ryan, sitting next to Jake, nudged him with his elbow and said seriously, "Go watch it somewhere else. I don't want the bad luck." "Are you two idiots or what?" Jake cursed, then leaned against the river railing, a cigarette in one hand, a phone in the other, looking incredibly cocky. "Your dad is about to see what kind of—" "What the hell?" Jake flinched, and the phone flew out of his hand, hit the wooden railing, and then fell into the water with a splash. The group looked at each other, speechless. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. Jake coughed twice, crushed the cigarette, but that had fallen with his phone under his shoe, and said softly, "Well, I'll buy you a new one later." Leo watched the ripples on the water's surface from his phone completely disappear before looking up at Jake. "Why don't you just drive my car into the river too? I was just thinking of getting a new one." "Boss, didn't you say you weren't scared?" Ryan asked with a smile. Oh, I'm super brave." Leo deliberately imitated Jake's earlier tone, sat back at the table, and didn't make a big deal out of it. He wasn't short on money now. Jake felt a bit awkward from the teasing, scratching his cheek with his index finger. It was a sneak attack. "I just wasn't mentally prepared. Even when you're being cremated one day, your mouth will still be tough," Leo said with a look of disdain, wondering who had been so smug just now. Listening to their conversation, Jake suddenly realized he was no longer used to Leo calling him boss. They were still brothers, but Leo had gone from being his good son of a roommate to the person leading him to make money. Life had its own rules. It wasn't about whether you wanted to resist or not. By the time you came into contact with it, you had already been subtly changed. "It's been a while since we all got together, huh?" Jake changed the subject, putting aside the complicated thoughts in his mind. The last time they had gathered seemed to be to celebrate winning first prize in a competition. Back then, this company hadn't even been a thought. In a flash, it had been over half a year. Although he had expected to gradually grow distant from Ryan, now that he was experiencing it, Jake still felt a weight in his heart. Leo just nodded, turning his gaze to Ryan, who was gnawing on a lamb chop. How have you been lately? Ryan's eyes immediately became a little downcast. How could I be? Just waiting for the exams. What about with Serena Chin? Still in touch? Leo continued to ask. Yes. Jake had already secretly lit another cigarette. He took a light puff, and the glowing red tip was particularly conspicuous in the night. He exhaled a cloud of smoke and said, So you're still simping? Ryan lowered his eyelids, pushed up his glasses, and said nothing. After a while, he slowly said, But she's much more proactive now than before. Are you sure it's not because you've suddenly become a man with a promising future? After a few drinks, Jake started speaking as bluntly as he used to, completely forgetting that he was here today to butter up Ryan's relative. A game license was the lifeblood of a mobile game company. Some companies, barely hanging on and looking like they wouldn't survive the night, could attract astonishing investments just by getting a license. At the very least, this thing could be transferred, and the operational space behind it was huge. Even if you did nothing and just sold it secretly, it was a profit of tens of millions, clearly marked. That was why a certain company boss, ready to jump off a building one day, was out getting massages and living it up the next day after the license came through. But now, meeting again, as a roommate of several years, he felt more frustrated for Ryan's lack of progress. The wine on the table dwindled, and the conversation between them gradually grew. They chatted casually until past 11 p.m. Ryan and Jake were a bit tipsy. Leo, as always, maintained his policy of not getting drunk as much as possible. He was the only one still speaking relatively clearly, but only relatively clearly. He had no idea what time it was, thinking he had only been there for an hour. I'm going to take a leak, Ryan said, standing up unsteadily. Leo grabbed his arm and stood up with him. Your dad's going too. Just as they were about to leave, they heard Jake's phone ring. They both stopped in their tracks, their gazes turning to a flustered Jake. There was a good show to watch. Jake gave them a look, but reluctantly answered the phone. Hello. A slightly annoyed voice came from the phone. Why haven't you been replying to my messages? I'm eating. This barbecue place is too noisy, I didn't hear it. Who are you with? How can a meal last until past 11? Chloe Lou's tone was very impatient. Clearly this wasn't the first call she had made. Leo and Ryan. You should be fine with them, right? Let Leo say something. Jake's cheeks were slightly flushed from drinking. He drunkenly held the phone up to them. Say something. Leo acted as if he hadn't heard anything, just blinked and looked at him. Jake became anxious, his mouth opening and closing, but he didn't know what to threaten them with. Just as the anger on the other end of the line was about to reach its peak, Leo quickly said, I'm here. I'm here. Jake breathed a sigh of relief and took the phone back. You heard that, right? It's almost 12. If you don't come back, you can just die outside. Hello? The signal is really bad here, hello? I'll hang up first and call you back later. Jake quickly hung up the phone after speaking. So pathetic, the two said in unison. What pathetic? This is called being smart. The more Jake thought about it, the more unconvinced he became. How come your girl never checks up on you? He then slapped himself and quickly said, Shut up, pretend I didn't ask anything. Damn, he almost gave this guy a chance to show off. Leo ignored him and went up to pat Jake's shoulder. Hurry up, I have to report my safety too. He had initially messaged Lily, but after his phone fell into the river, he had been out of contact. This naive girl had probably hovered her finger over his number and then moved it away countless times by now. If she finally mustered the courage to call, only to find it wouldn't go through, she would be so worried. Leo took the phone. A bit clumsy from the alcohol, he still managed to dial the number he knew by heart, then hit call. Strangely, Lily didn't answer right away today. Now, he wasn't just worried about how worried Lily was about him. He was starting to worry about Lily. This naive girl would never not answer her phone. Even if she was asleep, her sleep was always very light. A single call would definitely wake her. He suddenly had the urge to run to Lily's place to check on her. Just then, Jake suddenly patted his shoulder. When he didn't react, Jake pulled him harder. Leo, already a bit tipsy, almost stumbled. What are you doing? Look over there, Jake said, pointing into the distance. Leo stood up straight and followed his gaze. He saw a long-haired girl in a black high-collared knit sweater walking slowly towards them. The girl would occasionally look left and right, as if searching for something. She often blocked others' paths when she stopped to look around. After realizing it, she would quickly bow her head in apology, shyly stepping aside, and then repeat the process. Although he had drunk a bit much and his vision was a little blurry, he knew from her naive and easily bullied movements who it was. Leo casually tossed the phone in his hand towards Jake, not caring if he caught it, and hurried over. Jake quickly lunged forward to catch the phone, couldn't help but curse. Leo is so damn lucky. Ryan slowly sat back down, his tone a bit low. He is damn lucky. Lily saw Leo's face and first let out a sigh of relief. Then she took out her thermos from her bag and said softly, Honey water, how did you find this place? Leo's face was full of confusion. He remembered he hadn't told her the name of the barbecue restaurant. The girl's nose was slightly red from the cold, her eyes moist, as if filled with flowing water. She wrung her fingers and stammered. Before you stopped replying, You said the riverside at night was beautiful, and that eating barbecue this season was boring. So I followed the road here, checking every barbecue restaurant one by one. Leo's face, flushed from drinking, was hit by the cold wind. Looking at the honey water in his hand and the girl in front of him with red ears from the cold, he sobered up significantly. His nose and heart both ached a little. You dared to come out alone at this hour? Weren't you scared? He couldn't help but ask again. Coming out alone late at night was not something Lily would do. Her courage was already small, not to mention she was still suffering from the after effects of the horror movie. Lily's eyes grew more and more moist, as if all her pent-up grievances had just burst out. She said in a small voice, "Of course I was scared, but I was more scared that something would happen to you. I couldn't reach your phone, and I don't have anyone else's number. So I mustered the courage and came." Her voice trembled slightly, and the more she spoke, the stronger the tearful tone became. It seemed she had been worried sick all night. Leo pulled the girl into his arms, his heart filled with complex emotions. Lily didn't blame him at all. She just hugged Leo's waist tightly, her cheek pressed against his chest, letting him hold her. Ryan watched this scene from afar, then quietly looked down at his phone. After he had messaged, "I'm eating," Serena Chin had just replied with an "oh," and then nothing more. He silently moved his finger slowly to the delete contact button, but he still couldn't bring himself to press it for a long time. Just then, his phone vibrated. He quickly looked at it, his fingers trembling slightly, as excited as if he were scratching a lottery ticket. It turned out to be an ad from a hot pot restaurant. After a moment of a daze, the faint light from the phone screen gradually faded from his dull eyes. At this moment, the excitement he had just felt plummeted to the bottom, even colder than before. Leo looked down and kissed Lily's hair, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. This naive girl was usually so dense, but she became incredibly smart when it came to matters concerning him. As he thought about this, he suddenly felt his shirt collar grow a little damp. Just then, Lily hugged him even tighter and said in a small voice, "I won't disturb your business, but please don't ignore me, okay? I was really worried." Leo nodded gently. "I wasn't trying to ignore you. It's just that my phone was accidentally knocked into the river by Jake." He paused mid-sentence, a bit stunned. Damn, how did that suddenly sound so ridiculous? If someone else told him this, he would never believe it. Your phone fell into the river during dinner? Why not just say it was stolen by aliens for research? The suspect is right here. I'll take you to question him, he quickly added. After all, the truth was so absurd that probably even a cheater wouldn't use such a flimsy excuse. Lily slowly shook her head and said softly, "I believe you." She took 2 steps back, looked up at Leo, her eyes carefully studying him as if to confirm what she was seeing was real. None of that matters, as long as you're okay. Of course she believed what Leo said. And more than being afraid that Leo didn't want to talk to her, she was more afraid that something had actually happened to him. If she had to choose between the two, she would definitely choose the former without hesitation. The girl's "I believe you" completely broke through Leo's defenses, making him suddenly feel the urge to slap himself. "Why don't you headbutt me with your rocket headbutt? After all, I should have borrowed a phone to let you know right away." He looked at Lily, whose ears were red from the cold, and the more he looked, the more guilty he felt. He couldn't even bear to think about how long this naive girl had been searching for him alone in the night, in such a state of fear, and how lost she must have felt. "No, and your friends are still here. It would be so embarrassing for you to be headbutt by me in front of them." Lily tilted her head towards Jake and Ryan and added, "Are you done eating? Then I'll head back first." "Don't, we're about to leave. I'll just let them know." Leo took Lily's hand and led her back to the table. Jake had been repeatedly reminded by Leo of Lily's social anxiety, so he didn't initiate a conversation, just gave a slight nod as a greeting. Ryan, however, was completely stunned. After all, when he first saw Lily, she hadn't cut her bangs, wore the most ordinary clothes, and didn't dress up. Although she was at most just inconspicuous back then, she wasn't as breathtaking as she was now. His mood suddenly became very complicated. When Jake was being checked on, perhaps because of Chloe Lu's tone, he hadn't been that envious, and had even felt a little schadenfreude, just like Leo. But now, he was truly envious. Someone had personally come to find Leo, and she was so beautiful. He had been out so late, and there was no one to worry about him. Ryan increasingly couldn't understand. They had all been through these years together. Why was he the only one still stuck in the same place? First, career-wise, he had chosen the civil service exam. But because he was always helping Serena Chin with this and that, and had to accompany her out, now, with the exam just around the corner, he had no confidence at all, and couldn't even bring himself to say he had worked hard. In love, he thought halfway, looked up at Leo and Lily, and saw Leo teasing Lily with a skewer of grilled kidneys. He suddenly felt he had been left even further behind. He couldn't help but start to wonder, what had this relationship with Serena Chin really brought him? "This place is not bad. You 2 lovebirds can eat some more. If I don't go back, I'm dead. I won't stay and be a third wheel." In front of someone else's girlfriend, Jake didn't offer to pay the bill. He stood up, waved at the designated driver waiting in the distance, and turned to leave. He patted Ryan, who was next to him, But the other person was still staring blankly. He couldn't just drag him, so he left by himself. Good grief, not even a little bit of awareness. No wonder you can't find a girlfriend. Jake cursed inwardly and continued towards the designated driver. Which car is yours? The driver folded up the small scooter he had been sitting on and asked him. This Mercedes E300. I'm scared to drive that. Bro, are you new to this? You're scared to drive a Mercedes E300? You don't have to pay for damages. Just step on the gas. If we crash, I'll die with you. No, bro, you're drunk. I'll drive. Leo shifted his gaze from Jake, who was putting his arm around the designated driver, back to Ryan. He also found it strange. Although Ryan's emotional intelligence had never been high, it was impossible for him to be this clueless. They had pretty much finished eating. He had brought Lily over simply to say hello and then leave. Why wasn't this guy leaving? Is something wrong? Leo felt something was off. He sat down next to him, poured him a glass of wine, and asked softly. Ryan let out a breath. There's something I want to talk to you about. Hearing this, Leo looked up at Lily, who was sitting opposite him, and gave her a look. But this naive girl just tilted her head at him, a look of confusion on her face. His temples throbbed. For a moment, he didn't know if he was charmed or if his blood pressure was rising. He could only say helplessly, You sit here for a little while. We have something to talk about. Okay. Lily nodded obediently. Leo took Ryan to the riverside. He rested his arms on the wooden railing, turned sideways to look at him. What's up, say it. The evening wind was already cold, and standing by the river, one could feel an endless chill seeping in through the gaps in their collars and sleeves. After the wind blew for a while, Ryan's drunkenness had mostly dissipated, and his mind was much clearer. But the clearer his mind became, the sadder he felt. He checked the distance between here and the barbecue stand, and said as quietly as possible, Leo, how did you get over it back then? Unexpectedly, Leo replied with a question. What do you consider getting over it? I don't know. Maybe completely forgetting her, Ryan mumbled, then looked up. What do you think? Leo took a deep breath and said, It's like a thorn deeply embedded in your hand. Even if it hurts to the bone at first, eventually, you'll slowly feel nothing at all. But the thorn is still there. Ryan couldn't help but interrupt. Feel nothing? It wasn't that easy. Leo nodded slightly, not denying it, then said, But you can't give up on life just because you have a thorn in your hand. Ryan was suddenly stunned. Leo came up and patted his shoulder. Actually, there are people who worry about you. If you tell your parents you're eating out, they'll definitely worry about you. Your time is limited. Remember to first love those who love you. I'm leaving. I haven't told you about my relatives' matter yet. Ryan's voice trailed off, feeling suddenly sad. He had guessed from the beginning the reason for their reunion this time, but had subconsciously tried to deceive himself, to make himself believe it was because of their years of friendship in university. Leo waved his hand without looking back. Have you ever seen me bring it up? Leo then patted Lily's cheek. Let's go, wife. You're calling me that again. Ryan could clearly see that although the girl was chiding him, there was an undisguisable smile on her lips. He seemed to suddenly understand something. Thank God for letting me meet you all. After a while, Ryan took off his glasses, wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, and muttered to himself. Just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by a waiter from the barbecue restaurant. Hello, sir. The two gentlemen who left earlier did not pay the bill. The waiter bowed slightly and said politely, The total for your table is $324. Will that be cash or card? Huh. Ryan's jaw almost dropped to the floor. You two big bosses are going to stiff me for a meal? Is that really appropriate? That outfit looks great on you, Leo said, looking at Lily's black knit top, unable to help but praise her. Not bad. Willing to spend money on clothes now. I'll give you a point for that. Black clothes, especially this kind of knitwear, really accentuated her figure. This naive girl's already outrageous curves were now even more alluring. I got it at a 70% discount. It just arrived today, Lily said proudly. I stayed up until midnight that night to grab it. Her income from drawing was increasing, so she was more willing to buy things for herself now. There was even a waiting list for her avatar commissions. Leo's face instantly turned cold. Never mind then, no point for you. Lily was not happy and gently shook his arm. Add it, please. Just 1 point, okay? She was still at 0 points on her good girlfriend quantification standard, which was unbearable. No, Leo had his own principles in this regard. After speaking, he was about to call for a rideshare or a designated driver when he reached into his pocket and remembered that his phone's corpse was still at the bottom of the river. How are we getting back? He asked, standing there blankly. Lily, realizing she couldn't pull his hand, looked back at him. Bus? I took the bus here. It's so late. There's a night bus. That's how I got here. It just takes an extra half-hour walk. An extra half-hour walk was a death sentence for Leo. He quickly said, Let's get a designated driver. We can get my car back at the same time. That will cost a lot more money. Can we take the bus and just consider it a walk? He was now immune to the girl's tactics. He simply leaned his mouth close to her ear and whispered, The old folks often say that before getting on a night bus, you should check all the passengers' feet. Do you know why? Lily immediately clapped her hands over her ears. Don't say it. I won't take it, okay? That's more like it. I'll find a designated driver, drop you off at home first, and then go back. Just as Leo was about to walk back to where the car was parked, he saw the girl standing motionless. What's wrong? He asked curiously. Lily nervously wrung her fingers. I can't go back. Leo was even more puzzled. Why? Did Sarah have a curfew? But she wasn't that kind of person. When I came out, I told my mom that Mia suddenly had a high fever and I was going to her place. She felt it was a bit strange to tell her mom she was going out to find Leo late at night, so she used Mia as a cover. After speaking, Lily turned her face away. Her ears and cheeks were still flushed, but this time it wasn't from the cold. How could she go back now? She couldn't just say Mia, who had been admitted to the hospital, had suddenly recovered. Leo was stunned. He had racked his brains to trick Lily into staying the night, even writing a 10,000-word strategic plan. He had predicted he would succeed at the end of the year, or early next year, when Sarah had fully recovered. After all, this naive girl was timid and conservative, so he wasn't in a hurry, just slowly boiling the frog. But this naive girl had offered herself up? Was there such a good thing? Not to mention doing anything improper, just sleeping together at night. The thought alone was blissful. Lily turned back and saw Leo standing there, lost in thought. She puffed out her cheeks in annoyance and turned her face away again to look at the night scenery, refusing to look at him. Congratulations, you're now a mature bad kid, Leo said with a smile. Lily suppressed the urge to headbutt him. You were the one who told me to be a bad kid like you. How does it feel to be a bad kid? Leo asked very seriously. This question was less about how it felt to be a bad kid and more about how it felt to do what she wanted. The old, sensible Lily would never have come out alone so late, let alone leave Sarah at home by herself. Good and not good. Lily slowly lowered her eyelids, bit her lip, and said faintly, but being with you now, there's more happiness. Leo's heart skipped a beat, but he still couldn't help but laugh. You sound like you're eloping with me. You should save those words for when you've packed your bags and are heading to the station with me. Isn't it pretty much like eloping? The girl grew more and more nervous. Sleeping with you behind my mom's back and all. She regretted it deeply, but she felt that even if she had to choose again, she would still lie and run out. Don't say things that are so easily misunderstood. Then, Leo grinned mischievously. And it's not like you haven't stayed the night at my place before. Why haven't you gotten used to it yet? Lily hurried to him, stood on tiptoe, and looked at him fiercely. Don't talk nonsense. We didn't do anything. We're still good kids. Leo looked at her, a bit surprised. Even after all this, it still didn't do anything. He had gone from a mountain climbing enthusiast to a mountain climbing athlete, and had even experienced barrier-free mountain climbing. Now, he had climbed the mountain and touched her legs. It seemed that as long as they didn't take the final step, they hadn't done anything, and they were still well-behaved, sensible good kids. This naive girl's thought process was truly unique. Lily, feeling a bit guilty under his gaze, unconsciously looked away. What else? Since we're both good kids, let's wait until we're married to sleep in the same room. Leo's lips curved into a smile, revealing a rather gentlemanly demeanor. Tonight, I'll sleep in my own room. No, I'm scared, Lily said timidly. Making her sleep in a room alone tonight. She would rather sit outside the police station all night. She stood behind Leo and pushed him. Can we go back quickly? It's almost 12. 12 o'clock was a very sensitive time in horror movies and stories, a fact Lily was now aware of. So, are we still innocent? Leo asked, letting the girl push him, a mischievous smile on his face as he turned his head. No, not innocent. Then where am I sleeping tonight? Lily was about to die of anxiety. No matter how much the cold wind blew, her cheeks remained scorching hot. Sleep in my room, she mumbled, burying her face in Leo's clothes. A better attitude, please. Master Chun had just ruthlessly dug out his faintly aching conscience. Lily took 2 deep breaths. Can you sleep in my room tonight? Of course. At the rental apartment. Lily was very considerate, tiptoeing up the stairs at night, several times not even triggering the voice-activated lights in the hallway. Influenced by her, Leo also tried not to make too much noise. Climbing the stairs took a little longer than usual. I'll go turn on the lights, then you can come in, Leo said, standing at the door, turning back to the girl. Lily shrank behind him and nodded. Okay. Leo walked into the entryway, flicked the switch a few times, but the entryway light didn't respond. Is everything okay? Lily was already starting to get scared, clinging tightly to Leo's arm, her voice trembling. Leo frowned. Why wouldn't it turn on? Leo pondered for a moment, then turned his head and asked, have you ever heard the saying, if you have a clear conscience, you have nothing to fear at night? Lily, already nervous, heard this and her legs went weak. Don't scare me. She had never done anything bad in her life. Not only did she abide by the law every day, but she would also actively help lost children find their mothers. Why would something like this happen to her? Even if there were unclean things, they shouldn't be targeting her. She quickly grabbed Leo's hand and said nervously, let's stay somewhere else tonight. If you've done something wrong, we can burn some paper money, and then. At this moment, Lily couldn't care less about being embarrassed. Even sleeping on the street would be more reassuring than staying here. The hallway lights were all working, but the lights inside the apartment were out. It was too strange. Leo shook his head, thinking, this naive girl's imagination is getting stronger and stronger. I was trying to tell you that there are no ghosts in this world. The ones who get revenge on you will only be people. After speaking, he took Lily's hand, walked inside, closed the door, and took a deep breath. Mia, stop hiding. No movement. The apartment was still dark, with only a few scattered lights from outside shining through the living room window. Lily looked at him strangely, her confusion suddenly overcoming her fear. For a moment, she even forgot to be scared. Leo's lips curved into a smile. He continued to shout, and Chloe-chun, if you don't come out, I'm telling Mom about you skipping school for a whole week last year. The shouts faded, and the surroundings once again returned to a deathly silence. Still pretending, huh? Listen up, I'm calling Mom right now. Just as Leo finished speaking, a girl with long hair covering her face, dressed in a pure red traditional costume, similar in style to the spirit from a Ouija board, slowly walked over. With each step, the hem of her dress swayed, until she stood motionless in front of them. Just as Lily felt she was about to faint from fright, the girl suddenly stomped her arms in a fit of pique, like a child having a tantrum. Brother, you're no fun at all. I prepared for so long. Lily was stunned. A ghost was calling Leo brother. Could it be that she had been dating a ghost all this time? Sister-in-law, you're... Chloe-chun pushed aside her hair and walked up to Lily, looking at her with surprise. At this moment, Lily was sitting sideways on the floor, clinging tightly to Leo's calf. She clearly didn't even have the strength to stand up. Sorry, I was planning to scare my brother, but I didn't expect to accidentally hurt you. Lily trembled, still keeping her eyes tightly shut. You don't come over here. You still haven't recognized my voice. It's me, Chloe-chun. Chloe-chun couldn't help but laugh. I'm Chloe-chun. Only after Chloe-chun repeated it did Lily tentatively open her eyes. I didn't even do anything to you, she said, wiping her wet eyes, looking wronged. She then looked sideways at her current posture and actions, suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed. Bullying Lily was something that easily pricked one's conscience. Chloe-chun guiltily leaned in and hugged the weak Lily, then stood up and asked Leo, did you install a security camera in the house? I guessed. Besides me and Lily, only Mom has a key to this place. Unless it's really haunted, it must be you and Mia teaming up to pull this off. I just don't know how Mia got the information out of that scoundrel Jake. People who had never done anything bad, when faced with strange events, would easily suspect that some supernatural phenomenon had occurred, while those who had done many evil things would only suspect that someone was seeking revenge. At such times, they would often just shout, who is trying to harm me? This was the experience Master Chun had accumulated through his daily good deeds. The tricks Mia was playing were things he and Chloe-chun had grown tired of since they were children. Mia, your accomplice has confessed. Are you still going to hide? Leo said, stroking Lily's hair. Only then did a Mia in a blood-stained white dress come out, walking sideways past them. Your circuit breaker seems to be broken. I'll go down to the basement to reset it for you. Lily still didn't have the strength to stand up. She hugged Leo's leg, looked up at them, her feelings complicated. This was so embarrassing. A few minutes later, they were all gathered in the living room again. Chloe-chun went to the bathroom to remove her makeup, leaving Mia alone on the sofa, being judged by Leo's gaze. You take Chloe-chun back yourself later, Leo said coldly. Such a grown-up, and still pulling this kind of stunt. So boring. Couldn't she be a little more mature, like him? All right. I'll let her stay at my place tonight. Mia nodded respectfully. This was the most respectful she had ever been to Leo, her boss. Anyway, you weren't scared, so don't hold a grudge, okay? Mia said, pushing Lily towards Leo's embrace. You should spend your time being romantic with your wife. There are so many things for men and women to discuss. Right. Clearly, she had completely sold Lily out. Your bonus. No, I don't want it. Mia quickly waved her hands, showing a standard smile. Give it to Lily for clothes. What about your remaining paid leave? When do you plan to use it? Leo asked, holding Lily's hand, with a light chuckle. The company is very concerned about your rest. I don't need paid leave. Contributing to the company is what I should do. Mia felt like dying. She should have listened to Jesse. Leo was full of tricks. Which normal person could outsmart him? The main thing was, if she had just failed to scare Leo, it would have been fine. But now, because the information was false, she had also accidentally hurt Lily. This was much scarier than provoking Leo. Leo nodded with satisfaction. What does the boss's wife say? Lily's face was still buried in Leo's shoulder, too embarrassed to speak. Throughout the whole process, Leo had been calm and collected, looking incredibly cool. Mia and Chloe-chun, although their plan hadn't gone smoothly, had at least scared someone. Only she, the victim who was accidentally hurt, had been continuously embarrassed. The boss's wife doesn't want to talk, Leo said coldly. This scared Mia and Chloe-chun, who had just come out of the bathroom. They quickly squeezed Leo aside and sat next to Lily, pleading pitifully. Both of them clearly realized that Leo's own attitude was not important. Failing to get Lily's forgiveness was what would truly be fatal. Lily, I'm sorry. I'll take you out for a delicious meal next week. Just forgive me, please, sister-in-law. If you don't say something, my brother will kill me. Lily was never one to get angry. Being pleaded with like this, her already soft heart melted. She could only say, I know. To avoid scaring some innocent passerby, the two of them removed their makeup and changed their clothes before preparing to leave. Sister-in-law, do you want to come with us? Chloe Chen asked, out of humanitarian concern. After all, Lily now looked like a good girl who had been abducted by a bad uncle. Her brother's face, without glasses, looked just like a refined villain from a TV drama. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Leo, who had been calm throughout, was now agitated. Mia had also intended to say something, but after seeing Leo's smile, she couldn't say anything. I'm actually quite vengeful, you know? Leo suddenly said to Mia. I'm so sleepy. Let's go back and get ready for bed. Mia heard this and, without another word, grabbed Chloe Chun and ran, as if they were the ones who had seen a ghost. The once noisy living room became quiet again. Lily, still shaken, leaned against Leo's embrace, occasionally rubbing her cheek against him like a cat. You're always making me do bad things, she mumbled softly. She hadn't even said anything, and this person had already refused for her. Before, she could at least use having a fever as an excuse. Now, she wasn't sick, so wasn't this truly staying out all night? Lily felt that Leo was the kind of bad kid her mother had mentioned when she was little, the kind who would lead others astray. And she was the silly child her mother talked about, the one who would be led away by others. Oh, now she was also the silly girl who would be tricked into being a wife with just a few nice words. Mom, it's not that I don't want to listen to you, but I really like him. So, are you going or not? They should have just gotten off the elevator. You can still catch up if you go now, Leo asked softly. The girl shyly buried her face in his embrace. No, I'm not going. Leo thought he couldn't let this naive girl's painstaking efforts go to waste, so he immediately pressed her onto the sofa and kissed her hard. After a while, a flushed Lily lay on Leo, looking at him curiously. Are you still going to scare Mia? No, she's even dumber than you. Bullying her is no fun. Lily blinked, her eyes full of confusion. Then why did you still hint at it? Leo's lips curved. Letting her live in the shadow of not knowing when she'll be retaliated against is much more fun than scaring her directly. Was it because you're always on edge that you guessed it was Mia and Chloe Chen scaring you today? The girl continued to ask, not very smartly. You're getting smarter. Actually, I feel my courage has grown a little bit, Lily said in a small voice, drawing strange patterns on Leo's chest with her index finger. Why? Because I suddenly realized that Mia and Chloe Chun are much worse than those messy things in the movies. She pouted. You too. Leo was unconvinced and sat up straight from the sofa. Don't talk nonsense. It's getting late. Let's get ready for a shower and bed. He was such a proper person. How was he bad? It was truly baffling. I've already showered. Then let's sleep. After getting up, Leo noticed Lily looking at him with a troubled expression. I can't stand up, the girl said, biting her lip. Chloe Chen's costume had been quite realistic, and she was still so scared her legs were weak. That's easy. I'll carry you, Leo said, then picked the girl up in a princess carry and walked slowly towards the bedroom. Probably no girl hasn't fantasized about being carried like a princess. At this moment, Lily's eyes were also flowing, staring fixedly at Leo. Being carried off her feet like this should have been a very insecure feeling, but at this moment, she only felt at ease. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. As soon as they entered the room, especially when she heard the door close, she immediately became nervous. The last time they had spent the night together, she had been delirious with a fever, so the nervousness hadn't been very strong. The situation was different now. Her heart was pounding, and in the quiet night, it sounded particularly loud. Leo was no better off. It was one thing to carry a girl to bed late at night, but that girl was also looking at you with those eyes. Who wouldn't be flustered? Looking at Lily's adoring gaze, he even had the illusion that he had just saved the world. He gently placed the girl on the bed. Seeing Lily take out her phone to report her safety, Leo quietly walked to the other side. As the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child, so the image of a gentleman must be maintained, even if there wasn't much left of it. I didn't bring my charger, Lily murmured softly, looking at the notification on her phone. There's a power bank in the drawer in my room. Leo stood up again, ready to get it for her. I'll get it. A moment later, Leo remembered that the things his mom had given him were in that drawer. He quickly ran over and shouted, "Wait a minute." When he saw Lily holding a small blue box, his pupils shrank. It was over. His reputation was completely ruined this time. No room for luck. This naive girl had just never seen this thing in person. It wasn't like she couldn't read. Sure enough, in a short while, the blush on Lily's cheeks grew more and more obvious, and her head drooped lower and lower. After taking a few deep breaths, she finally stammered, "You really weren't thinking of anything good. Who would hide something like this? I swear I wasn't. I didn't even buy this." Leo exclaimed, feeling wronged. "Then who gave it to you?" Leo fell silent. This time, he was truly at a loss for words. He couldn't possibly say it was from his mom, could he? If his mom found out, she would skin him alive. He could have blamed it on Jake as usual, but if Jake's impression in Lily's eyes became too bad, he wouldn't be able to use him as a shield in the future. If he said he was out with Jake, then who in their right mind would be at ease? So he had no choice but to admit he had bought it. Then I'm confiscating it, Lily mumbled softly. All right. Leo went back to the room and lay on the bed, his face full of sorrow. While he was still thinking about how to salvage his reputation, the girl also walked slowly into the room and lay on him without a word. That, Leo stammered. He didn't know what Lily was truly worried about, and subconsciously thought this naive girl was planning to wait until marriage. I'm really not in a hurry, he still explained in a small voice. Lily nodded gently. It'll be soon. The two of them tacitly skipped over the topic. Lily slowly leaned in and kissed his lips, a rare initiative from her. Words and tongues intertwined. Even though the girl said nothing, Leo still understood a little. As they kissed, Leo regained the upper hand. Even now, Lily's learning speed couldn't catch up to his. She was still the one responding clumsily. But it was actually quite cute, especially when she was proactively making concessions. In between breaths, Lily couldn't help but frown. She felt completely limp, wishing she could melt into Leo's embrace. Before, even holding hands had made her so nervous. How did she come to like this feeling now? Wasn't this a step-by-step descent into a bottomless pit of depravity? Time passed quietly in the sound of their breathing. After an unknown amount of time, Lily was about to lift her slightly sore right leg when she felt her thigh suddenly touch something. Leo's body and breath trembled with it. Lily, who had just been bullied from all sides, suddenly discovered a remarkable thing. The omnipotent Leo seemed to have a weakness. With this thought, she moved her thigh again. Sensing Leo's seemingly submissive reaction, she suddenly had a special understanding. The bedroom was unlit, and you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. The two people embracing each other were also silent. After a long while, Leo let out a deep breath, silently got up, and walked straight to the bathroom. In the bright moonlight, Lily could see Leo's back, her watery eyes filled with panic. Leo had lifted her pant leg at some point, so she had clearly felt the movements of the air conditioner remote the whole time. Even if she didn't fully understand, she could guess a little. Hearing the sound of water from the bathroom, she suddenly felt like she had done something bad. She wanted to run away on the spot. She sat up and looked around, only to realize she had nowhere to run. She shamefully rolled on the bed a couple of times. Her long, fair legs couldn't help but kick twice. Lily, look what you've done. Can you just go to sleep? When you wake up, can you pretend nothing happened? Or maybe when Leo comes out, I'll headbutt him? When Leo came back, the girl had, as usual, burrowed completely into the blanket. After a shower, his already clear mind became even clearer. He lay down beside her without a word, dug Lily out of the blanket, and pulled her back into his arms. Then he slowly closed his eyes. Lily unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Leo didn't say anything. Otherwise, she would have really just opened the window and jumped. After a long while, is this your sage mode? I'm going to kill Mia. Why do you learn everything? Leo felt a major headache coming on. He suddenly understood the meaning of be careful who you befriend. The term sage mode should never have come out of this naive girl's mouth. Because Mia teaches everything, Lily said in a small voice. She didn't want to know either, but Mia's mouth was a runaway train, making it hard not to know. Leo turned his head to look at her. So you want to know? The girl quickly hid under the blanket. No, I don't. Please, don't say any more. Leo's lips curved. He focused his gaze on the ceiling, his feelings complex. He really hadn't intended for this to happen at first. Making a pure, naive girl do such a thing seemed a bit too much. The more Leo thought about it, the guiltier he felt. She likes me so much, how could I use her leg? Damn, I'm such a monster. Lily burrowed completely into Leo's embrace, not yet recovered from her nervousness and embarrassment. Tomorrow when you wake up, can you just forget this happened? She mumbled, her face buried in Leo's clothes. It's okay. Actually, this kind of thing is very normal between couples. But you still have to forget. Leo gently patted the girl's back twice. All right. Sleep. Hearing this, Lily snuggled into Leo's embrace again, still feeling more and more embarrassed. Sleeping with Leo was indeed a very dangerous thing. The night before, Leo had been unusually well-behaved, not making a move until they fell asleep. The next morning, perhaps because she had been thoroughly scared by Mia and Chloe Chun, Lily was no longer as jumpy as she had been the past few days. She didn't wake Leo up and wasn't too scared when preparing breakfast alone. Chloe Chin's costume last night had been too similar to the ones in the movies. After seeing it in person, her filter for such ghosts had been completely shattered. The two of them could be said to have accidentally cured her of her horror movie after effects. Hearing the chirping of birds outside and seeing the morning sun pierce through the mist and shine into the room, illuminating the breakfast plates, she looked around. Everywhere she looked, she could see traces of their time together. She was incredibly familiar with the placement of everything in the kitchen. She suddenly felt as if the two of them were truly living together. Thinking of this, the girl couldn't help but curve her lips. She really hoped that day would come soon. Then she could be with Leo every day. And they could wake up together every day, which sounded much more romantic than sleeping together every day. Girls always preferred such romantic words. After finishing up, she returned to the room to wake Leo up. Leo's sleeping posture was unusually unruly today. Not only had he kicked off the blanket, but he was also lying on his side, hugging it, with one leg pressed on top. Lily couldn't help but puff out her cheeks, feeling as if she had drunk a jar of vinegar, her heart sour. This blanket was so unruly. This was a treatment she had only just enjoyed last night. Just as she was about to wake Leo up, the still sleeping Leo suddenly rolled over and lay spread-eagled on the bed. It would have been fine if he hadn't rolled over. But when he did, Lily saw everything she should and shouldn't have seen. It was just taken care of last night. How was it still so unruly? Thinking about what happened last night, Lily's cheeks and neck once again became scorching hot. She quickly pulled the blanket over to cover the air conditioner remote and walked over to shake Leo. Time to get up. No reaction. Lily took a deep breath and shouted, "Auntie is here." Huh. Leo shot up from the bed, frantically straightening his clothes. Seeing this, the girl giggled. "I was teasing you. Hurry up and eat." Leo looked up at her, annoyed, and simply pulled the girl over, wrapping her in his arms like an octopus. This naive girl was fragrant and soft, incredibly comfortable to hug. "Let's sleep a little longer." Leo hadn't had enough yet. "You hooligan, don't hug me like that." Lily felt a bit awkward and shifted her body, turning her face away and chiding him coquettishly. Leo immediately understood what the girl was referring to and explained, "Boys are always like that in the morning." Lily didn't believe him at all. "You must have been dreaming of something improper." "Is dreaming of my own girlfriend improper?" "It is." Leo leaned his mouth close to the girl's ear and grinned mischievously. "Then I'll go find someone else in my dreams." "No, still find me," Lily mumbled softly, thinking, boys are so strange, their minds are full of improper things. After a while, the girl turned around again and poked his nose with her index finger. "You're not allowed to find anyone else in your dreams either." "Don't worry, I can't even dream of a girl more beautiful than my girlfriend," Leo said, then recalled last night's dreamlike experience. After his sage mode passed, his conscience went offline again. So he said sheepishly, "Why don't you help me again like last night?" The girl, extremely embarrassed, bit him. "In your dreams. Didn't they agree to forget it when they woke up?" And what did she mean help? Could he not say it so strangely? It was Leo's own air conditioner remote that was being unruly. What did it have to do with her? Leo wasn't greedy. Anyway, where there was a first time, there would be a second. He just had to take it slow. He gently squeezed the girl's waist, then smugly got out of bed. "Let's go, let's eat." The fog in Hangsheng was very thick today, with clouds and mist swirling everywhere. Waking up in the morning was already cold, and the fog outside added to the chilly atmosphere. After breakfast, Leo hung the clothes and underwear he had washed last night in his room. When he returned to the living room, Lily was already drawing again. "You're working too hard." Leo couldn't help but complain. He couldn't remember how many times he had said this. This naive girl was always working as if a giant boulder was rolling behind her, never stopping for a moment. Lily was also used to his complaints. She lay on the table and sighed. "Mia said I've changed. Have I really changed that much?" She rested her chin on her arm, looking through their first few photos together. It seemed there was a big change, just by looking. But as for what had changed, she couldn't say. Leo went to the kitchen to boil water. "You say you've changed?" "You have. But to say you've changed, you actually haven't changed at all. I always feel like you said that, and didn't say anything at all." "See, the old you would never have said that to someone," Leo chuckled. Lily's mouth opened slightly, and then closed. It seemed that was true. As she thought about it, she slowly lowered her eyelids. "Why do you look unhappy?" Leo continued to ask. Lily pursed her lips and said in a small voice, "I'm afraid I'll one day become someone you don't like." Leo found it amusing and went over to pinch the girl's cheek. "Don't worry, everyone changes, and so will I. But our basic nature doesn't change. You're still essentially that naive and socially anxious girl. Now that you don't have that burden, it's normal for you to become a little more cheerful. Who's born not liking to have fun? If you didn't have to earn money, see if anyone would still go to work." "All right, I'm going to fight zombies now." Lily rolled up her sleeves, looking like she was ready for a big fight. She needed to save money to buy things from that Dave, who only said, "Wabby wabbo." This person was a profiteer, taking advantage of a crisis. His neighbors were on the brink of death, and he was still selling things so expensively. Leo laughed. "You mean protecting your empty head? You only know how to call me silly." Lily looked at Leo, feeling wronged. She suspected it was this person who had made her silly. After a while, Lily suddenly spoke. "Leo, I think you have the potential to be a player." Leo almost choked on the water he had just drunk. He coughed violently and quickly asked, "What makes you say that?" "Players always like to say girls are not good here and there, and that no one would want them without him. You always like to call me silly." Lily said very seriously. Mia had also mentioned something about psychological manipulation. I'm not like that, Leo retorted calmly. Players say those girls have no one, but they're not really unwanted. I say you're silly because you really are silly. The angrier Lily got, the more she treated the fast-running football zombie as Leo, letting the squash flatten it. Games were so fun. She could now even chat with Leo about games, no longer completely clueless. Looking at Leo, who was sitting next to her, busy replying to messages, she said again, from now on, I'm going to tell you I like you every day. Why suddenly say you like me out of the blue? Leo leaned over and asked. To help you build confidence. What do you mean? Those girls are probably not really silly, but players tell them every day that they're not good here and there, and they really believe it. Lily paused. From now on, I'll tell you I like you every day. If you hear it enough, you'll believe that someone really, really likes you. The girl's tone was naive and serious. Clearly, she still cared about Leo's lack of confidence in relationships. This person had pulled her out, but had neglected that he was still in the mud himself. Leo was stunned, then kissed the girl's cheek. No need, I already know now. By early December, the temperature had dropped to single digits. Unlike the physical attack of the northern cold, the southern wind was a magical assault, a chill that went straight to the bone, impervious to thick clothes. For a while now, Leo had been working with his mom to coax his girlfriend, and then with his girlfriend to coax his mom. By playing both sides, he had finally managed to get the two of them to move into the new apartment without any lingering resentment. That day, Leo and Lily supported Sarah by each arm as they led her into the kitchen. No sooner had she moved into the new place than she was insisting on cooking. Leo and Lily couldn't dissuade her and had to let her have her way. Fortunately, Sarah's recovery was going well. Standing to cook was no longer an issue. Leo had always felt that Sarah was, at her core, a simple and kind-hearted person. Otherwise, she could have easily demanded a huge sum of money for marriage, like so many others who practically sold their daughters, especially given that Lily's beauty far surpassed those other girls. But Sarah wasn't like that. She only wanted her daughter to be happy. Leo was certain that if he hadn't been so forceful in private, she would have never asked for a single cent for the surgery. Just as Leo was lost in thought, Sarah spoke up. Leo, didn't your mom say she was coming for dinner? When will she be here? This gathering was her idea. She still felt guilty for having previously declined Sophie's offer to visit. Back then, she couldn't fully care for herself and couldn't bear the thought of someone traveling so far just to look after her. Now, with the children's relationship stable and her own health much improved, it was time to formally meet her future-in-law. Cooking a meal was the greatest gratitude she could express. A few moments later, as Leo pulled out his phone, a call from Sophie came through. I'll go down and get her, he announced, walking to the living room to grab his jacket. Lily timidly approached him. He nodded, took her hand, and they went outside together. At the building entrance, the wind hit them directly, and Leo shivered, rubbing his stiff hands together. A quiet snow had fallen overnight, blanketing the city in silver and muffling the usual noise of hanging. Just as Leo was about to speak, he felt something as cold as an ice pop slide down the back of his neck. He yelped and spun around to see Lily, a mischievous smile on her face as she crushed a bit of snow in her hand. When she met his gaze, she quickly hid her hands behind her back, blinking innocently. Leo was not one to let a grudge fester. He scooped up a handful of snow and advanced on her. Lily, trapped in his arms, pleaded, "Don't mess around. Your mom is coming." When he showed no signs of stopping, she stood on her toes and planted a cold kiss on his cheek. That finally did the trick. Leo dropped the snowball. You're just taking advantage because my mom's on her way. Just you wait until we get back to our place. With time, the rental apartment had taken on a new meaning for them. It was their private territory, free from all interruptions. He hummed thoughtfully. Lily stepped forward and straightened his clothes. She was wearing a long, light green down jacket with a fluffy ball on the hood, making her look like a little penguin. I'm going to tell on you right now, she said with a small smile, patting his collar. I'll go meet her at the gate. She started walking to the left. The gate is east. You're going west. Leo couldn't help but tease. It's hard to imagine an artist with 30,000 followers on a major platform getting lost at her own front door. Along with her art skills, her follower count had been soaring. He wasn't surprised. With her dedication, she could succeed at anything. You're a company boss who once ate a facial wipe thinking it was candy, she retorted. As they bickered, Sophie arrived. Hello, Auntie. Lily greeted her sweetly. Oh, my dear, why did you come down? Aren't you cold? Sophie beamed. It was strange how much she adored this girl. Leo grinned. Mom, where's Dad? Your dad has something at work, Sophie replied, her expression neutral. Leo had already guessed Marcus Chun would find an excuse. His absence made the meeting less formal, reducing the pressure on Lily and her mother. It also prevented an awkward imbalance, with two mothers and only one father present. His dad was a master of emotional intelligence. Too bad he hadn't inherited more of it. Mom, Leo began, leaning in conspiratorially. Do you remember when Chloe was a freshman and went to that week-long competition training? I remember. She was eliminated, wasn't she? Sophie nodded. Actually, she wasn't. She quit on the first day and skipped school for the entire week. Leo glanced at Lily, who was staring in wide-eyed shock. Such a well-behaved girl could never imagine such a scheme. Sophie's face remained calm, but her eyebrow twitched. Why are you only telling me now? I just remembered. Sophie shot him a disbelieving look. It was obvious they had another fight, and he was using her to settle the score. Her two children were a pair of jesters. Remember to find another reason to lecture her, Leo whispered. Something like entering the house with her left foot first. Don't worry, I won't drag you into it. Leo smiled, satisfied. The score for scaring his girlfriend was now even. As they reached the elevator, Sophie suddenly called out. Lily. Yes. Lily turned, curious. Does your mom need another daughter? The question left Lily completely stumped. Did her mom need another daughter? Saying yes didn't seem right, but saying no didn't seem right either. Seeing her brain freeze, Leo quickly interjected. You couldn't even give away your own daughter with a cash bonus. Give up that idea. Sophie snorted, ruffled Leo's hair, and stepped into the elevator. With Sophie standing in front, Lily glanced at her back, then secretly reached out and gently rearranged Leo's hair. After the elevator doors closed, a brief silence fell. Lily watched the floor numbers ascend, pursing her lips. She stole a glance at Leo, who looked as unconcerned as ever. This was the first official meeting of their parents. How was he not nervous? Then again, since his father wasn't here, perhaps it wasn't that formal after all. Maybe his mom really was just here for a meal. She worried, though. Marriage was always a matter between two families. Even though his parents were kind to her, she worried they would look down on her family background. To put it bluntly, she felt like a burden. She hadn't even finished paying back the money for her mother's surgery. A thought struck her, stunning her into stillness. Leo loved to slack off. She'd noticed it from the very beginning. But then, why did you suddenly think of making games? He had once been asked. For you, of course, he had replied. And at the time, they weren't even together. Lily's eyes widened as she stared at the man beside her. How many truths had he spoken as a joke? Before she could process it, Leo's hand found hers. With Sophie right there, Lily tried to pull away, but his grip was firm. She had no choice but to relent. She swore she had struggled. The elevator stopped on the 14th floor. Just a second before Sophie turned around, Leo finally let go. Which door is it? Sophie asked, pretending not to see her son's hastily released hand or Lily's nervous flush. Always taking advantage, this boy was even worse than his father. 1402, Leo replied calmly, as if nothing had happened. Just as he was about to step out, his arm was gently pulled back. What's wrong? How did you get the idea to start a company? Lily asked in a small voice. Leo paused for a moment, then said coolly, for world peace. Sophie had barely knocked twice when the door swung open. She was surprised to see Sarah walking relatively smoothly on her own. Sarah, I've come to mooch a meal, Sophie announced, her boisterous style belying her age. Good, good. Come in and sit. Lily, quickly get your aunt some water. Sarah was more reserved, a stark contrast to her cheerful guest. Leo felt it wasn't his place to interject, so he plopped onto the sofa and started munching on an apple. Auntie, have some water, Lily said, placing a steaming glass on the table. You sit here for a bit. I'll go finish cooking, Sarah said with a faint smile. Sophie stood up. Let me help. No, no. Watching them go back and forth, Leo speechlessly tossed his apple core into the trash. You two just sit and talk. I'll cook the rest. He walked towards the kitchen. Lily looked at the two women, then mumbled, I'll go help, and quickly followed him. In such a tense situation, she'd rather die than be there without Leo. Look at this. I was supposed to prepare everything, Sarah said, embarrassed. Isn't this good? The children have grown up, Sophie replied, unconcerned. The living room fell quiet, save for the faint hum of the range hood from the kitchen. Sarah felt rusty, having not had a proper conversation with anyone in years. Sophie pretended to be busy, frowning at her phone while she sent a text. Sophie, honey, I'm so nervous. What should I say? Marcus Chun, talk about the weather, the price of vegetables, just small talk. Don't mention marriage. Let the two kids simmer, let them figure it out themselves. You can't rush things, understand? Sophie, why are you talking about boiling children? That sounds awful. But I really want Lily to be my daughter-in-law now. Did you know? In the elevator, I saw them secretly holding hands in the reflection. Lily is really bold now. Our Leo just gently held her hand, and she held his right back. Marcus Chin, just stick to watching your dramas. Are you seriously shipping your own son? In the kitchen, Leo watched a fish thrashing inside a plastic bag. It had been out of water for so long, yet it was still so lively. Should we make grilled fish? Like the one we had at the restaurant? Lily suggested, holding the bag with both hands. Sure. Give it to me. I'll figure out how to. Finish it. The girl shook her head. I'll do it. Leo had always been surprised that Lily dared to kill a fish. It just didn't match her usual timid demeanor. He himself had a bit of a trauma from watching a chicken run around headless as a child. The fish thrashed, and Lily struggled to hold the bag. How could such a delicate girl do such a brutal thing? This fish is really lively, Leo remarked. In response, Lily slammed the fish's head against the edge of the counter. With a thud, the creature went still. If only you were this well-behaved before bed every night, Lily said nonchalantly as she took the motionless fish out of the bag. Leo instinctively shrank into a corner. Master Chun was getting scared. You don't like killing fish? Lily asked, turning to see Leo's strange reaction. He nodded repeatedly. Whenever he bought fish for his mother, he would wait as long as it took for the fishmonger to kill and gut it. The girl gave him a small smile, revealing her cute dimples. Then I'll cook from now on, and you can just be in charge of eating. Her omnipotent boyfriend was afraid of bugs and killing things. How amusing. No, my conscience wouldn't allow it. You can just eat more, get a little fatter, and that will make up for it. Lily came closer and poked his lips. She had tried so hard to help him gain weight, but he seemed to be one of those people who just couldn't. I don't want to get fat, he retorted immediately. I won't dislike you for it. As she spoke, she fed him a slice of cucumber. It was crisp and delicious even raw. After a moment, Leo insisted on taking over the gutting, so Lily went to make soup. Her income from drawing was growing. Though she still wore a down jacket bought on sale, she was now willing to splurge on things like black-boned chicken. After all, clothes were just for her, but this was something Leo and her mother could both enjoy. Soon, Sophie came in from the living room to check on them. The two kids were bustling around, looking quite capable. She walked happily to the soup pot and sniffed. It smells so good. Let me see what you've cooked. Sophie froze. You don't need to put so many goji berries in black-boned chicken soup, silly girl. They were meant to be a simple garnish, but here, good heavens, a thick layer floated on top. This was enough to cause a nosebleed. I wanted to help Leo replenish his strength, Lily said, lowering her head truthfully. The statement made both Leo's and Sophie's eyes widen. It was enough for Sophie's imagination to run wild. Replenish his strength, huh? Good, she stammered. It's not just for middle-aged people, I suppose. After a few more awkward remarks, Sophie walked out of the kitchen with a dazed look, giving Leo a meaningful glance that seemed to say, you've grown up, or perhaps, you beast, I don't have a son like you. Leo couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed Lily's shoulders, utterly shocked. Lily, do you know what you just said? My mom will definitely misunderstand. He patted his own cheek. Do I look like I need to replenish my strength? But the internet said, that thing has a big impact on the body. The girl blinked blankly, counting on her fingers. Insomnia, frequent dreams, loss of appetite, back and knee soreness, deteriorating vision, and dark circles. What? Leo was stunned. Was she stacking debuffs on him? He held up one finger. Just that one time. And that was over half a month ago. That frequency is not only not harmful, compared to other guys, it's practically a health regimen. Mia was truly to blame, teaching her all sorts of nonsense, but none of the proper, necessary knowledge. Don't believe what you read on the internet, Leo said, rubbing his forehead. His entire reputation was ruined. In the living room, Sarah looked at a worried Sophie, confused. What's wrong? Nothing. Sophie waved her hands. If she said it out loud, lunch would probably be canceled. She was just now realizing the downside of being the girl's parent. You had to worry every day that your precious little cabbage would be eaten by that pig. She wasn't worried about Chloe Chun, though. She'd never seen such an unruly cabbage. While the kids cooked, the two mothers chatted. Honestly, Sophie said, the first time Lily came to my house, I touched the calluses on her hands and immediately liked this girl. She sighed. Lily has had it tough. She really has. Life doesn't get better overnight. For women of their generation, they understood the bitterness of growing up among privilege without any of it yourself. Sophie then noticed Sarah's eyes were red. They were only a few years apart, but Sarah's hair already had a patch of white. She patted Sarah's shoulder. You've had it tough too, Sarah. The words seemed to break through Sarah's defenses. She rubbed her eyes, her voice trembling. What parent would be willing to let their child suffer? Back then, Lily didn't like to talk and was bullied at school. She was afraid of worrying me, so she'd never tell me. She would always cry it out outside before coming home, thinking I didn't know. But I knew. A child comes home with red eyes. What parent can't tell? But we were alone, and I couldn't even stand. How could I stand up for her? One time, she was crying by the door. I hid behind it and cried with her, neither of us making a sound. Afterward, I told her she'd be better off in another family. But she just shook her head and said other mothers weren't as good as me. She was only in junior high. At that moment, I was so happy, but I also wanted to die. Sophie's eyes reddened too. She smiled. It's better now? When Leo makes Lily angry, we'll chase him and beat him up together. Sarah managed a wry smile, pinching her leg and feeling the pain she hadn't felt in years. Leo paid for this. I know, Sophie said. He notified me. He was going to do it whether I agreed or not. I don't know how to repay your family, Sarah said, her eyes downcast. You don't owe us anything. That was his money, not ours. He's willing to be good to his mother-in-law to win his wife. We can't control that. That's not it. You're just good people. To be honest, Sophie leaned in. Lily and I are similar, but I'm nowhere near as strong. My dad died early, and my mom raised me alone. She followed me to university and collected scraps nearby to support us. The kids in my class would say, her mom is a scrap collector. So my mom started pretending not to know me when she saw me. My husband couldn't stand it and got into so much trouble for defending me. We got together, and our lives got better, but my mom didn't live to see us get married. A bitter smile touched her lips. I was just cared for by one loving person after another. Sarah sighed deeply. It's all in the past. Yes, Sophie nodded. It's all in the past. My past, Lily's past, it's over. Sarah looked towards the kitchen, a sense of peace washing over her. It's good that things are good now. Sophie followed her gaze. Yes, it's good that things are good now. Back in the kitchen, Leo frowned at a small cut on Lily's finger. How did you get cut by the fish fin? Are you silly? I'm not silly. You kept trying to take over, and you say you're not silly. Leo was speechless. Lily must have been an ox in her past life. She puffed her cheeks. I just wanted you to do less. The cut wasn't bleeding much. Leo blew on it gently. Does it still hurt? Not anymore. If it hurts again, come find me, and I'll blow on it again. Lily stood on her toes and planted a soft kiss on his cheek. It doesn't hurt anymore. By noon, Leo and Lily had prepared a full table of dishes. Sophie helped Sarah to the table, the two of them chatting and laughing. Seeing his mom and future mother-in-law getting along so well, Leo felt a bit dazed. It was a good thing for their parents to have a harmonious relationship, but if it was too good, the guy usually suffered. Leo suddenly feared for his future family status. If he ever wronged Lily, he'd probably be put on trial. While Leo was lost in thought, Lily sneakily sat down next to him. The two parents said nothing, quietly sitting opposite them. Sarah gave a wry smile, sighing inwardly. Though her impression of Leo was excellent, as the girl's parent, she was still worried about her naive little cabbage. Lily's personality was so soft, she might let him have his way in everything. Well, now she felt she didn't need to worry anymore. It had nothing to do with him. It was her own little cabbage eagerly running into his mouth. Who could you even complain to about that? No wonder they say a grown daughter can't be kept at home. Go on, try it, she said to Sophie. Sophie didn't hesitate, taking a bite. I really love Lily's cooking. Leo's face darkened. Mom, I made that. Sophie was shocked. Don't fool me. How could I not recognize my own son's cooking? Unconvinced, she tried the shredded cabbage. Lily made this one, she said firmly. Her family all liked strong flavors. Only her son preferred a light diet. This dish was a bit salty, so it definitely wasn't Leo's. Leo sighed. Wrong, I made this one. Sarah felt awkward, even starting to pity her future son-in-law. She took a bite of scrambled eggs with cucumber and quickly said, this must be Leo's, no doubt. He always cooks on the lighter side. Lily, who had been feeling sorry for Leo, suddenly felt wronged. Mom, don't talk nonsense. You eat my cooking every day, can't you tell? After a few seconds of silence, Sophie suddenly smiled. Sophie, what are you laughing at? Sarah asked, puzzled. I just suddenly feel we don't have to worry about these two kids fighting in the future. After all, they could even unconsciously adjust their cooking habits to suit each other. If they could accommodate each other to this extent, what conflicts couldn't be resolved? What was wrong with shipping her own son's relationship? It was better than any TV drama. The two parents didn't dare guess the rest of the dishes. To ease the tension, Sophie brought up many of Leo's embarrassing childhood stories, and the entire meal was spent in laughter. In the afternoon, Lily had class, and Leo had to go to the company. They said their goodbyes and walked downstairs into the white world. Their feet crunched on the thin snow, leaving 2 rows of shallow footprints behind them. Leo blew warm air onto his left hand while holding the girls with his right. Lily let him pull her along, walking unsteadily on the curb with her arms outstretched like on a balance beam. Why are you acting like a little kid? Leo teased. This was something he'd outgrown in elementary school. Lily hummed in dissatisfaction. I'm not that old yet. Leo's lips curved. After New Year's, you'll be heading towards 30. Huh. Lily was so startled, she almost fell off the curb. She stood up straight and looked at Leo with utter confusion. Leo smiled at her foolish expression. You'll be 20 then, aren't you heading towards 30? Lily didn't want to talk. If not for her hat, she would have given him a rocket headbutt. After a moment, Leo leaned closer. Don't sprain your ankle. Okay. The snow was thin and packed down in the tire tracks, making it slippery. Leo took a running start and slid for a good distance. Lily watched him play with a blank expression. He had just called her childish. Why are you acting like a little kid? She mimicked his earlier tone. Try not to play if you're so capable. Lily's cheeks puffed out. She took a running start and slid towards him. Leo saw her with her arms spread and thought she was coming for a hug, so he stood there waiting. But she had no intention of stopping. By the time Leo realized it, it was too late. He was tackled to the ground. Fun, isn't it? The girl giggled, her hair spilling onto his face. Leo looked up at the blue sky, then pinched her cheek. Great. Now I have to go back and change. Isn't this a good opportunity to spend more time with me? Lily, dressed like a penguin, rubbed her cheek against his. She wanted to take a nap with him. Now, she was completely unwilling to nap alone. If I don't work and just stay with you, are we going to live on air? Leo chuckled. Seeing no one around, Lily had no intention of getting up. The girl poked his nose with her finger, then, remembering a movie they had watched, she lifted his chin with her knuckle. Come with me. I'll support you with my drawing. Leo blinked. Though he never took her unrealistic idea seriously, probably no guy could hear such words and remain unmoved. Lily's cheeks were cold, but he couldn't help but kiss one. He thought for a moment. Then, instead of following the movie's script, he simply said softly, "Then I'll wait for you." Downstairs at the rental apartment, most of the snow had been cleared. As they reached the building entrance, they saw an old man from their building sweeping. Leo recognized him as a genuine war veteran who often swept the hallways for exercise. "Grandpa, not resting at noon?" Leo greeted him cheerfully. The white-haired man paused. "When you're old, you don't need much sleep." His eyes widened as he saw Leo covered in snow and mud. "What have you been up to, kid?" "I fell on the road," Leo said, scratching his head awkwardly. He couldn't exactly say his girlfriend had tackled him into a snowbank. "I'm heading back now. Come over for dinner sometime, you too." The old man waved them off. In this old neighborhood, most people were easygoing, which Lily both liked and found troublesome. She always stammered when people greeted her. "Okay," Leo replied, brushing uselessly at the snow on his clothes before heading up the stairs. Lily, the culprit, followed timidly behind, wondering if she was a sheep walking into a tiger's den. Once they were back inside, Leo opened the door, stepped aside, and looked at her with a calm expression. This made Lily extremely nervous. She pressed herself against him, blinking. "I'm sorry, okay? I'll help you wash your clothes later." Leo remained unmoved. He sat on the sofa and made a grasping motion with his hand. Lily hung up her jacket. Underneath, she wore a form-fitting black turtleneck that highlighted her figure, paired with winter jeans. She pursed her lips and walked to him. "It's cold. If you want to touch my leg, can you do it over my clothes? Let me check your conscience." I have to go draw now." Lily quickly dodged away from the well-dressed beast. Leo's lips curved. He picked up his dirty clothes and headed to the bathroom. If he didn't wash them, this naive girl really would. And he couldn't let her touch the bone-chilling water. A man with a seven-figure net worth, washing his own clothes. What a world. Half an hour later, Leo leaned against the bedroom doorframe, looking exasperated. "You call me here to nap with you, and then you leave me all alone?" He couldn't help but imagine the conversation at work. "Where's our boss? He went to nap with someone." It would be an explosive piece of gossip in any century. "It's not napping with someone. That sounds so awful." Lily mumbled, her eyes still fixed on her computer screen. She read a message out loud. "Dear Mu, we sincerely invite you to participate in the ACG exhibition hosted by our company on December 16th. She looked up at Leo. "Is this a scam?" Leo walked over, his hand finding her waist as he leaned in to look. Before she could pinch him, he froze. "It's an official account. This seems real. Where is it?" "Hangqing National Convention and Exhibition Center." Lily felt more and more puzzled. Why did they invite me? First, 30,000 followers isn't a small number for an artist. Second, they don't have to pay a guest fee for someone at your level, Leo explained patiently. Holding it at the convention center means it's a big event. If you go, it's great publicity and a chance to network. It's a win-win. Will there be a lot of people? Lily felt a headache coming on. Attending a convention was worse than death for someone who couldn't even talk to strangers. "Can I not go?" "Of course," Leo nodded, but still encouraged her. "But I personally suggest you experience everything at least once." Lily adjusted her position, leaning back into his embrace and closing her eyes. "Is this also part of the plan?" "This is definitely part of the plan," Leo confirmed, holding her hand. "The kind that adds a point to your assessment standard. Do you have time to go with me?" "I can have time," Leo said seriously, already calculating how to clear his schedule. This was a huge step for her, more important than anything else. Lily understood the difference between having time and can have time. She lowered her eyes, wondering if she could go alone. It was part of their plan, something they had agreed upon. He was so patient with her, she shouldn't keep running away. Just then, new comments popped up under her latest artwork. A fan was taking a 3-hour train just for a chance to get her sign drawing. Another joked about not knowing her gender. A third mentioned she seemed to be a fan of the boss of Polaris Company, Leo's company. I'll try," Lily said, mustering her courage. She looked down and noticed a bulge in her sweater where his hand had been. Leo cleared his throat. "This sweater has a nice texture." "You're shameless." In the evening, Lily left class with Mia. As they walked, she mentioned the convention. Mia was immediately excited. "I heard a big company is sponsoring it. Do you want me to go with you?" Lily asked softly. Mia sighed. "I'd love to, but I have no vacation days left." She snorted. "It's all your fault. If you were braver, I wouldn't be in this mess." "Mia, you're getting meaner," Lily said, biting her lip with a wronged expression. Mia threatened her with her canine teeth, but then started giving her advice on getting tickets. After a long speech, Lily finally said quietly, "I was invited, I don't need a ticket." Mia was speechless. What is it with you two and waiting to be asked before you show off? But looking at Lily's clear eyes, she felt she was being petty. Leo probably won't have time, right? She realized. With your social anxiety, would he really let you go alone? Next week was their new games test launch. He wouldn't want to, Lily answered with certainty. But he will, because it's what we agreed upon. She knew he was trying to be her support, not her crutch. Just then, a boy with a buzz cut approached them, clearly pushed by his friends. He ignored Mia and stared straight at Lily. Hi, can I have your contact information? Mia stepped in front of Lily. Sorry, no. She has to hurry home to cook for her husband. The boy looked stunned but didn't believe it. He looked expectantly at the beautiful girl. Under his hopeful gaze, she spoke with a firm expression. No, you can't. My husband will be unhappy. The boy was stunned, his mouth opening and closing, but no words came out. The group had no choice but to leave dejectedly. Lily watched them go, then took a few slow, deep breaths. What's wrong with you? Mia asked, looking at her curiously. So nervous. Lily said softly, her voice sounding drained. She had no idea how she had looked on the outside, but inside, she had been terrified. Nervous? Do you have any idea how cool you were just now? Mia looked at her with an infatuated expression. If I were Leo, I'd marry you on the spot. So cold and decisive when rejecting others, a true ice queen. But in front of Leo, she wanted to cling to him like a little cat. Who wouldn't love a girlfriend like that? Mia practically ground her back teeth. Damn it. She didn't envy gods or lovers, just Leo-chun, every single day. Why are you suddenly hugging me? Lily felt a bit squeezed by Mia's embrace and couldn't help but ask. Mia smiled, her eyes narrowed, and rubbed her cheek against Lily's. Because you suddenly seem so wifely. Such a great girlfriend, she sighed. If only I were a guy. Hearing this, Lily immediately took 2 steps to the side, keeping her distance. You're a bad person, she whispered. I am not. While Lily was out for a walk with Mia, Leo was sitting on the sofa in his apartment, his expression grim. The room was dark, illuminated only by the faint glow of his laptop screen, which reflected in his eyes. Ethan Ping's voice came from the computer. So, conservatively estimating, our game's launch will likely be a bit later than theirs. It seems they've thrown all shame to the wind. They claim to be a subsidiary of the Lin Corporation, but it's clear the parent company is directly involved. A studio our size couldn't possibly have this much power otherwise. Look at their marketing push. I don't think even Tencent's top studios could pull off something this big. Leo was silent for a moment. How many people have they poached from us during this time? We raised salaries, so they actually didn't manage to get many, Ethan replied. Leo gave a bitter smile without saying a word. So they'd stooped to just throwing money at his employees. Was this the reality of business warfare? Not some grand, complex strategy, but just brute, simple force? It was like how some delivery platforms dominated the market, bleed money with endless promotions, drive out competitors who couldn't afford to keep up, and once the monopoly was established, start hiking up the prices. As Leo pondered, Ethan let out a sigh. Actually, it's okay if we're a little late, boss. It's better to take the loss. Trying to compete with a multi-billion-dollar corporation on their own terms is playing right into their hands. If they increase their investment, their opponents would just pour in more money, poaching employees regardless of the cost. They could just hire people away to sit on the sidelines, just so they couldn't work for him. There was nothing they could do against that kind of capital. Ethan felt that the smarter choice was to endure it and wait for their turn. It's fine. There's a way to win even when you're slower, Leo said, a corner of his mouth lifting. We might just be able to catch this tailwind. The competitor had chosen to steal their data, handing him a bomb. It wouldn't be unreasonable for him to detonate it if he was in a bad mood. From now on, let's focus all our efforts on game stability. We just need to not make any mistakes, he continued softly. Look on the bright side. The fact that we're being targeted from all sides just proves we're onto something big. I can guarantee that. There won't be any slip-ups. Good. That's all for now. Leo had full confidence in Ethan's abilities. The guy practically lived at the office. Even a capitalist would shed a tear. After the call ended, Leo leaned back on the sofa, staring at the ceiling. Good heavens, the idea that being a boss is easy was a lie on the same level as college is all about having fun. He had fallen for the latter and worked like a dog studying law. Now he'd fallen for the former and was leading a pack of people to work like dogs. Another day of wishing I'd just taken the civil service exam, he muttered. He suddenly realized that while he'd been on the call, the boisterous sounds of the neighborhood kids had vanished, and the sky had grown completely dark. It felt like waking up from a nap, alone, to find the day had ended. It was a feeling that always brought a wave of melancholy. Whenever he felt down now, Leo would think of her, of how she would cling to him. He would remember her smile, her clumsy, endearing ways. He wondered what Lily was doing. Though he could hold her in his arms every day at noon, the nights were ultimately lonely. The comfort of sleeping with her that one night only made the subsequent nights feel emptier. He wished they could live together soon. But before that, they'd have to get engaged. He had to be responsible, to make it proper so it wouldn't negatively affect her reputation. It was a long road ahead. Master Chen took a sip of water, his expression placid, and began to devise a new plan. Stoke the fire, add the wood. Just as Leo was getting lost in his melancholy, he heard the sound of a key in the lock. Lily stepped in quietly. Seeing the pitch-black room, she didn't close the door right away, instead turning on her phone's flashlight. She used its light to navigate to the living room, reaching for the light switch. Suddenly, she saw a figure on the sofa, blinking at her. Ah! She jumped, startled. Once she recognized Leo's face, she calmed down. I thought you weren't back yet. Why didn't you turn on the lights? She asked when he remained silent. Why should a lonely old man turn on the lights? Leo pushed aside his phone, his laptop, and all his worries, forcing a faint smile. Lily paused. Then, without even taking off her coat, she sat on his lap, her arms gently wrapping around his neck. Her shimmering, autumn water eyes gazed at him. The room was dark. They could only vaguely make out each other's expressions. Leo's smile widened. Much better now. Hearing this, the girl planted a light kiss on his forehead, her stray hairs tickling his cheek. Be happy, she whispered. Leo smiled and buried his face in her neck, taking a deep breath. I'm not unhappy. I don't believe you. Why can I never hide it from you when I'm unhappy? Leo wondered. Lily let out a long sigh that was part exasperation, part amusement, but her face still held a gentle smile. Leo. The girl cupped his face, looking into his eyes as her fingers gently smoothed his furrowed brow. Don't you ever think you can hide from someone who only has eyes for you? Leo remained still for a moment, as if frozen. During that time, Lily just smiled and kneaded his face, pulling it into all sorts of strange expressions. As she was playing with his face, her wrist was suddenly caught, held fast. What are you doing? Lily sensed that things were about to get serious. Before she could ask again, her lips were covered by Leo's. A long time later, looking at Lily lying on her back on the sofa, her face flushed. Leo finally smiled with satisfaction. That's more like it. A silly little girl, acting so bold in front of me. This naive girl was strange. She often forgot to breathe when they kissed. It seemed that for her, breathing during a kiss was as difficult as drawing a circle with her left hand and a square with her right. Lily bit her lip, feeling wronged. This person really couldn't take a joke. She was the only one allowed to get flustered and red-faced. The moment she gained the upper hand, Leo would retaliate in this way. Wait, maybe she could too. After thinking about it, she decided against it. It felt like no matter how they retaliated, Leo would always come out on top. The thought itself made her blush. She quickly turned over and buried her face in a pillow. But thanks to you, I'm much happier now. Leo clapped his hands. I'll cook today. Lily gently threw the pillow at Leo to show her dissatisfaction, then stood up, tidying her hair. I'll do it, she said softly. Leo caught the flying pillow in one hand. Then rock, paper, scissors. Winner doesn't have to cook. Okay. The moment Lily said okay, the pillow she had just thrown boomeranged and hit her on the head. You only know how to bully me. They played rock, paper, scissors while throwing the pillow back and forth at each other, and it took a while to determine a winner. I win, Lily said softly, looking at her rock and Leo's scissors. As the victor, she didn't seem very happy. I lose, I'll cook, Leo said, walking to the fridge to see what ingredients he could ruin. Actually, cooking for himself was quite nice. He was tired of takeout. Several times before, when he was starving, he would open the delivery app and stare at it for half an hour without deciding what to eat. He had tried all the fast delivery options nearby, and he had eaten his favorites so many times that he no longer craved them. Just like some fast food is only good on certain deal days, because eating it every day really gets old. Ultimately, the best solution was to find a girlfriend who was an amazing cook. As he thought about it, Leo glanced at Lily again and couldn't help but smile. That silly girl was still lying on the sofa, hugging her legs, looking weak, pitiful, and helpless. Who could resist bullying you when you look so cute, even when you're wronged? Master Chen muttered to himself, absolving himself of all guilt, and swaggered into the kitchen. After a while, as he was cooking, Leo suddenly heard the pitter-patter of slippers getting closer. Before he could turn around, the girl hugged him tightly from behind. What's wrong? Leo looked down at Lily's arms wrapped around his waist, turned down the heat a little, and asked curiously. Give me a point, Lily said, rubbing her cheek against Leo, not at all shy about acting like a cat. Leo was a bit puzzled. Why? Lily slowly explained. Today, a guy came up to me on the street and asked for my number. I was so scared, but I rejected him myself, without me as help. Really? Leo's eyebrow shot up. And how did you reject him? I said my husband would be unhappy. My wife is amazing. Come here, give me a kiss. Let me finish. Lily wiped her mouth and gestured to her forehead. Do you think I should buy a hat? Although ever since Leo's speech that day, fewer people had been bothering her, there were still a few stragglers who hadn't gotten the memo, so she was actually starting to miss the days when she was invisible. Leo suddenly smiled. There's a simpler way. What? Go get a marriage certificate. The next time someone asks for your number, you can just shove it in their face. Leo patted his chest. I'm a nice guy. I'll help you out. I'll go with you to get one. There are still 304 days left. What 304 days? No, nothing. Lily quickly waved her hands and slipped out of the kitchen. By 10 o'clock at night, Lily was sitting on the sofa researching what to prepare for the anime convention. Leo held her in his arms, occasionally sniffing the faint fragrance of her hair. It was strange, but this naive girl smelled amazing all over. Girls were just fragrant, soft creatures. My mom is asking when I'm coming back, Lily said suddenly, looking at a message. Tell her right now. Leo bent down and picked up the car keys from the coffee table. I'll take you back. After closing the door, Leo reached out and poked the girl's forehead. Aren't you tired of going back and forth like this every day? It's fine. No, you're tired. You should just stay here. No. Lily turned her head, and the little ball on top of her hat swayed with the movement. How could she? If she stayed here every day, not to mention Leo, she wasn't sure she could control herself. Master Chun tested the water temperature and spun the keys in his hand with satisfaction. As long as this frog turned her head or looked away when she refused, it meant she wasn't far from being fully cooked. Was he kidding? The title of Master of Boiling Frogs wasn't just for show. On the day of December 6th, the first day of the Hangqing Anime Convention, and also the day of the internal beta test for Leo's company's second game, Leo arrived at the company entrance, yawning, before the sky had even fully brightened. This was the earliest he had ever arrived since the company was founded. A boss waking up this early. Is there any justice in the world? Anyone who comes in later than me must have their salary docked. He muttered to himself as he pushed open the door, only to find the office already full. He, the boss, was still the last one to arrive. Even Mia was there, munching on chips at her desk. He walked slowly to Mia's desk and said, "Stop working." Mia jumped. Am I fired? That couldn't be right. She had always been a menace. Why would she suddenly be fired today? The self-reflection of a terrorist was always so unique. Leo was a bit speechless. My wife is attending the anime convention today, and I can't get away. Go keep her company. Who's your wife? I don't approve of this marriage. Lily and I are a match made in heaven. Who are you? An old hag, to object? Leo didn't want to waste time. He tapped the desk with his finger. Paid leave. Are you going or not? You should have said so earlier. Mia didn't even pack her things, just stood up to leave, grinning. You're making me seem so presumptuous. I've thought you and Lily were a match made in heaven since I was a child. Leaving behind a piece of flattery, the head of the art department swaggered away. Before the meeting started, Leo and Jake were chatting in the office. Ethan Pong, seeing the two founders of the company whispering to each other, assumed it was some important, serious topic and didn't go in to say hello. Where's Mia? How come she's not at such an important meeting? Jake asked curiously. He didn't remember seeing her this morning. Does it make a difference if she's here or not? Leo said speechlessly. She would just be slacking off anyway. I sent her to keep Lily company at the anime convention. Jake nudged Leo's arm. Hey, tell me, how far have you and my daughter-in-law gotten? Kids should mind their own business. Leo couldn't be bothered. He was always the one taking advantage of others. He would never let others take such a small advantage of him. Jake hissed. You two have been staying in the same apartment every day at noon for so long, can I ask? I'm not in a hurry. I'll go at her pace. Anyway, the latest would be when we're officially licensed. I'm impressed. You're a true man. Jake gave a thumbs up, genuinely admiring his friend. He then asked, but I really don't get it. Such a beautiful girl sleeps next to you every day at noon, and you can control yourself? How the hell do you do it? Teach me. Bro, I need to learn. He could control himself because Chloe Liu was a 5th-degree black belt and could easily hang him up and beat him. If he dared to make a move, he'd probably end up with 3 broken legs, so he had to be an honest pillow. Leo's situation was different. It was unbelievable that Leo could hold back. Humph. Under Jake's confused gaze, Leo snorted disdainfully. I can now recite the preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tung backwards. Leo then yawned lazily. Don't just ask about me. How's your own love life progressing? Jake didn't answer. Instead, he silently held up his phone, showing Leo the text of the preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tung that he had just looked up. He wasn't in much of a hurry either. It was a strange contradiction. People wanted their significant other to be reserved and not casual, yet they also hoped for intimacy to happen quickly. As long as Chloe Liu wasn't reserved only towards him, then her being conservative wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Leo understood immediately and couldn't help but chuckle. So, you're playing the virtuous gentleman too. I've forgotten all of this since starting college, Jake sighed. I couldn't remember a single line just now. You can't just memorize it by rote. Leo chuckled. If you research the background a little and get interested, it'll stick with you much better. If it weren't for the pressure of exams, literature would be an incredibly romantic subject. So many people had memorized those timeless masterpieces but were rushed along by academic pressure, never having the time to stop and appreciate the stories behind them. Life was too hard. No one had the time to experience these things. My brain can't hold that much stuff. I just want to go to the docks and get some fries, Jake said, leaning back in his chair with an air of detachment. Leo couldn't be bothered to instill these humanistic sentiments in him and change the subject. Your dad was asking about your relationship progress, you pervert. I'm planning to take her home for New Year's. Hearing this, Leo's eyes widened. This was actually a huge deal. His father was the type to be extremely controlling, Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone so far as to choose his major for him. So it wasn't out of the question that he wanted to set Jake up with the daughter of some high-ranking official. Moreover, Jake had basically never gone home during his college years except for a few days during the new year. Who knew what kind of terrifying scene would unfold? Can you even pull your focus away from your career to be rushing to meet the parents? Leo was surprised. Even if you're both a year older than me, you're still only 22. Aren't you going to wait until things cool down with your family? It's almost New Year's. I'll be 23 next year. My youth is my youth, but so is hers. I can't just keep her waiting. Jake stubbed out his cigarette. Anyway, I don't want to break up, so we might as well settle down sooner. At least meet the parents first. I'll take her to meet mine on New Year's Day, and then I'll go to her house a couple of days after the New Year. Leo nodded slightly. It's a long and difficult road. What guy wasn't nervous about meeting his girlfriend's parents? After all, it was basically showing up to announce that you were going to steal their precious cabbage. Yeah, a long and difficult road. Jake suddenly gave a dry laugh and cursed. Damn it. This time last year I was still thinking about what game to play tonight. How did I suddenly start worrying about marriage? Bro, I'm really getting old, you know, he said, shaking the phone in his hand. Now when I want to play a game, I'll eagerly turn on my computer, look at a bunch of games, and not want to open any of them. In the end, the computer just sits there while I sit in my chair watching videos. Our mentality is off. Leo chuckled. My girlfriend gets a kick out of playing Plants vs. Zombies. On the other side, Lily had also arrived early at the anime convention. It seemed the officials wanted to make promotional materials for the guest artists. The sun hadn't fully risen yet, but a long line had already formed. A thin layer of mist filled the air, hiding the upper halves of the distant tall buildings. Lily was still obediently wearing her warm-down jacket. Mia, standing next to her, had also learned her lesson from the cold and had swapped her windbreaker for a long-down jacket. She suddenly quite liked this kind of clothing because no matter how different people's figures were, everyone looked the same in a down jacket. Look at her now. She was only a little less pretty than Lily, a little shorter than Lily, a little less graceful than Lily, and a little. I'm going home, Mia said suddenly with a straight face. Huh. Lily turned her head, a puff of warm air escaping her lips. Are you cold? Then I'll take you back. As she spoke, she took Mia's hand, which was indeed a bit red from the cold, and tucked it into her own pocket, warming it with her own hand. Mia's conscience pricked her again. She moved closer to Lily and stood still. I was just kidding. You shouldn't buy this kind of pocketless down jacket just because it looks good in the future, Lily said softly. I know. By the way, how did you suddenly have time to come with me? Lily asked curiously. Leo's company seemed to be very busy today. Even Leo, who loved to sleep in, had gotten up around the same time as her. Mia shrugged. Isn't it obvious? Of course, your man asked me to come with you. No matter how much she usually opposed Leo, she wasn't the type to hide his kindness. This morning, before the meeting even started, your guy suddenly told me that company decisions never seemed to have anything to do with me anyway, and then kicked me out to come with you. She then bit her lip. Actually, she was a little bit unconvinced. Ethan Peng, who was at the same level as her before, was now practically the second in command after Jake. She was the head of the art department, for crying out loud. She received a manager's salary every month, but she couldn't even attend a meeting like this, although she usually either spaced out or secretly played games during meetings. Lily blinked. She had already been thinking about Leo, and now she missed him even more. Just as she was about to say something, it was their turn for registration. Should I? Mia asked in a low voice. Lily slowly shook her head. No, I made a promise to Leo, she said softly, then mustered her courage, lifted her head, and walked forward. The masked staff member bowed politely. Hello, ma'am. May I have your ID? I need to verify it in our system. Lily quietly took 2 deep breaths, trying to calm herself down. Finally, she managed to squeeze out 2 words. Mu-ji mu. The girl opposite her frowned. I can't find your information. Could you please say the full name? Do I have to say the full name? Lily already wanted to run away on the spot. Yes, because I need to verify the guest information before I can let you in. Lily's cheeks were already slightly flushed. After a few more seconds, she finally stammered. The world's smartest Mu-ji mu. The staff member tried to suppress a laugh. Okay, could you please show me your direct message information? Mia, standing to the side, bit her lip so hard it turned white. This was the most painful she had ever had to hold back her laughter in her entire life. Seeing her like this, Lily's cheeks puffed out. She felt like dying. I need to change my name. Chapter 226. Why did she call me ma'am? I'm not even married yet, Lily asked, turning back after walking a few steps. Don't talk, just don't talk, Mia said, her face a mask of frustration. How could this person be so dense? It's the same as when they call you Master or Great One. You don't draw male characters, so you have fewer female fans. That's why you haven't been called that much before. After entering the vast venue, all that was left was to register for their promotional materials, which the organizers would then turn into posters or post online. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. The guests provided the draw, and the convention provided the publicity. When it was her turn to choose her promotional images, Lily mostly picked her fan art from Leo's game, Tower of Slaughter. After all, those were the works she had poured the most heart into. The staff member raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. While waiting for their booth assignment, Mia took Lily for a walk around the venue. The crowd was already starting to swell, making Lily feel a bit breathless. Mia, on the other hand, was relaxed. After starting to work as an artist, looking at these crowds gave her a strange sense of detachment. She and Lily had very different motivations. Lily was focused on earning money, so she wouldn't miss any opportunity to build her fan base. But Mia had never lacked for money. For her, drawing had always been a hobby. She had no intention of developing an online presence or making a living from her illustrations. As for why she was willing to work at Leo's company, first, she wanted to help him as a friend. Second, when Leo and Jake weren't around, her status as the boss's wife's best friend made her the de facto queen of the company. Was there a better work environment than that? Absolutely not. The conventions these past few years, they've changed. Just treat this one as a fun experience. In the future, unless you're invited, there's no need to attend, Mia said in a low voice, her gaze on a few cosplayers in the distance. Anyway, Leo just wanted you to see the world. The outfits those people were wearing probably wouldn't even pass the censors if photos were posted online. Though it was just a few individuals, the overall atmosphere had undeniably shifted. It wasn't like the old days. Okay, Lily replied straightforwardly, not even asking why. She knew that neither Leo nor Mia would ever harm her. She was just that trusting. Mia remembered her instructions from Leo and began to diligently explain the different types of booths and displays to Lily. Actually, many cosplayers are just here to have fun, wearing costumes to express themselves, just like me. She then pointed to some of the more prominent booths in the distance. This is a prime location. As a guest, you should be assigned here later. Won't there be a lot of people then? Lily mumbled. Standing in a place like this for a whole day would be pure torture. At that thought, she remembered the mask in her bag and quickly put one on. Then, under Mia's astonished gaze, she pulled out a baseball cap and settled it on her head. Anyone who didn't know better would think she was about to commit a crime. Lily, with this getup, up close, people will think you're some female celebrity, Mia said, exasperated. From a distance, you just look like a thief. Although it couldn't completely hide her gentle aura, anyone would initially think she was a dangerous person. Lily took out her phone to check her reflection, blinking blankly. She did look a bit like a thief, but it didn't matter. She felt much safer now. After a while, a staff member finally led them to their assigned booth. It was nothing like what Mia had predicted. In fact, it was the complete opposite. Everyone else's booths were clustered together, while theirs was relegated to a far-off corner, against a wall. The only one there. To make matters worse, the emergency exit was to their left, and the restrooms were to their far right. As they stood there in shock, Mia suddenly noticed a large cluster of booths in the distance promoting the very competitor they had been wary of. An outlandish thought crossed her mind. Even if they were in fierce competition, could they really be this petty? Mia frowned and grabbed Lily's arm. Lily, let's go. Lily, unaware of the situation, whispered, but people are coming for my signed drawings. I promised them. No one will even come to this spot. They're trying to force us to leave. The more Mia spoke, the angrier she got. This was childish beyond belief. Why are they trying to force us to leave? We didn't do anything. Lily asked blankly. The question stumped Mia. For a moment, she didn't know how to explain. Seeing Mia fall silent, Lily just quietly started setting up their booth. The convention had provided a metal table just long enough for an adult to lie on. Lily spread the tablecloth she had bought and began to arrange their things. She didn't say a word. In a way, she was used to this kind of unfair treatment. After all, it's the squeaky wheel that gets the grease, and she was always the one who couldn't bring herself to cry. As Mia had predicted, hardly anyone came by. It was the National Convention and Exhibition Center. After all, the place was massive. The two of them sat there quietly, watching the bustling crowds in the distance. The lively atmosphere over there seemed to have nothing to do with them. No one even glanced in their direction. It was a comfortable environment for Lily, but she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She had practiced for days, staying up late to make sure her signed drawings for her fans would be perfect. But now, she hadn't even given away a single one of the free souvenirs she had prepared. Her heart felt heavy. Just as she was about to sigh, her phone vibrated. It was a message from Leo. Leo, how's it going? Are there a lot of people asking for your signed drawings? Lily, no one. Leo, you wait. Your #1 fan is on his way. Wow. I can't believe I'm the first person to get a signed drawing from the future top domestic artist, Muji Mu. I'm going to be happy all day. Lily's lips curved into a smile, and the tears that had been welling up in her eyes immediately receded. She was always easy to coax. Lily, but it's really fun here. You focus on your work. Putting down her phone, she looked at Mia, who was yawning beside her, then back at the distant booths and the artists who had fans lining up for their signatures. Her eyes were filled with novelty. It did look like fun. After an unknown amount of time, a boy with a hiking backpack and square glasses ran over. Both of them perked up. This was their first customer after being here for half a day. But under their expectant gazes, the boy asked, "Are you a staff member?" Lily froze. "I'm not. I'm an artist." "Oh, sorry. I saw you standing by the emergency exit and thought you were part of the convention staff." "It's okay." Lily shook her head slowly and pointed into the distance. "If you're looking for the restroom, it's over there." "Thanks, thanks." The boy hurried off, apparently really just looking for the restroom. Mia suddenly had the urge to flip the table, but seeing Lily standing there like a petrified statue, looking utterly dejected, she froze. This naive girl must have prepared for so long. Knowing her personality, she would have practiced over and over, probably even rehearsing what she was going to say. "Lily, let's just sit and wait." Mia's entire demeanor softened, her tone becoming gentle. "What if there's a fan who's still looking for you?" Anyway, they had nothing else to do. Slacking off here was the same as slacking off anywhere else. It wasn't until past 11 that they got their second visitor. Lily was still spacing out when a long-haired girl in a sailor uniform tapped her on the shoulder. The girl looked at the art hanging at her booth and asked quickly, "You're Mu Ji Mu, right?" "I am. I'm Origami Tabichi, the one with 600,000 followers on the streaming site." The girl wanted to come closer for a hug, but seeing Lily's timid expression, she held back. "I've shared your art before." She decided not to mention that she had been looking for Lily for half the day and only found her by accident while looking for the restroom. Lily vaguely remembered her. "Thank you," she said softly. The girl in the sailor uniform looked at Lily's art again. "Don't you know? The company sponsoring this convention is a mortal enemy of Polaris Company. A lot of the invited big shots came with fan art for their new game. With the art you're displaying, I bet they're deliberately giving you a hard time. The person in charge of this project is pretty unreasonable." Lily was surprised. It took her a while to piece everything together. She finally understood why she had been inexplicably assigned to this spot. "Thank you," she said again. "Don't just thank me. Why aren't you worried?" The girl was getting anxious. "I love Tower of Slaughter too, but why go against money? If we can't earn money, our art is worthless. I don't have connections with the organizers from the Lin Corporation, but I'm pretty familiar with the event planners. Here, take down your art, and I'll take you to talk to the person in charge. Just say you accidentally uploaded some bad ones and want to re-upload." Lily blinked blankly and said softly, "Thank you. But no, thank you. You have to know, you've never promoted yourself on any other platform, never participated in any events. These 30,000 followers are all from you silently posting your art, without any filler." The girl grew more and more agitated, as if this were happening to her. "You're on a roll right now. If you take this opportunity to promote yourself, you could become really famous." Lily looked down at the few pieces of art she had selected, her fingers gently tracing them. She said softly but firmly, "This is more important to me than anything else. I don't want to take them down." These were the characters Leo had personally designed, and they were his favorites. That made them her favorites too. She had witnessed firsthand the long days and sleepless nights Leo had poured into these characters. This was Leo's passion. Now that she had drawn them with his companionship, it was their shared passion and the beginning of her own transformation. The girl in the sailor uniform looked very confused. She sighed and didn't say anything more. Perhaps everyone had their own priorities. Some people just weren't short on money. Unlike her, who was on the verge of eating dirt after a fight with her mom. "I have to go back to my signing. Let's do a collaboration on the streaming site sometime," she said, then slowly walked away. Lily wasn't good at dealing with such outgoing people and could only manage a soft Damn it. As soon as the girl left, Mia, who had been sitting silently on the stool, couldn't help but swear. Lily looked at the time. It was already 10:50 a.m. "Let's pack up," Lily said quietly, looking at her art. "We'll leave after we're done." To say these characters weren't suitable for display, just for a better spot? Impossible. Just as they were about to leave, they finally got a new visitor to their booth. But this was the longest Lily had ever been stunned. Because the person who came was Leo. Leo smiled and shrugged at Lily. "This is what you call really fun." Lily slowly lowered her head. From Leo's perspective, her entire face was hidden by the brim of her baseball cap. Leo walked slowly to the girl, gently lifted her face, and said softly, "Let me tell you something too. Never try to fool someone who only has eyes for you." Lily had been holding it together, but the moment she saw Leo, all her grievances came pouring out. She pressed herself against him, hugging him tightly. "How did you get assigned here?" Leo asked. "Did they give away the good spots because Lily is too quiet?" Mia, who had been a third wheel for half the day, finally found her chance to speak. She angrily explained the whole story. "How is your intel so bad? You didn't even know who was sponsoring this convention beforehand." "What am I, crazy? There are so many conventions, big and small. Who has the time to care who's investing in them?" Leo gently patted Lily in his arms and teased. "Oh, so they gave us such a spacious spot, huh?" Mia snorted disdainfully. "Of course. Look at this, so spacious. If there's an earthquake, we'll definitely be the first ones out." Short-sighted, Leo spat at her, then took out his phone. "Hey, Ethan Pum. Just like last time, get me another banner. This place is bigger, so get as many as you can. I'll send you the template later. You can decide on the content yourself." His lips curved upwards. Yes, you have free reign. I have full faith in your level of cringe. Chapter 227. Are you done with your work? If not, we can leave together, Lily asked in a small voice, still reluctant to let go of him. Good thing I'm done, Leo said, rubbing the girl's face. Look at how wronged my girlfriend is. Even with the mask and cap, her slightly red eyes were still visible. If it were just that no one had visited Lily's booth, Leo might have just taken her home. But this was deliberate exclusion, and he wasn't about to swallow this insult. Lily said no more. Her courage had run out, and now she just wanted to hug Leo and recharge. I can't get any points for this, she mumbled softly after a moment, a sentiment only the two of them would understand. Leo couldn't help but smile. It's still early. As Leo's most loyal and capable subordinate, Ethan Ping's efficiency was remarkable. It didn't take long for him to get the banners and deliver them. Leo stood at the entrance of the convention center, waving at him from afar. It's lunchtime. I'll treat you to a crepe. Eat with me before you go back, he said, taking the pile of banners into his arms. This Ethan Peng was practically his doorman, so useful. I'll take it back to the company. There's still work to do. Ethan replied, not standing on ceremony. All right then, make sure you rest. Your health is your most important asset, Leo said, taking a bite of a crepe he had bought. Life is short. Why waste it on overtime? Ethan was a bit speechless. It's pretty strange hearing that from you, the boss. Back inside the venue, Leo shared the crepes he had bought, then stood aside to study the distant booths. You right now remind me of a saying, Mia said suddenly. What? That year, I was 21, at the Hangqing Anime Convention, standing like a nobody. I don't play the 30 years East, 30 years West game, Leo said, dusting off the crumbs from his hands and standing up. I always get my revenge on the spot. He was about to hang the banners when Lily came over to help. What does it say? She asked curiously. You'll see when it's up. Lily looked at the smirk on Leo's face, her clear eyes filled with confusion. Once the banners were up, she did see, and she wanted to run away on the spot. Quasi-first-tier domestic artist Mu Ji-Mu's one and only signing at an anime convention. You've missed so many limited-time characters. Are you going to miss this limited edition art book too? The glaring words made her face flush. She quickly poked Leo's arm. If you make such a big claim, what about the future? Leo looked at what Ethan Peng had prepared and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. But he said coolly, we're not attending any more conventions in the future. What's wrong with what I said? After a while, a short-haired girl approached them and greeted them softly. Mia propped her chin on her hand and pointed to the side, saying boredly, the restroom is over there. I'm not here for the restroom. The girl looked up and confirmed the words on the banner again. Where is the great artist Mu Ji-Mu? That's me. Lily, who had been sitting on the side having her hands kneaded by Leo, timidly walked over. The girl was instantly thrilled. I took a 3-hour high-speed train to get here. I can't believe I actually got to meet you. I spent the whole morning looking for you, the short-haired girl said, pointing into the distance. This convention is ridiculous. If I had missed this, I would have regretted it for the rest of my life. It was the first time Lily had experienced such enthusiastic fans. The girl's eyes were practically glowing as she watched her sign. She looked at the sign drawing in her hand with satisfaction, then picked up a small gift box from the table. How much is this souvenir? I made it myself. It's free, Lily said in a small voice. Are you an angel? The girl couldn't help but look at Lily again. Even though she was so covered up, she felt that she must be a gentle and beautiful girl. Just looking at her made her feel starstruck. Her eyes were so beautiful. Great artist, can we take a photo together? Lily looked troubled, trying to figure out how to politely refuse. Sorry, the artist has social anxiety. No photos, Leo said, standing to the side. Only then did the girl notice him. And you are. He seemed quite handsome. I'm her boyfriend, Lily immediately said. Leo was stunned. Had this naive girl learned to stake her claim? That's great. The girl nodded gently. After seeing off the first fan, Leo went back to kneading Lily's hands. First one given away. Are you happy? Lily's visible eyes curved into a smile. Happy. It was the first time she had received such warm kindness. Mia, who had been slacking off, watched this scene fixedly. 1,000 gold pieces can't buy a beautiful smile, she thought. And wasn't Lily more beautiful than any so-called beauty? A little sacrifice for her best friend's happiness was nothing. She gritted her teeth and said to Leo, you watch the booth. I'll be right back. For what? I'm going back to change. In December in Hangqing, the lowest temperature was close to 0, and it had been snowing on and off recently. Mia returned in a cosplay costume. This was one of the reasons why she could act like a queen at the company, and Leo didn't mind. Just her kindness to Lily was enough to earn her a long-term meal ticket at the company. Her costume wasn't revealing at all, but with her good looks and professional demeanor, she was much more eye-catching than those in revealing outfits. And now, the huge banner was already flashy enough, and people in the distance could vaguely see a beautiful girl standing here, making them want to come over and take a look. People are strongly influenced by the herd mentality. The so-called bandwagon effect was much more evident in humans than in sheep. Word spread, and in less than an hour, This place had become a must-see spot at the convention. Some came for the limited sign drawings. Others came to take photos with the cosplay goddess. The reasons were varied and numerous. Among them were even some 10-year fans of the account Mu. People had a special fondness for limited and exclusive items. Otherwise, those unscrupulous manufacturers wouldn't release so many limited-time characters or skins. And those items labeled, while supplies last, that never seemed to sell out. Hearing that Mu's signing was a one-time only event, those who hadn't been introduced to Lily's account might be confused. They might think, who is Mu? But at the same time, many would come over to join the fun, thinking that with such a big setup, she must be a very famous artist. Or, it's her last signing, so whether I know her or not, what if I get something that becomes a collector's item? I'd be a fool not to. As they thought about how they'd be foolish not to take advantage of this, and lined up, they also added more authenticity to the idea that Mu is a famous artist in the eyes of others. This cycle repeated, and the crowd grew larger and larger, achieving Leo's initial goal. Originally, the only people who came here were those looking for the restroom. Now, those who needed the restroom couldn't even squeeze in. Opportunity often only comes to those who are prepared, and Lily happened to be the type of person who was always working hard and could seize the opportunity. Most people initially came over with a let's see what's going on attitude, but in the end, their attention was completely captured by Lily's art. Lily hadn't given away a single sign drawing in the morning, but in the afternoon, her hand was about to fall off from signing so much. Leo acted as her personal secretary, answering all sorts of questions for her. Only when the crowd thinned out did they have a chance to rest. Did we overdo it a little? Lily leaned close to Leo's ear, wiping his sweat as she whispered. She was now the most famous person at this convention. As for how many fans she actually had, no one seemed to care, and no one bothered to check. Isn't it great? Leo said nonchalantly. When we're old, we can sit together and talk about this, and remember that we were once young. There was nothing more touching to a girl than imagining the future. Lily was lost in thought for a moment, then gave a soft Before 2 p.m., all of Lily's self-made souvenirs were gone. I'm so lucky, I just caught the last one, a boy said, holding the gift box with a light laugh. That one's mine, Leo said. First come, first served, bro. I was clearly here first, Leo threatened coldly, getting carried away and forgetting he still wanted the item. I was here several hours before you. Just then, Lily leaned in close to Leo and whispered on her tiptoes. It's okay. I saved the most special one for you. Her words, mixed with warm breath, tickled his ear and seemed to blow straight into his heart, making it tremble. Oh, my apologies. Leo smiled cheekily and handed the last souvenir to the boy, saying generously, we're all brothers. I'll let you have this one. The boy looked down at the souvenir he had been so eager to fight Leo for just now. He suddenly felt like he had lost big time. With all the giveaways gone, Leo decided to print more of Lily's artwork. A larger print shop should have the special paper needed. While he was out, Lily and Mia took a break, finally in the mood to wander around. Mia spotted a girl cosplaying as a priestess from a famous anime and nudged Lily. You want to try wearing something like that? I'll buy you a costume. No, thank you. You don't think it's pretty? It would suit you so well. Mia was willing to bet that if you pulled 10 people off the street, at least 9 would think Lily would look stunning in it. I don't think it's not pretty. Lily shook her head slowly. I just don't think Leo would like it. Stop right there. Mia's tone turned icy. She poked Lily's forehead forcefully. Is your brain filled with nothing but Leo-chun? The poke hurt a little. Lily covered her forehead with both hands, looking wronged. That's just how it is when you're in a relationship. Even before they were officially together, she had already been worrying every day about whether Leo was eating properly. Mia instinctively wanted to argue, to say, are you, a naive girl, trying to teach me about relationships? But she caught herself. She'd never actually been in a relationship. She had no ground to stand on. Lily actually knew more about this than she did. She couldn't just say, that's not how relationships are, because she had no experience. While Mia was still at a loss for words, Lily continued softly. I think it's nice. It's a happy thing to have someone to care about. When I see him smile, I become happy too. Mia, you know I'm not a very ambitious person. For the past dozen years, I've just been living aimlessly, without any grand aspirations. Lily paused, her gaze fixed ahead, a blissful curve to her lips. So, he is my ideal for the rest of my life. There's a flaw in your logic. Mia, the perpetual single, couldn't help but argue. When he's sad, won't you be sad with him? Doesn't that just give you one more way to make yourself miserable for no reason? Lily stared at her as if she had said something incredible. The girl's beautiful eyes blinked twice. But I won't let him be sad. If he's sad, I'll just cheer him up, right? You. Mia was furious. Why was she playing third wheel to a couple in their honeymoon phase? Was she a glutton for punishment? By evening, with Leo's help, things had gone smoothly. Lily had experienced everything she wanted to, and had met all the fans who had come specifically for her. This naive girl's influence was much greater than he had imagined. The number of fans who came just for her was several times what Leo had expected. Unwilling to be subjected to any more public displays of affection, Mia grumpily called a rideshare and went home, not forgetting to flip off the hand-holding couple before she left. Watching the taxi disappear, Leo looked at Lily curiously. What's with her? She's been acting strange ever since I got back. I don't know. Leo reached out and took off Lily's mask. You look really good in a baseball cap, like a celebrity trying to go incognito. Lily smiled secretly. There wasn't a girl alive who didn't like being complimented by her boyfriend on her clothes. What was the discount, he asked. Lily pouted. He had just been complimenting her. The sky hadn't completely darkened yet, the fiery sun still hanging on the horizon. Not in a rush to go back, Leo took Lily for a stroll along the street. She linked her arm through his, and they walked slowly. A few sanitation workers were working overtime, clearing the snow from the sidewalks. In the park, a group of children ran tirelessly, slipping and falling, only to get up and run again. Snow was nature's toy for children. Do I have 2 points now? Lily asked suddenly. Leo nodded. Yep, 2 points. That was fast. Leo smiled and squeezed the girl's hand. Of course, it's because you worked hard. Even though I did most of the talking for you, you said more today than you usually do in a week. This naive girl really was trying. Lily pursed her lips. Can you praise me then? I can give you a kiss, Leo said. You say that as if I'm begging for it. Despite her words, the girl stood on her tiptoes and turned her cheek towards him. Leo grinned speechlessly and planted a kiss. How could anyone resist taking advantage of someone so naive? Am I eligible for a prize draw now? Lily asked curiously. She really needed one of those prevent Leo from being a hooligan cards. Desperately. You'll only have 1 point left if you draw. Leo cleared his throat. I suggest you try the free single draw first. You haven't tried it yet. How do I do that? Draw lots. The clever Lily frowned. Are you trying to trick me? You always clear your throat when you're up to no good. What are you talking about? Leo almost tripped on the flat, snowy ground. Since you don't trust me, how about this? I'll have Ethan Pung create a little program for you to draw from later. Lily said no more, adjusting the cap on her head and turning away. Leo let out a silent sigh of relief. That was close. This naive girl was getting smarter, but not completely. Luckily, he was still 1 step ahead. A few steps later, the sky grew darker. Leo exhaled a puff of warm air, watching it dissipate, then turned to look at the passing cars. The vehicles blurred into streaks of red and white light in his unfocused gaze. After a moment, his view was suddenly blocked by a long-haired girl. Lily had somehow moved in front of him. She reached out her hands and gently smoothed his brow. I told you before, you'll get wrinkles if you keep frowning. I'll remember what happened today, Leo said, taking the girl's cold hands in his. Lily tilted her head. But I was very happy. This is the first time I've done something like this with you. She put her hands behind her back. I'm happy as long as I'm with you. Leo paused for a moment, realizing he might have been wrong. This naive girl's thoughts were always so simple. She didn't care about being targeted, about the grudges and complications. As long as she was with him, she was happy. Leo's mood suddenly became a little complex. Lily gently bumped her forehead against his chest. I feel like people will make fun of me for that first-tier artist thing in the future. Don't worry, no one will remember something like this. Leo pulled the girl's hands into his own pocket, kneading them as they continued to walk. Besides, my girlfriend will definitely be a top artist in the country in the future. I'll work hard, Lily said, looking determined, though her voice was still nervous. What about you then? Will you become the leader of a Fortune 500 company, like Mia said? To her, Leo was already incredibly amazing. Leo looked at her like she was an idiot. Silly, by the time you're a top artist in the country, I'll obviously be at home, living off you. Okay, Lily's reply was, as always, unexpected. That's not the right reaction, Lily. Aren't normal people supposed to dislike it when their boyfriends aren't ambitious? It's not me who's not right, it's them. If I'm earning so much money by then, why should I let you go out and suffer? Leo nodded and asked her in return. Well said. So, your boyfriend is now the boss of a company. Why are you still working so hard? Lily froze. Why aren't you saying anything? What were we just talking about? I didn't hear clearly. As she spoke, Lily sneakily pulled her hand out of Leo's pocket and took off running. Don't learn the bad habits from me. Don't run. Lily had no stamina and couldn't run fast. After a few steps, she was apprehended by Master Chun. He caught her from behind, pinching her cheek with his right hand. So you've learned to play dumb, have you? Lily sighed, giving up the struggle. Leo, I really want to be rich. Before Leo could speak, she corrected herself. No, I'm really scared of not having money. Leo got excited. Do you know how much? No, how much satisfaction I've missed out on because of your lack of greed. He quickly pulled out the text message showing his bank balance, moving as fast as he could, as if afraid Lily would change her mind. Do we look like we're short on money? Lily was stunned for a moment. When she came to her senses, she first smiled sweetly, then shook her head. That's not what I mean, she said softly. If it's not money I earned, I don't feel secure. Is that hard to understand? Are you afraid I'll change my mind? Leo frowned. He had always found it strange. While it was a good thing that his girlfriend wasn't materialistic, Lily's case was a bit extreme. Most girls, if their mother needed surgery and their boyfriend had the funds and was willing to help, would borrow the money. Or at least pay off the debt. They had already decided to spend their lives together. There was no need to be so particular. While Leo was still puzzled, the girl took his hand and shook her head again. I'm not like you. I'm very confident that you'll love me forever. It's just a knot I can't untie in my heart. Under Leo's confused gaze, the girl walked slowly, speaking unhurriedly. My mom and I are doing well now. But have you ever thought about what would have happened if I hadn't met you? Leo looked up and thought for a moment. No, he didn't dare to think about it. Lily seemed to read his mind and said softly, it would have been miserable, right? So, thanks to you coming into my life, we're doing well now. But I still have to work hard on my own. It's a promise I made at my father's grave when I was a child. Leo didn't speak, just listened quietly. Lily had never been this talkative, even with him. He felt as if she was bearing the last hidden part of her heart to him. Leo, not having money is truly terrifying. Actually, when my dad was first diagnosed, he could have lived for a long time. But we couldn't treat him. We had no money. Back then, my dad suddenly told me to take care of my mom, but he stopped halfway. Then he said, daughter, you have to be happy in the future. He probably wanted me to support the family, but didn't want me to suffer. I was still young then and didn't understand what he meant. Later, when I got a little older, I made a promise at his grave. So, if I can't even prove that I can cure my mom's illness and give her a good life all by myself. The girl still had a faint smile on her face, her eyes curved, but Leo saw a single teardrop clinging to the corner of her eye, shining brightly under the streetlight. What a useless daughter I would be. Leo was speechless for a long time. He suddenly thought that if he were in the same situation, he would probably feel the same way, having depended on his mom for so many years, only to grow up and still rely on someone else's ability to live a better life. Wouldn't that make him feel useless? Who would he be worthy of? This was destined to be a knot in her heart. Unavoidable. It's for your own good. Leo sighed internally. Those words were so treacherous. No matter how much you claim something is for someone else's good, the starting point is always yourself. Then you impose what you think is good onto others. He had almost fallen into the same trap as those parents. That kind of good was certainly good, but was it what she wanted? Not necessarily. 91,000 left? Leo asked. Lily looked at him strangely. How do you remember it more clearly than I do? Leo almost gave himself away and quickly cleared his throat. Because I care about you. We can discuss it with the hospital and pay back more in the future. Okay. The people who set up this fundraiser really have too much time on their hands, setting a monthly repayment limit of 2,000, Leo said coldly. Did they ever consider that someone might want to pay it all back sooner? Imposing their self-righteous kindness on others and feeling proud of it. Despicable. Lily quickly covered his mouth, saying nervously, you have to be kind with your words. Quick, spit 3 times. This naive girl was quite superstitious. Leo rolled his eyes helplessly. Can't I even curse myself? He smiled and gently removed the girl's hand, pressing it against his cheek. It was a bit cold, but it quickly warmed up. Lily, Leo said softly. Lily found it strange that Leo was looking at her with such a solemn expression. Remember? I also made a promise to your father. He gently placed a kiss on the back of her hand, saying no more. Lily had never seen what a so-called gentleman looked like, but she felt that none could be as handsome as Leo in that moment. After a long pause, Leo's face gradually blurred in her vision. How could she not remember? She would never forget it for the rest of her life. That person had knelt on both knees. Although there was no sound as he knelt on the dirt, it had exploded in her heart. In that situation, Leo had spoken up and shouldered her future. I swore to myself I would cry less in the future. Lily quickly wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. No one likes a girl who cries all the time. It would only cause trouble. You actually held it back? Leo looked as if he had seen a ghost. Was this a female superpower? Crying and stopping on a dime. He looked up at the already dark sky. Do you want to eat out? If we eat at home, I'll have to take you back home again. Lily slowly shook her head and said in a small voice, we have to go back. I still have something to give you. I told you at the convention that I had prepared something for you. You really do? Leo had thought this naive girl was just teasing him. But you can just tell me where it is. I can go to your room and get it myself, right? He asked again. Who knows what you'll really be getting after you enter my room? Lily couldn't help but mutter. Leo looked as if he had a sudden realization. I hadn't even thought of that until you mentioned it. Lily wanted to headbutt him again. How could this person be like this? One moment he was moving her to tears, and the next he was making her want to hit him. To be honest, Leo really didn't want to take this naive girl back so late. Every time he took her home at that hour, he would feel a little disappointed, a sense of returning to an empty home. Every graduate feels a little strange living alone at first, and he was no exception. He had never lived in a house by himself before. It's hard to go from luxury to simplicity. After that night with this naive girl, he was even more reluctant to live alone. No, he had to quickly find a way to trick this naive girl into living with him. What was so indecent about it? He was just looking for a roommate. It just so happened that the person who came to be his roommate was his girlfriend. Who made the rule that a roommate couldn't be your girlfriend? Yes, that's right. This way, they would just be roommates, not even cohabiting. Leo suddenly felt like a genius. Back home, just as Leo hung his coat on the rack, Lily scurried into her room. A moment later, the girl came out with a painting, her face averted as she handed it to him. Leo took it curiously and looked down. The boy in the painting was standing under a streetlight, a faint smile on his face, a phone held loosely in his dangling hand. The personal style was strong, it was clearly him. This must have been from her birthday, when he had called out to her to turn around. He had once given Lily a sketch of her waiting for him in the rain. He hadn't expected this naive girl to give him an illustration in return. Silly girl was quite romantic. He was about to smile when he saw Mu Ji Mu's signature in the bottom right corner of the painting. Unlike the signatures for others, the last stroke of the final character Mu curved up into a large heart. The font was beautiful and cute. It was clearly a signature, an inscription meant only for him. Do you like it? Lily asked timidly, seeing Leo in a daze. I really prepared it for a long time. Her voice trembled slightly, sounding nervous. Lily hadn't been this nervous even at the convention. How long? Since the day you saw me drawing the pig's head. Leo's mind drifted back. That was a really long time ago. In all that time, who knew how many times this naive girl had redrawn it before settling on this final version? I like it so much. Leo had wanted to act a little more composed, but the smile on his face just wouldn't go away. Hearing this, Lily became much more confident, raising her chin playfully. This is an exclusive gift I prepared for my #1 fan. I'm eternally grateful. Leo examined the painting in his hands over and over, liking it more and more each time. The girl giggled, then cupped his face and asked, were all the girls at the convention very pretty? Leo was stunned, the smile on his face instantly frozen. Literally, in that one instant. When did this naive girl learn to ask such a deadly question? They were all right. Not as pretty as my girlfriend, even if you add them all up, Leo said seriously. Lily's cheeks puffed out, and she kept poking his forehead with her finger. Mia was right. All boys are the same. How are they the same? Your eyes are never honest, the girl said, then snorted lightly, always glancing at their legs and stockings. Leo quickly raised both hands, his tone calm. I'm innocent. I'd like to appeal. This naive girl was standing next to him most of the time. How did she see where his eyes were looking? Besides, he was acting as her customer service. When someone came up to ask him a question, he had to look at who it was, right? Then his eyes would have a mind of their own. He really couldn't control it at first. He swore he hadn't actively looked. Before he could explain further, he was head-butt onto the soft sofa by Lily. The girl gave him a fierce look without a word, then turned and went back to her room. Then the door slammed shut with a bang. Was she angry? Leo quickly stood up, wanting to chase after her and coax her, but then he thought that his answer was actually fine, and Lily wasn't the type to throw such a small tantrum. Something wasn't right. Suddenly, another possibility came to mind, and he instantly perked up. Could it be? Leo's current mood was like seeing a golden glow when pulling a card in a gacha game, but not yet knowing what he had gotten. Nervous and excited, yet completely unsure. After all, he didn't know if his guess was right. He was too embarrassed to ask, so he sat on the sofa, trying his best to distract himself. 10 minutes later, Leo couldn't sit still any longer. Did I guess wrong? Is Lily really angry? He quickly walked to Lily's bedroom door. Just as he was about to knock, the door slowly opened. Lily cracked the door open, saw him, and jumped in fright, slamming the door shut again with a bang. It happened so fast that Leo couldn't even see what this naive girl was wearing. But he was sure it wasn't what she had been wearing before. While Leo was completely bewildered, the girl's slightly trembling voice came from inside the room. Forget it. I'm not coming out. You can come in. Only then did Leo place his hand on the doorknob, take a deep breath, push down hard, and slowly open the door. After entering, he saw Lily leaning against the headboard, wrapped tightly in a blanket. You look like you're not wearing anything. He couldn't help but tease. I'd rather be wearing nothing, Lily mumbled, utterly mortified. She was too embarrassed to even look at herself. Are all boys perverts? Why would they like this kind of clothing? And how did those other girls dare to wear them out? Leo smiled at her words and sat down next to the seemingly steaming Lily, letting her rest her head on his shoulder. Can I pull it off? Don't ask. Lily's ears were beet red, and her voice was tinged with a sob. The girl buried her face in Leo's shoulder, continuing to play the ostrich, making no further sound. This person was usually such a rogue, but now he was asking for her opinion. Can't you just be a little more proactive? Go ahead and pull it off. I'm not going to say yes. Now it was Leo's turn to be nervous. So this is what opening a blind box feels like. No, this is much more exciting than opening a blind box. He nervously swallowed, then slowly pulled the blanket off the girl. What met his eyes was a blue and white sailor uniform. The wide collar revealed a small part of her beautiful collarbones, and a red bow was tied in the middle. She really looked like a beautiful high school girl from an anime. If this outfit gave off a pure and inviolable feeling, then further down, The contrast of her long, fair legs wrapped in black thigh-high stockings under the short skirt was even more striking. The peekaboo effect of stockings added a lot of aesthetic appeal while also flattering the leg shape. So for someone whose legs were already perfectly shaped, wearing stockings was simply a killer move. This naive girl's legs were already outrageously beautiful, and now, wearing this, Leo's eyes were completely glued to them. Lily felt extremely uncomfortable being stared at, but she still mustered her courage and mumbled, "Actually, I picked out this outfit and stockings a long time ago, but I never dared to wear them." Before Leo could recover from his shock, she continued slowly, Actually, I also have a white pair. I never dared to ask you which kind you liked. If you like the white ones, I can go change." This sentence completely drained her of all her strength. Lily went limp, snuggling into Leo's embrace, motionless. Leo was stunned once again. Good heavens, a new trick to make him want to marry her every day? Did he really save the world in his past life? But Master Chun was who he was. After a moment of being moved, his lecherous heart once again took over. "It's inconvenient to touch your legs on the bed. I'll carry you to the sofa." With that, he picked the girl up in a princess carry and walked slowly to the living room. For a moment, Lily even forgot to wrap her arms around Leo's neck. Her arms dangled, her mouth slightly agape, her clear, bright eyes blinking as she looked at him. Are those human words? Can a human being really say something like that? On the sofa, Leo gently set the girl down and, as usual, placed her legs on his own. Lily mustered her courage, leaned over, and kissed his Adam's apple. This Adam's apple was much more honest than its owner. Leo was a big liar, a fibber. It was different. When she was dressed nicely, it would bob up and down. Just as Leo was about to gloat, she bit down hard on his shoulder. Leo couldn't help but hiss in pain. He turned his head and asked, "Why did you bite me?" "Humph." Lily turned her face away, leaving him with only her fair, beautiful neck. "Someone's a little jealous." Leo understood and teased with a smile. "You're really jealous." "I'm not. You're just taking advantage and playing innocent." Lily was actually a little guilty. Of course, she knew Leo wasn't the type to be fickle, and she could tell the difference in his eyes when he looked at her versus other girls. But seeing it still made her a little uncomfortable, so she just gave him a little bite, and she didn't even use much force. She didn't want to. Suddenly feeling she was wrong again, she wiggled her legs, which Leo had pulled over, and pushed them further into his lap, saying with a wrong tone, "When other girls get jealous, their boyfriends suffer. When I get jealous, you're the one who's happy." She bit her lower lip and puffed out her cheeks. Can this even be called jealousy? It didn't count at all. No girl would make her boyfriend happy when she was jealous. Thinking about it, she was truly the most useless girlfriend in the world. The angrier she got, the more she wanted to headbutt him later. No, it doesn't count. Hearing this cute reasoning, Leo couldn't help but give a wry smile. "I was just ecstatic that you finally showed a little temper. Why did you have to suppress it yourself?" He suddenly felt like he had been set back to square one. It wasn't that he was a masochist, he just thought it was good for Lily to have a little temper. At least it showed that she was starting to follow her own emotions, instead of before, when she couldn't laugh and didn't dare to cry. Leo held her as if she were a precious treasure, his hands sliding all over, seriously feeling the special texture. He had seen a lot, but this was the first time he had seen Lily wear them, and the first time he had touched them with his hands. Anyway, he had already admitted he had a foot fetish, so needing her feet was no big deal. With that thought, his explorable territory expanded quite a bit. "Why don't you condemn me?" After a while, Leo felt something was strange and asked, looking down, "Your compliance is making me seem like a total pervert." "It's not my fault I fell in love with a rogue. I accepted it a long time ago." Leo looked up and saw Lily holding down her skirt with one hand, her eyes like water as she looked at him. Then, under his gaze, the finally less nervous Lily gently wrapped her arms around his neck, leaned in, and lightly nipped his lower lip. After they had been intimate, he quickly defended himself with a calm expression. "You can't say that. You wouldn't find one person in 100 as much of a gentleman as I am. If anyone had a little less self-control, seeing you dressed like this, they would have already sealed the deal. The fact that I can hold back means I really, really love you. That's why reason can still prevail." Seeing Lily purse her lips, he asked again, "You don't believe me?" A happy, shallow smile appeared on Lily's lips, and she gently tapped Leo's stomach with her toes. "I believe you. Mia said that men can say anything sweet at a time like this. If you like hearing it, just listen, but don't take it seriously." Leo, damn it, that girl still isn't working enough overtime. Twilight settled, and the living room, unlit, soon fell into complete darkness. The dim room was quiet, with only the occasional sound of greetings from downstairs, like a stone suddenly dropped into water, quickly returning to silence, leaving only ripples that made one want to continue to indulge in the peaceful atmosphere. "Are you done touching?" By now, Lily, who had finally gotten used to it, couldn't take it anymore. This person had been holding her leg and touching it for half a day. Who does that? "No, I've said it before, I could play with this leg for a year," Leo said bluntly. How could any boy resist touching it? It was impossible. Lily, question mark. Could he really answer the question like that? So matter-of-factly. Before she could say anything else, Leo leaned over again and kissed her thigh. Soon, a bright red hickey appeared on the patch of skin between her black thigh-highs and short skirt, in what was known as the absolute territory. You only know how to bully me, Lily said timidly, her two hands still holding down her skirt. A skirt of this length offered no sense of security at all. If this were the old her, she probably would have already burst into tears by now. I don't, Leo retorted out of instinct. Seeing the hickey he had left on the girl's thigh, although he felt the thought was unhealthy, he couldn't help but feel a sense of ownership over this naive girl. His heart unconsciously sped up. For people in love, it was like that. Whether they belonged to the other person, or the other person belonged to them, both ideas could make a person happy. Why are you staring at that? Lily couldn't help but ask. Leo remained still, fixated. I can feel that you're mine. You're so childish sometimes. Lily smiled, shifting closer to Leo and settling into his lap, gently wrapping her arms around his neck. I was always yours. Lily seemed completely unaware that, to Leo, the sight of her lying sideways in his lap, her legs and black thigh-highs stretched out, and her slender waist peeking out from under her top, was incredibly stimulating. Not to mention she was saying things like that. Leo looked at her for a moment, then pressed his lips to hers again. They held each other tightly, as if trying to merge into one another, so close that they could almost hear each other's heartbeats. They were, after all, a couple still in the honeymoon phase, and like most, they spent every free moment in a tangle of kisses and hugs. Before long, his hand, which had been stroking the skin of her waist, unconsciously began to wander upwards. His hand had originally been near her thigh, but Lily, sensing his dangerous intentions, had grabbed it and moved it up. However, thanks to that, she no longer minded him exploring the highest peak of the mountain, as if it were a form of compensation. Leo was happy with this arrangement, feeling the soft texture while listening to the girl's soft moans in his arms. After a long time, Lily said, while straightening her top, Mom can walk to the community gate by herself now. She had sworn not to buy such convenient clothes before. Why couldn't she learn her lesson? It was true that Leo was pushy, but it was also inseparable from her constant indulgence. The more the girl thought about it, the hotter her cheeks became. She simply stood up and prepared to go back to her room to change. Auntie is recovering so quickly, Leo praised sincerely, then asked with a puzzled expression, but isn't your topic change a bit too abrupt? Was she reminding him that her mom would be better soon, and if he continued like this, she would tell her to beat him up? The thought was quite terrifying. If Lily filed a complaint, he wouldn't even need Sarah to do anything. His own mom would chop off his hands. It's nothing. I was just talking to myself, Lily said, then gently closed the door. Leo looked at the closed door and muttered in confusion. Silly girl, so strange. Lily made dinner today. After winning at rock, paper, scissors, she had run to the kitchen with a smile on her face. Seeing her so happy, you would have thought she was the one who didn't have to cook. Leo wanted to eat mushrooms, so she researched and made a pot of mushroom soup. After dinner, Leo, as usual, drove Lily home. As they went downstairs, Lily saw a small gray cat lying in a pile of holly by the building entrance. Is that the cat I saw the day I had a fever? She couldn't help but ask. Leo turned his head and looked carefully. I think so. Back then, it looked like it hadn't eaten in centuries. Now, it was no longer skin and bones, but it had many new wounds from fights with other cats, bites and scratches, all over. There were no signs of abuse for now. It had probably learned to fight for food with the stray cats in the area and gotten beaten up. It seemed to be a completely abandoned cat now. A cat like this would definitely not be as good at fighting as a free-ranging house cat. Not to mention this one was so thin. It was clear it was having a hard life. The world was full of people with fleeting interests. When this trait was applied to raising cats, it often led to this result. Lily wanted to tend to it, but Leo had a meeting after dropping her off, and she was afraid of wasting his time, so she didn't dare to mention it. Leo didn't consider himself a particularly kind person, but since he had seen it with his own eyes, he couldn't just ignore it. In the end, Leo turned back. After all, the naive girl next to him was hesitating so much that even her hand-holding had become a little tighter. Leo asked an aunt on the first floor who raised cats for a cat treat, tore it open, and held it out to the cat's mouth. The little cat hesitated for a moment, then opened its mouth and licked it. Eat up. Try to win next time, he said softly. Meow. Hearing the response, Leo was first stunned, then a smile curved his lips. It was quite obedient. Good grief, he had thought it was a neutered male cat, but it turned out to be a female. Leo carefully examined the scratch marks on its body. They had already scabbed over, so there was no point in treating them. But he still kept parting the cat's fur, looking all over. Just like when you found me in the park, Lily said, squatting next to Leo as he fed the cat. She handed him a wet wipe to clean his hands, her voice very gentle. What do you mean found? You make it sound so strange. But it's true. Lily reached out and stroked the cat's head. It felt just like her back then. Ostracized, hurt, out of place, with nothing. The only way to comfort herself was to find a place where she felt safe and lick her wounds. She turned her head and looked at Leo's focused profile. Yes, it was the same. Which back then are you talking about? Leo asked subconsciously. The sentence was too ambiguous. They had met twice in the park. If you wanted to be technical, he had found this naive girl twice, and then turned her into his girlfriend. Lily smiled faintly, full of nostalgia and happiness. Both. As New Year's Day approached, it meant the spring festival wasn't far behind. People who had been busy all year started to feel a bit lazy, like a train slowing down as it neared the station. Although many said the festive spirit was fading, most people still celebrated New Year's Day and the Spring Festival. It seemed to be the last stand of traditional holidays. They were still important, of course. If you didn't value your own country's holidays, what would you do? With the game launched just around the corner and things at the company not as hectic, and with the Empress Dowager summoning him back home for a couple of days, Leo decided to give everyone an extra day off. But the feeling of a storm brewing lingered in the company, and everyone could feel it. As Lily's fame grew, so did her income, and she started to spend more freely, but only on him. Not long ago, this naive girl had even bought a juicer for the rental apartment. Watermelons in December were ridiculously expensive, but Lily bought them just to make juice for him, to get him to drink fewer sodas. Leo looked down at the copy of the Foundation series in his hand. He used to think it was a milestone in science fiction history, but now it felt just average. My girlfriend is much more sci-fi than this book, he thought. Maybe just a little less than the three-body problem. Just as he was thinking, he heard the sound of a key in the lock. Lily pushed the door open with her finger, then shuffled in sideways like a crab, carrying a bunch of bags. Leo closed his book and went to help. Good grief, it looked like she was visiting relatives. Although Lily still didn't sleep here at night, she had been spending more and more time here lately. Leo suspected this naive girl had figured out he wasn't used to living alone. Most recent college graduates still lived with roommates, partly because they couldn't afford to live alone, and partly because some just weren't used to it. After all, he had spent 3 years in a dorm with a bunch of idiots. It was natural to feel strange living alone suddenly. Leo was one of them. He had considered rooming with Jake at first, but then he got a girlfriend, and brothers became a hindrance, so that idea was dropped. What did you buy? He asked curiously. Why so much? You didn't call me to help you carry it up. It's not like I can't carry it. Lily took a deep breath, answering his first question, then paused for a second before continuing. The mall is having a year-end sale, so I bought a little extra of the things we'll need. They won't expire anyway. Leo looked at the pile of rice, oil, and salt, and could only give a silent thumbs up, speechless. He felt like Lily was turning him into a useless bum. Ever since this naive girl started napping here at noon, he hadn't bought any daily necessities himself. He lived here every day, but he didn't even know how many toiletries they had left. Leo moved aside to close the door, but then he saw a cat circling Lily's feet. He recognized it as the one they had seen in the bushes a while ago. It's been following me ever since it saw me, Lily explained softly. It's been like this for a few days. Usually, it follows me to the building entrance and then leaves. I don't know why it didn't today. Leo squatted down and gave it a flick on the head. He looked it over. It seemed animals recovered faster than humans. The cat's wounds were almost healed. Only then did he vaguely remember that the cat seemed to have followed him too. The cat was quite well behaved. After being flicked on the head, it still rubbed against Leo's hand. No wonder you get bullied by other cats, Leo said, flicking it again, wondering if it had fleas. Can I keep it? Lily pursed her lips and asked, a little embarrassed. Leo clapped his hands and stood up. Why are you asking my opinion? If you want to keep it, just keep it. He went to the bathroom to wash his hands, then came back and said softly, but if you're going to keep it, let's keep it here, so it doesn't bother your aunt over there. Why aren't you saying anything? Lily finally wrung her fingers, lowered her head, and mumbled, you can't spoil your girlfriend like this. Leo's accommodating attitude made her feel a little overwhelmed. He was just too good to her. When she thought about how she wasn't some rich girl with anything for Leo to gain, she felt even more that she didn't deserve him being so good to her. Oh, but he did seem to be after her body. Leo couldn't help but laugh. Anyone who knows would know you're my girlfriend. Anyone who doesn't would think you're some rational third party trying to convince me to break up with my girlfriend. After a while, Lily went to give the cat a bath. Leo sat down at the computer to check on Lily's account. He wasn't sure how much the convention promotion had to do with it, but her account now had over 50,000 followers. 50,000 followers. Technically, she should be operating on other social media platforms as well. But that wasn't a job for Lily. She just needed to focus on drawing. He would get to it when he had time. He put the matter aside for now and continued to admire his girlfriend's masterpieces. At some point, Lily had quietly returned to his side, hugging him from behind and resting her chin on his shoulder. What will I do when I'm old? She asked in a small voice. Old is old. What do you mean? What will you do when you're old? Leo saw a drawing of an anime character Lily had made and couldn't help but smack his lips. He should sell this drawing to Jake. He could probably get a lot of money out of him. Lily's mind wasn't on the screen. Her voice was tinged with a sob. I won't be pretty when I'm old. Will I still be worthy of you being so good to me? She could tell that while Leo didn't hate cats, he definitely didn't love them to that extent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have run to wash his hands every time he touched it. He was purely indulging her. Because she liked it, he liked it too. Leo was stunned. He put down the mouse, took the girl's hand, and had her sit on his lap. When you're 10 years older, I'll be 10 years older too. The world will be 10 years older, and even God will be 10 years older. Everyone is the same, so don't be afraid of getting old. And I'm good to you not because you're pretty, but because you love me. You're my girlfriend now, and in the future, you'll be my wife. I'm good to you from the bottom of my heart. There's no such thing as being worthy or not. Before, it was always Leo burying his face in Lily's neck. Now it was Lily's turn. But Leo felt his neck getting wet. Leo, I want to marry you. Can you marry me sooner? The girl's voice was muffled. What girl talks like that? Leo couldn't help but laugh. What a giveaway girl. Isn't this the time you're supposed to be saying a girl should be reserved? I don't care. Lily sat on Leo's lap, hugging him tightly. Even her rare tantrums were so cute. All right. Leo sniffed the girl's neck. It's all your fault for being born too late. Otherwise, I would have taken you to get a marriage certificate the day you said you loved me. Lily's eyes were red-rimmed. She kissed Leo's forehead and said seriously, I love you. Leo's smile almost reached his ears. This naive girl saying, I love you at this moment was no different from saying, take me to get a marriage certificate right now. It's no use saying it now. Wait until your birthday next year. Okay. The girl wiped her tears and went back to the bathroom to bathe the little cat. As Leo watched, he suddenly saw a private message pop up in the top right corner. Bro, I'm still a student. Can you draw me one for free? This ridiculous request made Leo's eyebrows twitch. He placed his hands on the keyboard and replied, not even if you were just born. He couldn't even get Lily's gender right. He really deserved to die. This guy was clearly just spamming, casting a wide net to see if he could find a kind-hearted sucker. After replying, Leo walked into the bathroom and picked up the little gray cat that was being bathed. I'm not done washing it yet, Lily said seriously. No need. I'll take it to the vet to get checked out first. Leo held the cat up to his eye level, looking at it. Was it because Lily had picked it up? Why did it look so dazed? It wasn't even flustered being held up like this, just stared back at him blankly, its eyes filled with a hint of foolishness. He grinned and continued. Get it checked for any illnesses and get all its vaccinations. It's better for everyone that way. When I was little, I saw people raise cats by just taking them home and washing them. Lily had never considered raising a cat before and didn't know much about it. Times have changed, Leo said softly. What most people did in the past isn't necessarily right. Every generation has its own ignorance. It was naturally wrong to blindly follow past experiences, he said, then walked to the door, holding the cat, talking to it as he went. You're a mature cat now. You're not allowed to come back until you've learned to use the litter box yourself, you hear? Meow. About half an hour later, Leo returned from the vet. Where's the cat? Lily tilted her head, asking curiously. I left it at the pet shop, Leo said, hanging his coat on the rack. The wound is a bit infected, so I left it there for now. We can't treat it ourselves. He was secretly glad he had been cautious and taken the cat to the vet. Its injuries were much more serious than they looked. He hadn't known much about cat breeds before, but after asking, he learned it was a British Shorthair. He had picked up a cat that was quite expensive on the market for free, but then he had to pay for the vet bills, vaccinations, and future cat food. For a moment, Leo couldn't figure out if he had come out ahead. He then placed a box he had been carrying at his feet in front of Lily and opened it. Inside was an automatic feeder. Look how cool this is. It automatically dispenses cat food at a set time. He fiddled with it, his face full of novelty. In the future, if we're busy or go on a trip, we won't need to find someone to take care of it. The cat can eat on its own. See, you can even set the time and how many times a day to feed it on your phone. Lily came over to feel the texture of the all-white, trash can-shaped feeder, her pretty face full of confusion. I probably won't be going out, right? Even if your company is busy, I'll come over after class every day. I'll be here a lot. But it can feed automatically. Leo trailed off, feeling a bit foolish. But this kind of gimmick was really cool. What guy could resist products with the word smart in them? Who didn't want to be Tony Stark? Lily couldn't help but smile. Her boyfriend was sometimes very childish, and she was used to it. It was quite cute, wasn't it? What else do we need to buy? The girl asked softly. Even though she loved to save money, she had no intention of criticizing Leo for buying a gimmick. As long as Leo was happy, that was enough. I've already ordered cat litter, a bathtub, shampoo, and all that stuff at the pet shop, Leo said softly. This cat is quite well behaved. I don't think it needs a cage. A cat bed should be enough. But I didn't buy a cat bed. You can pick one you think looks nice. Lily nodded gently, making a mental note of it. The two of them were a bit like expectant parents. The child hadn't even been born yet, but they had already prepared all sorts of things, both useful and not. They hadn't named it yet because Leo said he couldn't think of a name without seeing the cat in person, and Lily deeply agreed. Although both of them had secretly fantasized about what to name their future child, Lily still seemed a little embarrassed. I don't have any experience with cats, and I'm dragging you into this. What experience do you need? You'll know how to raise it after a while. Leo said, not at all concerned. He was just doing it to make this naive girl happy. The cat isn't a newborn, and our intelligence levels are normal. We won't mess it up. Probably not. I raised a sparrow when I was little, Lily said slowly, as if lost in memories. I think it fell out of its nest. It didn't have any feathers when I found it. Every time I ate, I would share some of my rice porridge with it. I never expected to actually raise it. And then, it flew away on its own after it learned to fly. It didn't even say goodbye before it left. Lily's expression turned a little wronged, and it never came back to see me. Leo couldn't help but laugh at Lily's story and comforted her. Maybe it comes to see you often, just flying above your head. You might not notice, and even if you do, you might not recognize it. After all, he had gone to the place where this naive girl worked part-time so many times, and she was always so engrossed in her work that she never once noticed him. He then pinched the girl's cheek. Actually, I have experience with animals too. Chloe Chun raised a rabbit a couple of years ago, and I helped take care of it. I didn't see it when I went to your house, Lily said, finding it strange. Rabbits shouldn't have such short lifespans. She ate it, Leo said with a blank expression. He had never imagined that Chloe Chun had never intended to keep it as a pet from the very beginning. She had raised it to be eaten. She had even said that since she had raised it herself, she could eat it with peace of mind. That day at the dinner table, out of the family of 4, everyone except him, who had developed real feelings for it, ate quite happily. Lily. Even though this was extremely in line with Lily's impression of Chloe Chun, it still made her shiver. Lily was a person of action. She soon returned to her computer to study videos on how to take care of cats. Leo sank into the beanbag chair and continued reading the book he had been reading recently, Foundation. Just as he was getting engrossed, he suddenly heard Lily call out urgently, "What do I do, Leo?" "They're chatting under my post." Leo was curious and went over to take a look. It was true. A refresh brought several new comments. "Damn, Mujimu must be a pretty girl, right? I can tell just by looking at her eyes." "I have that feeling too. Seriously, just her aura is so charming. She must be a great beauty." "Really? No picture, no proof." "For real. But that random guy next to her wouldn't let us take pictures." Leo's mouth twitched. Random guy. If you had to say what kind of marketing effect the convention had brought Lily, it would probably be the title of a socially anxious beauty artist. This hit the sweet spot for many anime fans, and her follower count had been growing faster and faster these past few days. "The topic has gone off track," Lily mumbled nervously. The attention of these new fans had all shifted from her art to her person. "It's okay. You don't make a living off your looks, and you don't show your face. Their attention will eventually be drawn back to your art. I feel like you can really make a living off your art in the future," Leo said seriously, completely ignoring the fact that this naive girl's major was accounting. But it didn't matter. Not many people ended up in a career related to their major after graduation anyway. Didn't he, a law student, end up making games? Leo's words were like a reassurance, and Lily felt much calmer. She crossed her hands and stretched them above her head, her slender waist bending into a graceful arc. The movement pulled up her top, revealing a sliver of fair, smooth skin. "I'll be satisfied if I can earn more than I did at my part-time job." As if stretching was addictive, Lily kept stretching until her vertebrae popped. It took a moment for Leo to come back to his senses. He cleared his throat and continued. "That's not good enough. You have to set your goals as high as possible, as long as you have a chance of achieving them. Why? Aim for the top, and you'll get the middle. Aim for the middle, and you'll get the bottom. People are naturally lazy. If you set a high goal and then slack off, you can still get decent results." Leo took the opportunity to touch the girl's waist a couple of times. "You can't be too easy on yourself. Although I know you're just not very confident." Lily shivered from the sudden touch and gave him a reproachful look, her cheeks flushed. Leo suppressed his aching conscience, kept a straight face, and stared back at her calmly. As expected, Lily's already feigned anger dissipated immediately. She quickly looked away timidly and lowered her head, wronged. "Leo, I didn't bully you. Why are you looking at me like that?" she mumbled, her face practically screaming wronged and aggrieved. "It's been ages since I used this trick. How is it still so effective on you?" Leo gave her a smug kiss and went into the kitchen. After a while Lily was still drawing a pig-headed Leo returned to her again. Seeing Leo with red-rimmed eyes, on the verge of tears, Lily was first startled, then she quickly cupped his face. "What's wrong with you?" "I'm so wronged. Can you let me touch your leg?" "You can touch it, you can touch it," Lily said, growing more and more anxious. "First, tell me what's wrong with you." Leo suddenly gave a mischievous smile. "Although you're easy to fool, if I can fool you, I should be able to fool the netizens," he said, handing the phone to the girl. "Here, hold this. Help me record a video." The next morning, at the Lin Corporation. Yesterday, it already topped the bestseller list on the iOS App Store. Combining both platforms, the first-day revenue for this game under our subsidiary has already surpassed 10 million. If this continues, our company's cash flow will be barely sustainable. A capable-looking young man stood respectfully before the desk, giving his report. And sitting leisurely in front of him, a slightly overweight middle-aged man, was the chairman of the Lin Corporation, Mr. Lin. Not bad, mister. Lin's lips curved into a smug smile. Indeed, in the entertainment industry, you young people have a more unique vision. Prepare yourself, you'll take over Li Yong's position at the end of the year. I heard the founder of Polaris Company has to call you uncle. The man couldn't hide the smile on his face, but he couldn't help but ask. After all, in this era of traffic is king, their game was released earlier and had already secured the basic user base. Polaris Company, which had also invested heavily in this area, would basically see their huge investment go to waste if they could only get a small piece of the pie. For a game company, especially one that had just started, such a loss was basically a fatal blow. It wouldn't be surprising if they went bankrupt because of it. He was really ruthless, squeezing his own nephew for all he was worth. They were the same type of game. With one side feasting on the traffic and thriving, the other's fate was a foregone conclusion. His life or death has nothing to do with me. Mister. Lin stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and said nonchalantly, consider it a free lesson for these youngsters. The business world is full of deceit. If you're not capable, you deserve to just swallow this loss quietly. The man was stunned for a moment, completely surprised that his boss could frame bullying the weak in such a refreshing way. The phone rang. Hearing Mr. Lin's affectionate tone as he called out Xiao Li, and realizing it wasn't his boss's legal wife's name, he was about to excuse himself when Mr. Lin's secretary opened the door and walked in. Mr. Lin, if you have something to say it, Mr. Lin said with a frown. The female secretary hesitated for a moment, then opened a video on her phone, placed it on the desk, and gently pushed it in front of Mr. Lin. In the video, a handsome young man with a clean-cut appearance said with red-rimmed eyes, hello everyone. I am the founder of Polaris Company, Liu Chun. Starting today, our company, in collaboration with Tencent, will be taking legal action against the Lin Corporation for plagiarizing our company's internal data and other various infringements. He then explained the entire story in detail, his dreams, the innocence and helplessness he felt after being targeted, and his determination to fight to the end. The video wasn't long, only 5 or 6 minutes. The two of them quickly finished watching it. Mr. Lin's expression didn't change on the surface, but the man watching from the side felt his heart rise and fall like a roller coaster. He knew what Leo was trying to achieve by posting this video online before actually taking legal action. To be honest, playing the victim was the most useless tactic in the business world. These old veterans were a flock of vultures with outstretched wings and bared fangs. The moment you fell, you would be immediately devoured, leaving only a pile of bones. But on the internet, it was the complete opposite. People online were quite willing to speak up for a bullied underdog, whether it was out of a strong sense of justice or simply to vent their own negative emotions. What was Leo's image online right now? A student from a top-tier university, a business genius who had started from scratch in his 20s, a rising star in the domestic game industry. Out of love for the game, Tower of Slaughter players had a very high opinion of him. The game was also very popular, and a considerable number of young people online knew him. Most importantly, he was a college student who had just entered society, a flower of the motherland, a peer of the main users of the internet. These public facts, combined with his red-eyed account in the video, immediately made him fit all the criteria. A college student getting screwed over just as he was about to make his mark was something that was very easy for people to empathize with. How is it trending? After a long silence, Mr. Lin asked coldly. The young secretary pursed her lips but still mustered the courage to say, the video was released late last night, and it's already trending on both major social media platforms. Seeing that Mr. Lin was just staring ahead without reacting, she dared to continue. The lawyer's letter just arrived. He's really going to team up with Tencent to sue us, the young man mumbled under his breath. He swallowed the sentence. Our legal department doesn't seem to be as strong as Tencent's, not daring to say it. It was only then that he realized that Leo also had the law school of his university and the legal connections that came with it behind him. Most importantly, all the traffic they had been enjoying had now been handed over to someone else. He swallowed hard, suddenly feeling that this person was not as simple as he had thought. The next second, the sound of a teacup shattering echoed in the office, followed by Mr. Lin's angry roar. This isn't Shenzhen. Early in the morning, Leo returned to his own home. How could he not obey the Empress Dowager's decree? Although his mom hadn't hit him in years, some memories were etched in his bones. He opened the door cheerfully, only to see the whole family sitting neatly on the sofa, as if something important was happening. Sophie was looking at him with a solemn expression. Marcus Chun sipped his tea with a blank face, saying nothing. Chloe Chun was more normal, lying on the sofa with her legs crossed, a copy of an English textbook in her hands. She glanced at him, then gave a carefree smile. The smile was what scared Leo. He stood in the entryway, slowly changing his shoes, stalling for as long as he could, not daring to go in. Did the naive girl complain that I bullied her? That's impossible. He might have been a bit of a beast lately, but Lily would never complain about him. He walked timidly to the coffee table, his eyes fixed on his mom's movements. Come here. Sophie patted the spot next to her. Leo took 2 steps, but didn't dare to sit. Sit down. Okay. Leo gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and obediently sat next to his mom. Mom, you asked me to come home for New Year's, and I'm back early in the morning. Let's talk nicely. Before he could finish his plea, he saw his mom looking at him with red-rimmed eyes. He was surprised. Then he heard her say, "If you're not happy at your company, we can just close it. Our family isn't as rich as your Uncle Mo's, but we're not that poor either. Why are you like this, child? You're suffering so much and you don't tell your family. Are your dad and I that useless?" Wait a minute. Leo felt something was strange. I never said I was unhappy. Sophie held up her phone to Leo's face. You're still trying to hide it? This is all over the trending topics. So fast, Leo mumbled. What's so fast? That was an act. Leo pointed to his eyes. I used an onion. It was so uncomfortable. It's a marketing stunt. They cheated and made my company's game launch later, so it's only fair that I borrow their traffic for some publicity, right? I'm not even planning to fight the lawsuit seriously. I've handed it all over to Tencent. Win or lose, it doesn't matter. What I want is this wave of popularity. He explained unhurriedly. See, I didn't even spend any money, and I'm already on the trending topics. Is there any advertisement with a higher cost-performance ratio? Sophie was stunned. The faint look of worry on Marcus Chen's face had completely disappeared. I told you my brother was definitely faking it, and you didn't believe me, Chloe Chun, on the side, finally couldn't help but complain. It's a good thing he's not the one bullying others. She had seen Leo's acting skills in front of Lily and was no longer surprised. Exactly, Leo agreed. Mom, is there food? I'm hungry. All you do is ask me to cook. How come you didn't starve to death when you were living over there? Sophie grumbled, but she still got up and walked to the kitchen. Leo shrugged. Because my wife cooks for me. Is she married into the family yet? And you're already calling her wife? Just like your dad back then, shameless. Chloe, come and help. Soon, only the father and son were left in the living room. It seemed that father-son relationships were all the same across the country. The atmosphere was suddenly terrifyingly quiet. It's been tough, right? Marcus Chin asked. Leo let out a deep breath and nodded slightly. These past few months, from project establishment to technical bottlenecks, going to Shenzhen for collaborations, and being poached by competitors, nothing had been easy. It would be a lie to say it wasn't tiring. Marcus Chin blew on the steam rising from his teacup, took a sip, and smiled. You've changed so much this year. It feels like just the other day you were still a child. Do I look like an adult now? Leo's lips curved slightly, his eyes full of expectation. Marcus Chin slowly placed the teacup on the coffee table and gave him a meaningful smile. Now you look like a child trying desperately to grow up for the person you love. They say the plan for the day is made in the morning, and breakfast should be as hearty as possible. In reality, not many people in the country take breakfast that seriously. It didn't take long to make breakfast, and soon the family was gathered around the dining table. My colleague, her kid is fighting with his wife every day, Sophie said, chatting as usual. Her son earns less than $10,000 a month, but his wife doesn't work and just shops online all day. They have no money left at the end of the month. So many girls these days, it's just indescribable. Leo swallowed the bun in his mouth and quickly said, Look how amazing your son is. Your daughter-in-law is nothing like that. He was sure his mom would never guess that Lily was still dreaming of supporting him every day. You little rascal, you came back just to show off your wife, didn't you? Sophie rolled her eyes at him, but then thought about it. It was true. A daughter-in-law like Lily was a rare find. Then hurry up and marry her. Leo quickly lowered his head and ate, pretending nothing had just happened. This was something he had to follow Lily's lead on. It would be bad to trigger his mom's marriage-pushing desires prematurely. Those who feel sorry for you would probably be pissed off if they saw you showing off like this. Sophie poked Leo's forehead. Anyone who knows would know you were bullied. Anyone who doesn't would think you were the one bullying them. It's right to fight back. He was never a good person to begin with, Marcus Chin said suddenly. Sophie was stunned. Are you saying Leo isn't a good person? I'm talking about Mr. Lin. Marcus Chin gave his wife a speechless look. This little old lady was like a female celebrity, never seeming to age. All her skill points had gone to her looks, probably leaving none for her intelligence. Their marriage has probably been over for years. How many years has it been since his wife came back from abroad? That's so sad for her. Her marriage has been so unsuccessful. Sophie had always trusted Marcus Chin's judgment. I guess she's accepted it. She'll probably just live with her daughter from now on. What's so sad about that? She can only blame herself for being foolish. Uncle Mo worked so hard to support the family. If it were me, I'd be more than content. Chloe Chun had just finished complaining while drinking her soy milk when Sophie slapped her on the head, almost making her spit out her drink. Vincent Mo was better to her, so she naturally sided with him. You can't say that. Marcus Chun was more reasonable. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. It's not that easy to see through someone's true nature. I knew you were a good person at first glance, Sophie said, holding her chin up proudly. Marcus Chin smiled faintly and handed a tissue to the coughing Chloe Chun. That means you're much smarter than the average person. Leo couldn't be bothered to watch his parents' public display of affection. He propped his cheek on his hand and scrolled through his phone, messaging with Lily. Leo, what are you doing? Miss me? Hug my pig. JPG, he didn't seem to care that they had only been apart for one night. Lily, just tidied up the house, watching TV. Miss you. Leo, if you don't reply with a similar sticker, you'll make me look greasy. You know? It'll look like I'm harassing you. Lily, but I think those stickers are so embarrassing. Leo, don't you know how to draw? Just draw a few that you don't find embarrassing. Lily, you're so smart. Unlike Leo's lazy family, Lily and Sarah were early risers. They had already finished breakfast and tidied up. The two of them were sitting on the sofa watching TV, a much quieter scene than at Leo's house. After chatting for a while, Lily put away her phone contentedly and sat down in front of the full-length mirror to brush her hair. She suddenly turned around and said to Sarah, Mom, can you brush it for me? You're about to get married in a few years, and you're still asking your mom to brush your hair. Sarah teased her daughter, but she still happily brushed Lily's hair. Lily's hair was truly beautiful. The 3,000 strands of silk that cascaded down her back like a waterfall were incredibly smooth to both look at and touch. She gently brushed it down from the top. So long. How did your hair get so long? Sarah was a bit surprised. It was only then that she remembered that her daughter hadn't had a proper haircut this year, only a few trims. Lily pursed her lips, too embarrassed to say it was because Leo liked it. In fact, most girls weren't inclined to grow their hair particularly long. Those who were willing to grow it to their waist were already very determined. Because long hair was not only troublesome to wash every day, but it also took a long time to dry, and it was easy to get it caught under you when you slept at night. You could even wake up in pain. But what did that matter? As long as Leo liked it, that was enough. Lily embodied the saying, a woman adorns herself for the one who pleases her. Looking at Sarah, who was standing behind her, carefully and gently brushing her hair in the full-length mirror, she couldn't help but smile. What's wrong? You're so happy, like a silly girl. She was probably thinking about Leo again. After all, this silly girl even smiled when she said his name in her sleep. Mom, it's been almost 10 years since you last brushed my hair, Lily said, her nose a little stuffy, a smile that was not quite a smile on her face. But in the end, she still managed a sweet and beautiful smile, even if it looked a little bittersweet. Sarah was stunned. She froze for a moment, the comb stuck halfway through, as if a movie had suddenly been paused. It took a long time for her to come back to her senses. Realizing that her daughter, who was looking in the mirror, could see her expression, she forced back her tears. It really has been a long time, Sarah sighed softly. From now on, Mom will brush it for you every day. In the first few years, Lily hadn't grown tall yet, but she hadn't recovered from the shock. Later, by the time she had the thought again, her daughter was already taller than her in her wheelchair. It's so much trouble. What's so troublesome about it? Sarah continued to brush her hair gently. From now on, this will be Mom's job. When you get married in the future, you can have Leo brush it for you. Lily giggled. Then he probably won't like long hair anymore. It wasn't that she thought Leo would find it troublesome, but the girl believed that after taking care of it a few times, a long-haired novice like Leo would definitely not be able to bear seeing her go through so much trouble every day. Leo's thoughts were sometimes so intricate that she couldn't guess them at all, but sometimes they were very easy to guess. Realizing that her naive daughter had not only exposed the reason for growing her hair, but had also subconsciously assumed that she would marry Leo. Sarah couldn't help but smile and poke Lily's head. She had never seen such a naive cabbage. At some point, the smile of a girl her age began to appear on Lily's face. And at some point, the communication between mother and daughter also became a little more cheerful. The once stagnant life was like a broken machine, suddenly set in motion by a turning gear, undergoing a dramatic change. Fortunately, everything was slowly getting better. After breakfast, just as Leo was about to go annoy his old sister who was about to take her college entrance exams, he received a call from Jake. The other end of the line was concise. I'm downstairs at your place, come down now. Leo threw on a down jacket and ran downstairs. As he reached the building entrance, he saw Jake waiting with his neck shrunk into his collar, occasionally shifting his feet and stomping to keep warm. Why did you come all the way to my house? Is there something wrong at the company? Leo asked. Nothing's wrong at the company, something's wrong with me. Leo breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. You son of a bitch. Jake felt his blood pressure rising. This guy probably felt uncomfortable if he didn't mess with his head for a day. Isn't it cold sitting here? Let's go up and talk, Leo said, gesturing towards the building entrance with his chin. I didn't bring anything. What's the point of going up? As if you used to bring anything when you came over. That was when we were still in school. Now that we're working, it's different. Jake had wanted to pull out a cigarette, but the moment his hand left his pocket, the cold wind immediately froze it back in. Forget it, I won't smoke. He pointed to his car. Let's talk in there. Leo adjusted the air conditioner, so the nauseating warm air wouldn't blow on him. What's really going on? I'm about to take her to meet my parents, and I'm nervous. Can you give me some advice? How did it go with you and your girl? Jake said honestly. He was purely too nervous and had impulsively driven over to find Leo. Our situations are different. I tricked Lily into coming to my house before we were even together. Leo looked at Jake. Seeing his worried and clueless expression, he suddenly understood why Marcus Chun had said he was a child who had grown up desperately. Perhaps most boys become men simply because of a sense of responsibility. In fact, both he and Jake were not yet ready for many things. But life was like a wave. Since it had already rolled over, it wouldn't give you any chance to breathe. Wanting to control life was like swimming against the current, and both he and Jake happened to be the kind of people who wanted to swim on their own. It was destined to be a bit confusing. Jake had been a heavy smoker since his freshman year of college. He had just gotten in the car and lit a cigarette. He rolled down the window a little and let out a puff of smoke, his expression grave. Actually, regardless of their attitude, whether they agree or not, I'm getting married. But since it's this kind of thing, I still hope they can approve. He had forgotten he hadn't even taken a puff and had already habitually flicked the ash. Otherwise, I won't even be able to have a decent wedding in the future. You have to help me. How can I help you? Leo was at a loss. Am I supposed to go with you and be your advocate? Jake shook his head. I don't know. Since freshman year, whenever I'm not sure about something, I've gotten used to asking for your opinion first. He thought he could probably guess what Leo was going to say. He had just come over to chat to calm his nerves. Leo's mouth twitched. He said in a deep voice, anyone you ask will give you a similar answer. Your dad will definitely not be happy. Just bear with it. Let me put it another way. If your parents were dead set against you marrying Lily, what would you do? It's my marriage, not theirs. Got it. Jake let out a long breath. All right, here's this for you. From Chloe Lu to Lily, he said, pulling a large red box that looked like a makeup set from the back seat. The packaging looked quite nice. From Chloe Lu to Lily? Leo deliberately said each word slowly, drawing out the syllables. And now you're giving it to me? How are those two things related? Hey, she's just at Sundara. She feels awkward getting too close to Lily because she's Celeste Mo's best friend. Her mom is a personal shopper, so this set didn't cost much. Let your girlfriend have it. Jake couldn't help but laugh. Your girlfriend is really liked by those around her. I never thought even my old lady would fall for her. I think so too. I feel like we're about to be overthrown by her at the company. Hey, do you believe that if she were to start a rebellion against us at the company, it would be an instant success? Leo laughed along, even drawing a line across his neck with his hand. Then she'd just have to drop a cup, and a bunch of assassins would rush out from all directions and take us out on the spot. This naive girl, the boss's wife, when she was at the company, would either help clean up or help employees get water. Not to mention the stark contrast with him, the dog boss who would slack off in the office. She was even gentle when talking to employees. What was this? In ancient times, this would be the benevolence of a great leader, who wouldn't be willing to die for this naive girl. The two of them chatted about this and that for over half an hour. When Leo returned home, shivering, he realized he was still wearing his pajama pants. Sometimes, people don't really need advice, they just want to chat with someone. Understanding people's needs is key to comforting them effectively. With nothing to do, Leo watched a historical drama with Sophie and Marcus Chun. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. He had just stretched when his phone vibrated in his pocket. Leo, I can't sleep. Do you want to come over and keep me company? Leo, do you want to be a widow before you're even married? Are you trying to kill me? Lily, Mama's going out for a walk later. She won't be back so soon. Leo glanced guiltily at his parents and continued. If I get caught, not to mention your mom, my mom will skin me alive. I'll go back to my room later and we can sleep on a voice call. Lily, what if I wear white stockings? She had already worn the black ones, but not the white ones yet. Leo coming. The color of the stockings was completely unimportant. He was mainly worried about his girlfriend not being able to sleep well. Leo had never changed clothes so fast in his life. In the blink of an eye, he was at the entryway again. Weren't you just out this morning? Where are you going again? Sophie asked. Lily said their gas stove is broken. I'm going to take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, the door slammed shut with a bang, leaving the couple staring at each other. Do you know how to fix a gas stove? Sophie asked. Marcus Chin shook his head. No, do you? Me neither. This kid is getting too lazy to even think of an excuse. On the way, the more Leo thought about it, the more something felt wrong. He had been boiling the frog so well. How did he end up being completely controlled by the frog? Although Lily was naive, she wasn't stupid. Before, she didn't have the extra energy to focus on other things. Now that she had more and more free time, she was gradually starting to figure out Leo's user manual. As a famous historian once said, what can be changed is a flaw, what cannot be changed is a weakness. When Lily used herself as bait, he was bound to take it, every single time. This was clearly Leo's weakness. Leo was well aware of this problem himself. Of course, he had no intention of changing it. Not only that, he wished Lily would use this trick more often. Soon, Leo arrived at Iha Garden. He had just gotten out of the car and yawned lazily. Napping together every day at noon had made it a little difficult for him to sleep without Lily now. He just never expected that Lily not only felt the same, but it was much more severe for her. This naive girl seemed to be unable to sleep at noon without hugging him now, and she still refused to move in with him. He didn't know what this naive girl was being so stubborn about. He scanned his surroundings like a thief, then dialed Lily's number. "I forgot my key card. Can you buzz me up?" he said softly. The girl on the other end of the line said hurriedly, "Wait a minute before you come up." From the sound of her breathing, he could guess that this naive girl was holding her phone tightly to her cheek, covering her mouth and whispering, "You should hide somewhere first. My mom hasn't left yet." Leo was a bit speechless. "Lily, you know this makes us look like perverts, right? How did this naive girl manage to make a couple taking a nap sound so illicit?" "Don't say that. We're just taking a nap together. We're still innocent." Leo was stunned. "Good grief. The trick I used to take advantage of you. You're now using it to take advantage of me." An innocent couple. Leo mumbled the words to himself and couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't just go up and say, "Annie, I'm here to sleep with your daughter." So, Leo had no choice but to do as Lily said and find a corner to hide in. After all, a statement like that had the same destructive power as "Old man, is my souped-up scooter safe parked downstairs?" He stood in the corner, bored, watching the pedestrians pass by. Occasionally, someone would turn their head to look at him. "Damn it, I do look a bit like a thief." Just as Leo was about to change his position, his phone rang again. It was Ethan Peng. Leo sighed. Since starting the company, the frequency of his phone calls had increased dramatically. "Hey, boss, someone from Tencent's legal department is here," Ethan said, getting straight to the point. "I know," Leo said, boredly fiddling with the leaves of a nearby holly bush. "Don't work overtime these next few days. Just take the people from their legal department out to eat, sing, wherever you want to go. I'll reimburse you. You can observe their structure and procedures for a bit. We'll definitely need it in the future." Ethan was a bit curious. "Boss, did you hand this whole thing over to Tencent from the beginning just for this?" "It's not good to guess your boss's intentions," Leo joked. "Won't the Lin Corporation try to pull some strings and cause trouble?" "I'd be thrilled if they did." Leo was telling the truth. In terms of legal connections in Hangsheng, very few people could compete with him and Jake. He didn't use them proactively because he didn't want to cause any negative influence for his elders, but a defensive counterattack was a different matter. One was giving a junior a green light, the other was upholding justice. The latter was much harder to criticize. So, in this aspect, anyone who came would have to compete with them fairly. "Is the marketing plan ready?" Leo asked. "It's ready. The advertising fees and everything have been paid long ago," Ethan said, then laughed. "When people see your trending video, our game's ad might be right below it. Let's get started then. Don't let all this popularity go to waste." "Okay." Ethan's typing stopped. He then asked, "By the way, boss, what are you doing?" The respectful responses before were for work. This last sentence was purely a friend's casual chat. "Me? I'm stealing vegetables," Leo said, a corner of his mouth lifting, continuing to peek out from his corner like a thief, staring at the building entrance. If the security guard watching the monitor saw his actions and expression right now, he would definitely think he was a thief casing the joint. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Sarah slowly walk out of the building entrance, smiling and refusing a neighbor's help. Sarah walked with great difficulty. If he weren't on an important mission, he would have rushed over to help her. "I have to go," he said, immediately hanging up and continuing to watch the movements over there. On the other side, Ethan Peng blinked, put away his phone, and thought, "Boss is so interesting. He's still playing Farmville in this day and age." He then nodded forcefully. A person as amazing as Leo must have his own considerations. "I need to figure it out quickly. Who has a high-level Farmville account? Let me borrow it," he shouted to a group of programmers working overtime in the programming department. What Ethan Peng would never have imagined was that while they were both stealing vegetables, what Leo was doing was much more exciting than that game. Confirming that Sarah had walked far away, Leo entered the building and went up the elevator. He had just knocked twice when the door was immediately opened. The girl didn't dare to stick her head out, just reached out a slender arm and gently pulled him inside. It was clear that this silly little cabbage had been waiting at the door for a long time. Seeing the girl's white stocking calves under her skirt, Leo couldn't help but smile. Lily's defenses were purely made of paper. She felt a little uncomfortable being looked at and pulled her skirt down with a blush. "I'm mainly worried you won't sleep well. It's not because I'm a pervert, you know," Leo said, intending to push Lily into the bedroom. "Oh," Lily replied blankly. Leo was suddenly stunned. He leaned in and looked at Lily's dark circles. "You really didn't sleep well last night?" "So useless," he said, smiling at her. I was never very useful." Lily lowered her head and pursed her lips. A person with any sense of self-worth wouldn't go to such lengths to coax her boyfriend over to sleep with her, right? Seeing that Leo hadn't changed his shoes, the girl tilted her head in confusion. Of course, she wouldn't rush him to change, but she was genuinely confused. Leo saw her confusion at a glance and said softly, "That's why I say you're silly. Didn't you forget to put away your shoes the last time you slept at my place? Are we going to trip over the same stone twice?" As he spoke, he gently closed the bedroom door. "Good thing I'm smart. Otherwise, my mom would have caught us red-handed back then." After saying this, his own nervousness suddenly eased a lot. After all, in that sense, they were both repeat offenders. Master Chin still didn't know that he had just been lucky back then, leaving only 2 minutes earlier. Hearing the door close, Lily's heart also trembled. She took 2 steps back and sat on the bed, only to find that she had nowhere to hide. Her mind had been so heated before, but now that she had come back to her senses, she was extremely nervous. Hadn't she just delivered herself to his doorstep? After thinking about it, Leo still locked the door. A mature person should learn from past lessons. Only then did he have time to carefully examine the bedroom. The furnishings in the room were even simpler than his, almost empty. The desk was piled with various textbooks for her major, and nothing else. The bed was made with Muji's 4-piece bedding set, a mix of bean green and white, which was quite pleasing to the eye. Although it was a cotton quilt, Lily had managed to smooth out all the wrinkles. He had bought this apartment a long time ago, but this was the first time he had been in Lily's tidy bedroom. "When is your aunt coming back?" He sat down next to Lily and asked softly. "Mom usually goes out for a walk for 2 hours. The girl trailed off and suddenly froze. "Lily, are you out of your mind?" She was practically cursing herself in her head. She quickly lowered her head in shame and anger. She didn't even have to look to imagine the expression on Leo's face right now. "Sometimes when it's cold, she might come back a little earlier," Lily mumbled again, trying to salvage the situation. "It's okay. We're an innocent couple. What's there to be afraid of?" Leo teased her with her own words. Lily clasped her hands in front of her and nodded almost imperceptibly. Before she could say anything else, Leo picked her up in his arms with a cry of surprise from the girl, laid her on the bed, slowly lifted her skirt, and pulled her long, beautiful legs into his lap. Lily sank into the soft quilt, her long hair spread out, and turned her face away, too embarrassed to look at him. It was only at this moment that he truly understood why some people would say ice cream when they saw white stockings. He had still underestimated the literary talent and imagination of perverts. "Don't pinch my feet. It tickles." "Oh, okay." Leo shifted his attention back to her legs. They said white stockings made you look bigger, but that didn't seem to apply to Lily at all. Her legs were still perfectly slender, but unlike the black stockings, these gave her an air of sanctity. Having discovered his foot fetish, Leo now realized he also had a thing for white stockings. With that settled, he tossed his conscience aside and thoroughly enjoyed himself. Seeing Lily cover a yawn with her small hand, Leo made a suggestion. "Since you can't sleep well without me anyway, why don't you just move in with me?" "I can't. It's too soon," Lily mumbled. That was an act that even the excuse of being an innocent couple couldn't cover. If she used that excuse again, she wouldn't just be fooling others. She wouldn't even be able to fool herself. Lily wasn't Leo. She couldn't come up with a wild excuse like "my roommate just happens to be my girlfriend" to deceive herself. "When will it not be too soon?" Leo asked curiously. He hadn't expected her to agree right away. He was just teasing her as usual. Lily blinked her clear, beautiful eyes and tentatively asked, "When we're married?" Leo didn't respond, just looked at her with a calm expression. Lily got nervous and poked his waist with her finger. I'll be a junior next year. After my junior year, I'll have an internship. If you still think that's not okay, we can wait until we get the marriage license." She was completely unaware of how quickly she was lowering her standards. Leo still said nothing. Then, when Mom gets better, the girl's voice was already trembling, her composure completely shattered. Leo had wanted to keep staring at her to see how low she would drop her standards, but he couldn't hold back a laugh, and had to give up. He had never seen someone give in so easily. Then, Lily head-butted him forcefully, sending him rolling around on the bed in pain. No matter how silly she was, seeing Leo's suppressed laughter at the end, she could tell he had been faking it from the start. But what's said is said. She couldn't escape now. Leo would definitely use this deed of sale to whisk her away. Why did this person always trick her? Lily was initially angry and annoyed, but seeing Leo's wails, she felt a little regretful. Not caring whether he was faking it or not, she quickly leaned over to apologize. As compensation, she sat sideways on the bed, letting Leo rest his head on her lap, and started rubbing his chest. Leo was already prone to drowsiness, and now he simply closed his eyes to rest. A white-stockinged lap pillow. This was a heavenly life. Suddenly, he felt a tickle on his cheek. It must be the naive girl leaning over to look at him. New Year's is almost here. After an unknown amount of time, the girl suddenly spoke. This year, the Spring Festival was close to New Year's Day. It was only 2 weeks after New Year's. Should we celebrate New Year's Eve together? Lily finally mustered the courage to say in a very, very small voice. She was, after all, a girl who had just turned 19 a few months ago, and this was her first relationship. She naturally had some longing for such things. After all, probably 99% of couples had celebrated New Year's together. People in love are very silly. They particularly like things with commemorative significance. Once you have someone you like, you can't help but want to experience all the things you've experienced before with them. That way, all the beautiful things will become shared memories. Feeling the evening breeze that one person had felt, watching the sunset that one often watched when in a bad mood together. Even the moon that had once made one stop and stare would have a different meaning when watched with a loved one. Leo yawned and nodded. He had kept his eyes closed and had no idea how many times this naive girl had opened and closed her mouth before squeezing out that sentence. "We can celebrate New Year's Day together too," he said lazily. "Okay," Lily thought for a moment. This way, they could celebrate twice. It felt like a good deal. It took a couple of seconds for Leo to realize the potential here. He sat up straight, startling Lily. "Celebrating over the phone is so boring. If we're going to celebrate, let's do it together." "Have you figured out how to trick me?" the girl asked softly. The more Leo listened, the more something felt wrong. "Are you waiting for me to give you an out?" "Of course not. I'm so silly," Lily said, still sitting sideways on the bed, tilting her head and blinking at him. Leo smiled. He remembered his mission here and patted the pillow. "Go to sleep now. I have to go back after I get you to sleep." Lily's expression was a little dejected, but she still nodded. "I'll close the curtains." She knew Leo didn't like the sun. The window was right next to the bed. Lily knelt on the bed to get to it. With every move, her skirt swayed. The curtains were blackout curtains. As soon as they were closed, the once bright bedroom became dim. The girl came over and lay down obediently next to Leo. Even though she was already yawning, she had no intention of sleeping. She took out her phone and opened a streaming app. "I'm watching the anime that Mia likes the most," Lily said softly. Just knowing how to draw wasn't enough. Understanding the character's personality would make the drawing better. She couldn't draw a character for so long without even knowing who they were, right? Fate. Lily hummed in agreement. "I don't want to sleep now. Watch one episode with me." She was particularly clingy now. After all, Leo wouldn't be at the rental apartment during the New Year's holiday, so they didn't actually have that much time to see each other. What if I get caught later? Leo refused decisively. Lily really didn't know how to persuade him. She just lifted her left leg and gently placed it on his. Leo cleared his throat. "Pretend I didn't say anything." This naive girl said she didn't want to sleep, but Leo could tell at a glance that she was forcing herself to stay awake just to spend a little more time with him. Before long, Lily's eyes grew heavy, and she fell asleep nestled in Leo's arms. On the phone, Saber was in a heated battle with Berserker. Beside him, Lily slept soundly, her body rising and falling gently with her breath. Leo tucked her in and held the soft girl tightly. This was a new neighborhood, not as noisy as the one by the rental apartment. The curtains blocked out the annoying sunlight, and the afternoon was exceptionally quiet. He turned his head and looked at the girl sleeping soundly in his arms. The peaceful life made him a little dazed. His mission here was complete, but he felt as if he were stuck, unable to move out of the bed, completely unwilling to remove Lily's arm from around him. He didn't know why, but just watching Lily sleep peacefully could make him feel at ease. He suddenly noticed the faint smile on the girl's lips. "Forget it. I'll just hold her for a little while longer, and then I'll go." Leo was woken up by Lily's voice. The moment he realized he had been woken up by someone, he knew something was very wrong. I'm so sorry. What do we do now?" Lily's hair was messy from sleep, and her collar had slipped down a little. She looked at him nervously. The girl's cheeks were flushed, and there was a red mark on her left cheek. It was clear she had also just woken up. Leo took a sharp breath and straightened the girl's collar. "Calm down. We're a couple, not having an affair." Good thing he had locked the door. Otherwise, Lily's current appearance alone would be impossible to explain. He forced himself to remain calm and looked down at the time. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. He had just managed to calm down when he heard the faint sound of the TV from the living room. How could he possibly escape? Seeing Lily clinging to his arm, flustered and at a loss, Leo became certain of one thing. This naive girl was only brave behind closed doors. Over time, her ability to handle him had grown, but when it came to anything else, she was still the same clueless girl. In the terms of the anime they had just watched, she was a Leo-specific ultimate weapon. As Leo was musing, Lily suddenly hugged him, pushing him back down onto the bed as he was sitting up. "What's wrong?" Leo found it strange. "Since we're going to be killed anyway, let's just hug for a little longer before we die." Lily mumbled into his chest, hugging him even tighter. He didn't know if it was because she had just woken up or because she was too embarrassed, but the girl's cheek pressed against his was warm and comfortable to rub against. "Are you silly?" He couldn't help but flick the girl's forehead. "When has your aunt ever hit you?" This naive girl had evolved again. When she didn't know what to do, she would just give up thinking altogether. Good grief, facing difficulties with utter resignation, huh? You've got the guts of a thief, but not the courage. He teased with a smirk, kissed the dumbfounded Lily on the cheek, and stood up to tidy his hair. "You change first, and then I'll figure out how to sneak out." "Okay, you turn around first." Lily pushed Leo aside and made him face the wall. She suddenly felt that changing in front of Leo was just as embarrassing as being caught by her mom. She regretted asking Leo over, but she also felt that if she had to do it all over again, she would still ask him. "We're practically an old married couple. Can I watch?" "We're not old." Lily's focus was always so strange. After making sure Leo was just teasing, she crawled under the covers to change. Leo wasn't really in the mood to be a rogue. After all, there were more pressing matters at hand. Just opening the door and greeting her was definitely not an option. A little empathy was all it took to understand. When Sarah suddenly saw him and Lily coming out of a locked room together, should she be nice to him or not? If she was, and could still smile, it would make her look like she was selling her daughter. If she wasn't, even if he didn't acknowledge it, in Sarah's eyes, he still had the so-called gratitude to consider. It was inappropriate either way. So, this situation had to be avoided at all costs. What could make Sarah go out again, or go back to her bedroom? It was past 3 in the afternoon, a time when there wasn't much to do. Lily quickly changed into her soft, winter pajamas. They didn't show off her figure much, but they made her look even cuter. Feeling that she had caused Leo trouble again, she gently pulled him to sit on the edge of the bed. She sat on her heels on the bed and hugged him tightly from behind. "I'm sorry," the girl said, her chin resting on Leo's shoulder, her tone gentle. Leo couldn't help but smile secretly. He never thought that while he was here to steal the cabbage and got caught, the cabbage would have to apologize to him. "It's okay. Just remember to compensate me," he said matter-of-factly, pushing his conscience aside. If anything went wrong, it would be impossible to clear his name. He had to think of a surefire plan. A sudden inspiration struck him, and he thought of someone. He took out his phone and briefly explained the situation to Chloe Chun. The response he received was exactly what he had expected. "Chloe, I'm about to pull my hair out studying at home, and you, my brother, are out having an affair?" "Leo, what do you mean, an affair? That's so harsh. I just came over to help your sister-in-law take a nap." "Chloe, bro, do you even believe that yourself?" Leo sighed silently. Being a gentleman was so hard. No one believed him even when he told the truth. He had no choice but to continue tapping the screen. "You come over with your English book right now. Then have your sister-in-law tutor you in the living room. Sarah will definitely go back to her bedroom." "Chloe, I don't have money for a taxi." Leo's eyebrows twitched. This cheap sister of his couldn't possibly be asking for taxi fare. "Leo, haven't you been clamoring to go on a beach vacation after the college entrance exams since high school? I'll cover the expenses." "Chloe, deal. Actually, the vacation isn't important. I'm mainly worried about your reputation, bro." This line sounded very familiar to Leo. With the deal struck, Chloe sent a voice message before she left. After thinking about it, Leo turned the volume down to the minimum before putting the phone to his ear. Then he heard Chloe's voice, slightly off-key from suppressing her laughter. "The moment I was pulled out of the closet, I knew that love for someone cannot be hidden." Leo's face darkened. But since he was the one asking for a favor, he had to swallow the taunt and remember it for later. "Should I go out now?" Lily asked in a small voice. Leo nodded slightly. "Remember to act normal. I've completely turned into a bad kid." Lily mumbled with a blank expression, bit her lip, glanced at Leo, and then opened the door and walked out. In the living room, Sarah was indeed sitting on the sofa watching TV. When she saw her come out, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes crinkled, and she said with a light laugh, "Girl, you really can sleep." She didn't say much else, nor did she ask why Lily had locked the door. She didn't have to think to know that this girl must have been on the phone with her boyfriend all afternoon with the door locked. There was no need to ask. "I was a little sleepy." Lily sat down next to Sarah a bit awkwardly. The sound from the TV was very loud, but she couldn't hear a thing. She hadn't told many lies in her life, and now her heart was about to jump out of her chest. There was still a person hiding in her room. "What has Leo been up to lately? Ask him to come over for dinner more often when he's free." Sarah picked up the remote and changed the channel, saying casually. Leo had set up their internet and Wi-Fi, but Sarah wasn't used to streaming services and still preferred to watch regular TV. Lily jumped in fright. "Huh? What about Leo?" "Nothing. I was just asking what he's been up to lately." Sarah was a bit confused. Why did this girl have such a big reaction just because she mentioned Leo's name? Their new game is about to be released, so they're quite busy. Lily swallowed and said softly. Sarah nodded in understanding. "No wonder he hasn't been over much lately." Lily unconsciously glanced at her own room door, a blush creeping up her neck. She was so guilty she was about to cry. "Chloe, sister-in-law is really going to die. Can you please hurry up and get here?" Chloe was quick when money was involved. In less than half an hour, she was knocking on the door. Sarah looked at the girl with a ponytail and a backpack and couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" "I'm Leo's sister." Sarah took 2 steps back. "So you're Chloe. You're a very pretty girl." "Hello, Andy. Sister Lily." Chloe managed to swallow the word sister-in-law and sweetly called her sister Lily instead. Lily breathed a sigh of relief. If Chloe had called her sister-in-law in front of her mom, she would have jumped out the window on the spot. She wasn't married yet. "I came over for tutoring from Sister Lily," Chloe said on her own, before Sarah could ask. She's about to take her college entrance exams." Lily added timidly, not daring to meet Sarah's gaze. Sarah nodded slightly. "Lily has a desk in her room. You can study in there." "No need, Auntie. I'm fine in the living room," Chloe said with a shy smile, looking embarrassed. "All right then, I won't disturb you," Sarah said with a light smile, turning off the TV with the remote. "Lily, go get her some fruit." This girl seemed a bit shy, not much like her brother. But this family had good genes. They all took after Sophie. She thought to herself as she supported herself against the wall and slowly walked into the bedroom. "Sister-in-law, you two are really playing with fire." Chloe whispered to Lily as she saw the bedroom door slowly close. Lily turned her face away, too embarrassed to respond, but the weight in her heart had finally lifted. She quickly took out her phone and sent a message to Leo. The next second, Leo opened the door like a thief, looked around, and only then dared to come into the living room. Ignoring Chloe's disdainful look, he pointed to the door and mouthed to Lily, "I'm leaving." Lily nodded and waved at Leo blankly, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Before leaving, Leo glanced at Chloe. His great savior now suddenly seemed a bit in the way. Otherwise, he could have stolen a kiss before leaving. Before Chloe could speak, Leo had vanished. Chloe was stunned by his speed. After recovering, she grinned and said helplessly, "Sister-in-law, you really shouldn't spoil him in the future. He's got some nerve, coming over to take advantage of you like this." I asked him to come." Lily sat on the sofa, her hands fidgeting restlessly, and stammered. Chloe turned her head, her mouth wide open, as if struck by lightning. "Sister-in-law, let's watch a TV show." After a moment, she recovered from her shock and plopped down next to Lily. "But you have your college entrance exams in 159 days, Lily said softly, flipping through Chloe's test papers. "How do you remember it more clearly than I do?" But Chloe was too embarrassed to say that. She brewed her emotions for a moment, and her eyes instantly welled up. She looked at Lily with a wronged expression. "Sister-in-law, you have no idea. Now, whenever I go home, my parents confiscate my phone and don't let me sleep until I've studied until 11. I haven't been able to sleep for nights on end lately. I'm about to get depression from all the pressure. Please just watch a TV show with me to relax. Don't force me to study." Lily blinked in confusion. The image of Sophie and Marcus Chun that Chloe was painting didn't quite match what she knew. No, it wasn't just not quite. It was completely different. But she was easily soft-hearted, and after being begged by Chloe a few times, her resolve quickly crumbled. "Just study for half an hour, and then I'll watch a TV show with you, okay?" she said gently, like a kind older sister. "Let's watch first, and then I'll study for that half an hour when I get home." Chloe continued to joke. Lily knew she wasn't good with words and couldn't win against Chloe. She had no choice but to take out her phone and show Chloe the message Leo had just sent her. The message clearly said, "Don't let Chloe come all this way for nothing. Tutor her for a while." Judging by the time, Leo had sent it almost the moment he left. "Hey, why do you listen to my brother about everything?" Chloe persisted. "Aren't you afraid he'll eat you up? You should make him listen to you. If he doesn't, make him kneel on a keyboard to establish family discipline." "Because he will definitely think of me," Lily said, still looking down at the test paper, a happy curve to her lips. Seeing the sweet smile on the girl's face, Chloe was stunned for a long time before saying silently, "Sister-in-law, I don't love you anymore." While Lily was tutoring Chloe, Leo on the other end was not idle. He had just escaped from a fiery pit and had gone straight back to the company. The game just needed to wait for the open beta on New Year's Day, so he didn't need to put much more effort into it. He was currently planning to prepare for the lawsuit. Whether it was damage control or striking while the iron was hot, their company had to have a mature legal capacity. Although it wasn't necessary to win this lawsuit, they couldn't lose too badly either. Otherwise, everyone would probably want to take a piece of their company in the future. So, they still had to try their best. He couldn't let his connections at this university go to waste. There were so many famous old professors. If he could just get on the good side of one of them, the lawsuit would be much easier to fight. This was where the difference between good and bad universities lay. The principals and professors you could interact with on a daily basis, and the jobs your classmates got after graduation, were all very different. His own dad and Uncle Mo both had some political status, so he couldn't cause them trouble. Some connections he had to make himself. Unfortunately, connections weren't that easy to make. The biggest problem was who to find to pull the strings. With these thoughts in mind, he pushed open the glass door of the company with a blank expression. Because he had already given the employees a holiday, the company wasn't as lively as usual. The young ladies in the art department had long gone out on dates and shopping trips. On a day like this, only the people in the programming department would be so miserable as to stay and work overtime. "Why are there still so many people? Don't you have girlfriends?" Leo asked, holding back a laugh. "My girlfriend is waiting for me in the gotcha pool. I'll go home and pull her out later," a slightly chubby boy said, looking up at him with cold eyes. Having to constantly endure the public displays of affection from the boss and his wife, this group of employees had built up a considerable tolerance. "I was wondering why you were working overtime." "So it's to earn a dowry for your girlfriend," Leo said with a smile, pushing open Jake's office door. Seeing it empty, he couldn't help but ask, "Where's Jake?" "He's out with the people from 10 Cent's legal department, eating and singing. He's not back yet." All right, Leo wasn't too surprised. He and Jake had always had a clear division of labor. Jake had always handled the social engagements that he wasn't willing to do. He sat on the side and chatted with the programming team for a while, then received a call from his entrepreneurship mentor. Although he was called a mentor, it was really just a title. The two of them didn't have much interaction on a daily basis. To put it bluntly, they had barely even spoken a few words. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the other end of the line got straight to the point. You've been making quite a stir these past 2 days. The school leaders are coming to inspect your place soon. Tidy up a bit and try to make a good impression on them. Which leader? Leo asked nonchalantly. Anyway, this was just a courtesy visit, and they would provide all support except for actual help. The vice principal and the dean of our law school. Leo almost choked on the water he had just drunk. He had just been worrying about who to find to pull the strings, and they had delivered themselves to his door. Heaven was smiling on him. Okay, I'll prepare right away. He stood up and clapped his hands. Stop what you're doing and start tidying up. Put away all your figures and miscellaneous things on your desks. Make a good impression on the leaders. The group of boys seemed to have a lot of experience hiding things. They moved quickly, and soon their desks were neat and tidy. Boss, is this okay? Ethan Peng asked in a low voice. Leo pinched his chin and looked around. It still doesn't feel right. What's not right? It's not pitiful enough. Ethan Peng was completely bewildered, a large question mark popping up above his head. Leo pointed to the art department. Move all these computers and monitors to the next room and hide them. The fridge I bought for you too. And the water dispenser. Move them all. Isn't it just a leader's inspection? Ethan was still confused. Leo slapped his shoulder with disgust. Are you silly? Only the crying child gets the milk. The group of people worked enthusiastically for over half an hour. Except for the few machines they were currently using, everything else had been moved over. The once thriving company suddenly looked very empty. Still feeling the atmosphere wasn't right, Leo messed up his hair a bit. That's more like it. Leo scanned the room again and couldn't help but smile. It had the beauty of a company on the verge of bankruptcy. Not long after they had prepared, the minter called again to say they were about to arrive. Leo even went out to greet them personally. Welcome, school leaders, to our inspection. Vice Principal Chow smiled and said, the school has been paying close attention to the development of your studio. We heard you've run into some trouble recently, so I came over to see. Leo forced a bitter smile. We have run into a small problem. We've troubled the leaders. As he spoke, he stepped aside and invited the school leaders in. As soon as they entered, the leaders, who had been calm, were all stunned. More than half of the large company was empty, with only a few people gathered together, typing on their keyboards. The sky outside was getting dark, and the lights in the company weren't even on. The faint glow from the screens cast a somewhat desolate light on their faces. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought this was a company operating in Syria. All the money we earned was invested in the new game. But not only was our data stolen, they also engaged in unfair competition and poached many of our people. Leo explained before the school leaders could ask. Our funds are a bit tight right now. It just so happens that there isn't much to do today. So I gave the remaining people a day off and negotiated to pay them 1 day less. He then suddenly slapped his forehead as if he had just realized something. Oh, I've been talking about myself all this time. Please, sit down, sit down. Ethan, go next door to our brother company and get some water for the leaders. This really hit a nerve with Vice Principal Chow. The most promising company in the entire startup incubator had been reduced to having to borrow water from next door. How could a student from my university be bullied like this? If word got out, would the school still have any face left? His expression became very grave. In fact, school leaders at this level were always in a very awkward position. If you wanted to make improvements, the people below wouldn't necessarily let you see where the problems were. The reports would be full of problems, but when you inspected, everything was fine. So, seeing this scene with his own eyes made Vice Principal Chow extremely angry. The school will approve more subsidies for you later, he said directly. Leo ran a hand through his messy hair, looking like he was about to cry. How much can the school give? Vice Principal Chow cleared his throat and said seriously, at least 200,000. You are all children of the school. If you are wronged, the school will definitely do everything it can to help you. Yes, the school will definitely help where it can, the dean added politely. Leo scratched his head and looked at him with some embarrassment. Actually, there is something I need to trouble you with. The dean's mouth twitched, but he still nodded. Go ahead. Our company is currently in the middle of a rights protection lawsuit. There are many things we don't understand. Could you please help me contact Professor Ian? I'd like to ask for his advice. The retired Professor Ian was a true giant in the domestic legal field, a foundational figure. What Leo needed was not the old man's knowledge, but his status in the legal world and the students he had taught. It would be great if they could have a class reunion in court. If the other side hired lawyers from elsewhere, how could they win against a group of locals when they were already in the wrong? He saw through Leo's intentions, tore a piece of paper from a nearby desk, wrote down Professor Yin's phone number, and handed it to Leo. The old man is very low-key now. I'll contact him for you in advance. The rest is up to you, kid. He had intended to say that if it didn't work out, he would help him contact other professors, but he decided against it. This kid was aiming for the most authoritative one from the start, which meant he had a plan. Leo nodded gratefully. He pulled Ethan Peng over and pointed to his eyes. Leaders, you have really helped us out a lot. Otherwise, our company might not have made it. Look at us now. We don't have enough funds to buy new equipment. We have to take turns using these computers. He's a good person and voluntarily works the night shift. He doesn't even want to turn on the lights. Now he stares at the computer all night, and his eyes are almost ruined. So, thank you so much, leaders. He squeezed Ethan Peng's waist hard. Ethan's tears immediately started streaming down his face, and he cried as he thanked them. Vice Principal Chow touched his thinning hair. All right. If you need any equipment, just fill out an application form. The school will reimburse you again. We will not let the school down, Leo said loudly. In the distance, a few employees in the programming department were biting their lips so hard they were about to bleed, trying not to laugh. This dog boss not only exploited them every day, but now he was even exploiting the school leaders. A fool couldn't become a school leader. By now, he of course understood that Leo's words were exaggerated. But then he thought that Leo's company was indeed in a difficult situation. The stolen data and malicious poaching were all things that could be easily verified. It wasn't a problem for him to turn a blind eye. It couldn't be that even that trending video was an act, right? After tearfully seeing off the leaders, Leo couldn't bear to waste his tears and took a selfie to send to Lily. Leo, I'm so sad. Can you show me your legs? Photo. JPG. Before he could get a reply, Ethan Peng sat down next to him, rubbing his waist with a confused expression. Boss, 200,000 is a lot. Will the vice principal really give it to us? He asked, sounding a bit foolish. Leo was typing a message to Lily for comfort and nodded vigorously. So sure. Leo put down his phone and patiently educated his capable assistant. Our company is definitely not the one that has gone the furthest from our university over the years, but it is definitely the fastest. If we really make it big one day, his career won't stop at being the vice principal of a top-tier university. To put it nicely, this is an investment. To put it bluntly, it's just a matter of mutual benefit. He gave a cynical laugh. Do you really think our school leaders are all kind-hearted? Think about how long our startup grant was delayed back then. By the time he had several million in his account, the school had happily given him 100,000 and used him for publicity for a while. If this had happened to a less capable or less lucky studio, it would have been like giving milk to a dead child. No, by then, the milk wouldn't even be needed. I don't get it. I'm just a simple guy, Ethan Peng joked. Leo rolled his eyes at him and waved the piece of paper in his hand. You really have no foresight. You couldn't buy this thing for 2 million. Would a person of that level be short of 2 million? Obviously not. The benefits of making this connection were beyond what money could measure. If he was lucky, this could be the beginning of the strongest legal department in Hangqing. Of course, all of this was on the premise that this young upstart could actually catch the old man's eye. On the other side, Jake had just come out of a karaoke bar, a cigarette between his fingers, looking contemptuously at the man who was only a few years older than him. Mr. Jiang, a meteoric rise. You only have a 29% stake here. I'll give you 49% on my side. Although it's a subsidiary, it's under the Lin Corporation. Seeing no reaction from Jake, the man continued. As long as Polaris Company's upcoming competing game is taken down, we'll have at least a few $100 million in profit in the first month. As the saying goes, a wise bird chooses a good tree to nest in. It's common for people to change partners midway. It's not a betrayal at all. You've heard that a wise bird chooses a good tree. But have you heard the other saying? Jake crushed the cigarette he had just thrown on the ground with his foot and looked at him with disdain. What? A scholar dies for his confidant. On the 31st, Leo picked up the British Shorthair from the vet. The reason was that the cat was easily bullied by the other cats in the hospital when it was let out of its cage to wander. If it stayed there any longer, it would get new wounds before the old ones had healed. Why can't you win a single fight? Do other cats have an extra set of claws? Just scratch them back, Leo said speechlessly, sitting on the sofa and holding the cat high above his head. The British Shorthair didn't move when it was lifted, just stared at him blankly, its eyes round. After a long moment, it let out a wronged meow. You might as well be called Little Moo Ji Moo. It really was fate that she found you. After speaking, Leo sniffed and suddenly realized his nose was completely blocked. That's right, he had a cold. It wasn't that he had gotten a cold just so Lily would stay and take care of him tonight. He had just kicked off the covers after waking up in the middle of the night and realizing he might have a cold. Perhaps feeling uncomfortable being held up, the cat meowed again. Leo shrugged and put it down. The little cat only rested on the sofa for a moment before jumping to the floor. Originally, Leo had been worried that this cat would be mischievous, but now he was starting to worry that this naive cat was a little too well-behaved. He had prepared a comfortable cat bed for it, but it still insisted on sleeping in a corner of the balcony. Actually, Leo hadn't thought much of it at first, until he realized this cat walked around the house cautiously and, unlike other people's cats, never jumped on the sofa. Seeing it basking in the sun on the balcony, Leo didn't bother it and picked up the laptop from the coffee table, placing it on his lap. Plants vs. Zombies launch. He had downloaded the game after watching Lily play it. But because he had been busy with various things, he still hadn't finished it even though Lily had beaten it over a month ago. He had just finished a couple of levels when a little penguin in a light green down jacket opened the door and walked in. Seeing the pile of things in Lily's hands, Leo couldn't help but tease. I thought you'd been kidnapped. What took you so long? This naive girl must be part hamster. It felt like she brought a huge pile of things every time she came over recently, especially with the new year approaching. There was a promotion at the supermarket. I was in line to get eggs, Lily said happily, hanging her down jacket on the rack. This bag of eggs didn't cost a single cent. Leo's eyebrows shot up. Your boyfriend has a 7-figure bank account, and you're waiting in line at the supermarket for free eggs. Seeing the happy look on the girl's face, Leo swallowed his words and said with a smile, my girlfriend is so good at managing the household. Lily was even happier after being praised. She put the groceries in the fridge. I bought you some frozen dumplings. You can cook them when I'm not here. Don't eat instant noodles anymore. If you don't like them, I can make some for you and freeze them. I worked so hard to fatten you up by a few pounds, and it feels like you're about to lose it all, she mumbled, wearing a gray turtleneck sweater that was a matching couple's item with the one Leo was currently wearing. This naive girl really liked buying couple's items now, and she often bought them for him proactively, sweaters, pajamas, toothbrushing cups. She still had a very girlish heart, which also showed that her income was much higher now. Leo moved his gaze from the girl back to the computer screen and said softly, if you lived here and fed me every day, I would have gotten fat a long time ago. I'll feed you every day in the future. Just hold on until then, Lily said, sitting down next to Leo and gently resting her head on his shoulder. This was her favorite way to be. After indulging in the cozy feeling for a moment, she opened her eyes and happened to see Leo playing the final level of Plants vs. Zombies. She had beaten it a long time ago, but she was still happy to watch Leo play. Actually, for someone who hadn't played many games and hadn't seen many grand scenes, the final level of Plants vs. Zombies was quite stressful. Lily's hands were sweaty when she finished it. Why are you only using one flower pot? She asked with a surprised expression when she saw Leo had shoveled all the flower pots except one. This is called the self-enclosed ninja school. When you get tired of playing a game, all sorts of creative challenges appear. Humans are always good at finding new ways to have fun. You've beaten this game for so long. Have you found a new game you want to play? Leo was still keen on corrupting Lily's mind. I suddenly feel like I can play this game for a long time, Lily said seriously. I didn't even know you could play like this. It's not that exaggerated. Anyone can pass it with a little bit of luck. Actually, the system is designed to give players the cards they need to pass this level as much as possible, Leo said honestly. But Lily's adoring gaze made him feel secretly pleased. Leo didn't go into the details of the underlying code, as this naive girl probably wouldn't understand it anyway. Lily felt as if she had been enlightened. No wonder there were several times when I was thinking I didn't have a chili pepper and what would I do when the boss spit out an ice ball, and then a chili pepper suddenly appeared. Playing like this is just interesting, not fun. Leo stretched and pulled Lily onto his lap. It's not as interesting as watching you play. People like you who can make any game fun are the truly amazing ones. Many top streamers in the console section are like that. They can provide emotional value to many people. Many people who work develop a bit of electronic impotence, not to mention he was a game developer. He had inevitably reached the stage where he couldn't have fun playing games anymore. He would stare at a bunch of games all day without any desire to open any of them. It was more interesting to watch Lily play. Does being a rogue in front of the cat make you feel very good? Just as Leo's hand was about to get mischievous, he heard the girl ask curiously. He turned his head and saw that the cat was indeed looking over. Why was a female cat so curious about this? The cat just happened to be looking, he cleared his throat. I told you before, learn less nonsense from Mia. Lily pouted, jumped out of his lap, walked to the balcony, and picked up the cat. The cat seemed to never know how to resist. Whoever picked it up, it would just stare blankly at them. What should we name it? Have you thought of a name? Leo asked. Lily shook her head. I've been telling you for so long, and you still haven't thought of a name? I wanted to think of one with you. Leo shrugged helplessly. I'm terrible at naming things. Don't forget, I didn't even name my own company. Lily leaned against Leo's chest, looking at the little cat. After a long moment of contemplation, she suddenly said, let's call it Chien Duo Duo, and we can usually call it Duo Duo. Leo couldn't help but snort. Little money grubber. Was this naive girl really strange at naming things? First Mu Ji Mu, now Chien Duo Duo, money money. They were all the type of names that felt awkward at first, but became quite fun once you got used to them. It's so auspicious. Isn't your new game going into open beta tomorrow? Lily pouted and held the little cat up higher. Do you like this name? Meow. So good this cat really likes to snuggle in people's arms. Lily giggled, completely ignoring the fact that she also snuggled into Leo's arms every day. Leo looked at the girl in his arms, then at the cat in the girl's arms, and couldn't help but say softly, do you think we count as a family of 3? It feels like it. I guess so. The word made Lily's heart race and her face flush, like an electric current running from her ear to her chest, making her heart tremble. While Lily went to wash an apple, she came back to see Leo laying down the law with Duo Duo. No peeing and pooping wherever you want. Don't break anything in the house. Leo's first few demands were quite normal, but when he got to no lying on Lily's lap, Lily stopped him from continuing. A moment later, Leo muttered the little cat's name a few times and suddenly said in alarm, "You won't name our child something like Get Rich and Prosper in the future, will you?" "Of course not. The names I've thought of are all very nice." Lily mumbled defensively. Leo's eyes widened. "You've even thought of a name for our child?" "I meant the cat's name." "The cat's name." Lily waved her hands in explanation, turning her face away, unable to meet his gaze. If she had thought of a name for their child before they were even married, wouldn't that make her the kind of obsessed girl Mia talked about? But she just liked Leo. The thought made her ears burn. Leo's lips curved into a smile. He wondered when this naive girl had learned to be so stubborn. He then leaned in mischievously and gently sucked on her red earlobe. Lily's whole body trembled in his arms as if electrocuted. In an instant, she lost all strength to resist, only able to shake her head in protest. But when her earlobe was licked, she had no strength. Without strength, she couldn't push Leo away. And if she couldn't push him away, he would continue to lick her earlobe. Like many people being tickled by their friends, it became a perfect, inescapable loop. She couldn't resist even if she wanted to. A moment later, Leo sat back, satisfied, as if he had discovered a new continent. He seemed to have found this naive girl's greatest weakness. Lily sat on the sofa, her eyes moist as she looked at him. It wasn't because she was angry, but simply because it was too ticklish. "I want revenge," the girl mumbled with a wrong tone, her voice too weak to speak any louder. "No way. I'm ticklish," Leo said matter-of-factly. "I am too. So why did you lick me?" Leo shrugged, feigning indifference. "Because your boyfriend is a bad person." He was smirking when he suddenly noticed Lily aiming her head at him. After a hysterical wail, Leo lay on the sofa like a dead fish, staring blankly at the ceiling. Lily sat sideways next to him, gently rubbing his chest. "How is your head so hard?" "I feel like even a martial arts master couldn't break through it," Leo mumbled speechlessly. Lily pursed her lips, a little embarrassed. "I know I was wrong. It's fine. I brought it on myself." Leo knew he deserved to be headbutt, but he still pleaded, "Next time you're going to headbutt me, can you give me a little warning so I can prepare?" Anyone with a little less stability would have been sent flying just now. The girl didn't speak, her hand movements becoming even gentler. She found it strange. She hadn't wanted to hurt Leo and had held back. So why was he in so much pain? After Leo called for a stop several times, Lily finally stopped massaging him and lay on him like a cat. Hugging this soft pillow, Leo unconsciously closed his eyes, buried his face in the girl's neck, and inhaled her unique, fresh scent. "Is your company having a hard time lately?" After a while, Lily suddenly said. She looked at Leo steadily, her eyes full of worry. Her voice was very, very small, as if she had been holding it in for a long time and had finally mustered the courage to ask. Before long, crystal clear tears were already welling up in the girl's eyes. "No. But for the past few days, there have been rumors all over school that your company's funds are very tight, that you've started selling computers and furniture, and that some employees are working as delivery drivers at night to prevent the company from going bankrupt, and they have dark circles like pandas. And some people said they saw you on the rooftops several times." For a moment, Leo didn't know whether to be curious about how this rumor had started or to be amazed at how ridiculous it had become. If it continued, would they even start spreading rumors that he had already died and been reborn? Before he could explain, Lily propped herself up and counted on her fingers. "I can earn $4,000 to $5,000 a month from drawing now. After paying back the fixed $2,000, you can have the rest. I can find a way to earn money for my mom and my living expenses. I can just get a part-time job when I'm not drawing. There are always more solutions than problems. If you're short on money, it's okay to mortgage that apartment. I can just rent another place. It's no trouble." This naive girl had a habit of stammering when she spoke at length, so she was used to organizing her thoughts in her head first, dividing them into small parts, and then bending a finger for each part she finished. This also meant that Leo couldn't even get a word in. Most importantly, this naive girl was holding back tears like a kicked puppy, yet she was trying to speak so bravely, which made her look particularly cute. After she had said all that, she took her bank card out of her pocket. "I have over 10,000 in my card now. It might not be useful, but you can have it all. The pin is also your birthday." "I'm sorry. Your girlfriend is so useless. I can't help much," the girl said with a sob. "I'll work hard to earn money to support you. Please don't do anything rash, okay? I don't need anything. I just want you to be okay." Stop. Leo couldn't take it anymore. What was all this? Although he was completely bewildered, seeing the girl's teary eyes, he was inexplicably moved. He didn't know how long this naive girl had been holding all this in. "You knew my video was an act, right? How did even you believe it?" he said softly. "I have over $2 million in savings right now that I can't even spend. We're not buying a house or a car, and you don't want clothes or bags. This money has been sitting in my account for so long without being touched. I didn't know how much money you had. You never told me about company matters because you were afraid I would worry. And you've been staring off into space a lot today, which means you must have been worried about something. So I believed it. Don't listen to the rumors. And what I was worried about was just, forget it. It's nothing important." He was too embarrassed to say that he had actually been worrying all day about how to trick Lily into staying over. Although it was just the Western New Year, it was still New Year's Eve. Leo held the girl in his arms and wiped her eyes with a tissue. I was just extorting the school a little. How did I suddenly end up bankrupt? Although he was complaining, he couldn't help but kiss the girl's forehead. It turned out that this naive girl was far stronger than he had thought, and she loved him far more than he had thought. Rumors stopped with the wise. Couldn't you have asked your best friend? He said with a light laugh. Lily buried her face in Leo's neck and mumbled. The one who went around campus saying she saw you on the rooftop several times was Mia. Leo's eyebrow twitched along with the corner of his mouth. Just as the calendar was about to turn to a new year, a heavy snow fell on Hangqing in the evening. Distinct snowflakes fell wantonly from the sky. A gentle breeze blew, and they really did flutter like willow catkins. Occasionally, a few snowflakes would drift onto the window and then gradually disappear. You have a cold. Don't stand on the balcony. While Leo was watching the snow, Lily came over and touched his forehead. She breathed a sigh of relief. Good, no fever. Why no fever? Leo wondered. Lily. She couldn't understand why Leo would say that. She just handed him the cup in her hands. Drink some hot water. Seeing Leo obediently take a few sips, she tied her hair into a ponytail with satisfaction. What do you want to eat? I'll make dinner for you before I go back. Your boyfriend has a cold. You should just stay and take care of me tonight, Leo said shamelessly. We can celebrate New Year's together. Lily's eyes drooped, and her voice became muffled. When I left, Mom specifically said she was cooking tonight and that I should come back early. Leo nodded slightly and said no more. Sarah's words didn't necessarily have any other meaning, but since she had said it, he couldn't find any more excuses to make Lily stay. Leo hid the fleeting disappointment in his heart, picked up the car keys from the coffee table, and said softly, All right then, I'll take you back later. Lily shook her head firmly. You have a cold. Don't go out. Leo knew how stubborn Lily could be at times like this, so he obediently sat on the sofa, wrapped in a blanket. Then don't cook. It's getting dark, and it's snowing so heavily. I'm worried about you leaving too late. But you're so sick. Look, your eyelids are drooping. How can I let you cook by yourself? Lily mumbled reasonably. The girl's voice got smaller and smaller, her confidence quickly draining away, because for some reason, Leo's tone had suddenly become heavy. She was a little afraid of being scolded. Leo pulled the girl into his arms and gently pinched her cheek. Then I'll take you. In terms of thinking for the other person, the two of them were equally stubborn. Lily reached out and touched Leo's forehead again, then looked at the darkening sky outside and said softly, I'll go back now. Don't go out. The girl nagged him for almost 10 minutes before she finally left reluctantly at Leo's urging. After the door closed, the living room suddenly became quiet, with only the sound of the wind howling outside, and his faint breathing. Leo turned his head and looked at the heavy snow outside, then at the dim living room. He suddenly felt as if he were the only person left in the world. He slowly lowered his eyelids, feeling a little dejected for some reason. Sick people are always particularly afraid of loneliness. He felt a little weak. He touched his forehead. It was indeed hotter than before. Damn it. What's wrong with me? If I was going to get a fever, why not earlier? On the other side, it really hasn't snowed this heavily in years, Jake said softly, breathing out a puff of warm air. The snow looked even heavier from the outside. As a cold wind blew, a hexagonal snowflake fell onto Chloe Lu's dark gray sweatshirt and immediately melted into a small water stain. Jake brushed the snowflakes off Chloe Lu's ponytail and shoulders and teased, So nervous you don't even know to brush off the snow. Relax. The ugly daughter-in-law has to meet the in-laws eventually. Chloe Lu saw Jake's dangling hand was trembling slightly and rolled her eyes at him without a word. They walked to the door. Just as Jake was about to knock, his outstretched hand was suddenly grabbed by Chloe Lu. I only brought this much. Is it too shabby? She said in a small voice, her gaze unconsciously averted. Jake's hard-won determination suddenly dissipated. He turned his head and looked at the nervous Chloe Lu. It's good that you bought anything at all. How many girls these days bring a gift when they visit? Besides, they don't lack for anything. It's the thought that counts. He looked at Chloe Lu and found it amusing. This tigress was usually fearless and had never backed down from anyone. Why was she suddenly so meek now? No, if he didn't knock now, he wouldn't have the courage to knock at all. He steeled his heart and reached out his hand again, knocking lightly twice. A housekeeper opened the door. Jake nodded at her and led Chloe Lu inside. In the living room, Jake's mother, Zheng Yunying, was practicing calligraphy. Seeing Jake, she stopped, casually placed the ink-stained brush on the table, and said excitedly, You brat, you finally know to come back. Just in time for tomorrow. Seeing the girl next to Jake, she was stunned. Jake gestured to Chloe Lu with his chin. Mom, this is my girlfriend. Hello, Andy. Zheng Yunying looked her over, a faint smile on her lips. Please sit down. Zhang Yuba came back 10 minutes later. Obviously, the couple had communicated. The four of them sat in the living room. Although the atmosphere wasn't very harmonious, it hadn't completely frozen over. Jake's mother would occasionally chat with Chloe Lu, and Chloe Lu would smile and respond earnestly. In this kind of high-ranking family, where there was no lack of money, Parents were always particularly worried that the girlfriend their son brought back had ulterior motives. But at least in her eyes, this daughter-in-law was acceptable. Jake and Jean Yuba didn't say a word the whole time. But Jake could tell that his dad was inexplicably dissatisfied with Chloe Lu. A person's likes and dislikes are hard to hide in their eyes. What do your parents do? After a long moment, Jean Yuba suddenly asked. You don't look like a local. Chloe Lu gave a polite smile. My family is from another province. My dad works in a company, and my mom runs a small business. Jiang Yuba nodded almost imperceptibly without a word. Seeing the faint hint of contempt in his eyes, Chloe Lu suddenly felt a little wronged. What's wrong with being from an ordinary family? What's wrong with being from another province? Can't we be in a relationship? What upset her the most was the contempt he showed for her parents' professions. No child could tolerate that. But this person was her boyfriend's father. The usually hot-tempered her was suddenly at a loss. Can you stop with the interrogation? Jake said coldly. We're all common people. Who can compare to you? Zheng Yuning quickly tried to smooth things over. Chloe Lu has already won several lawsuits. She's really amazing. Jake, how's your company doing? I've already made several million on my own. The new game is launching tomorrow, and it will bring in at least a few million in profit. Jake said honestly. You and Leo are doing pretty well, Jake's mother praised subconsciously. This immediately provoked Jiang Yuba. He snorted coldly and said, pretty well? Useless. What do you mean, successful? Do I have to do what you say to be considered successful? The anger that Jake had been suppressing because of his dad's attitude towards Chloe Lu now completely erupted. Jiang Yuba said with disdain, am I wrong? Can your mother and I harm you? But why should I listen to you? I don't owe you anything. I gave you life and raised you. You don't owe me. That's emotional blackmail. Just because you gave birth to me, I'm supposed to be controlled by you? No one even asked for my opinion when I was born. Jake's tone became more and more aggressive. What exactly is success? Is living the way you want me to live success? At least now I'm doing what I've wanted to do since I was a child. This is my dream, and I've already surpassed many people in this field. Isn't that success? He finally remembered Leo's advice, suppressed his rapid breathing, and tried to say calmly, Dad, how old am I this year? How many people can earn several million at the age of 22 like me? If there had been a mirror in front of him, he was sure the veins on his temples would be bulging right now. Jiang Yuba had no intention of backing down. If you were in the position I wanted you to be in, never mind earning several million at 22. Even someone who earned 10 million at 12 would have to bow down to you. He then stood up angrily. The path has been paved for you. You could walk it with your eyes closed. You don't want to walk it, and you call this success? This is called being obstinate. Chloe Lu and Zheng Yuning were completely stunned. Weren't they here to meet the parents? How did it suddenly turn into this? You want me to walk the path you couldn't walk yourself? Did you ever think about whether that's what I wanted? Jake gasped for a few breaths, then suddenly smiled and looked at him coldly. Just you watch. I will be more successful than you can ever imagine in the future. The first meeting with the parents ended with Jake pulling Chloe Lu's hand and storming out. It was completely dark when they came out. They walked side by side under the streetlights, leaving a trail of footprints in the snow. A long silence. Even if I don't get their blessing, I'm willing to marry you, Chloe Lu suddenly said under a streetlight. Jake was stunned for a moment. Then a corner of his mouth lifted. All right then, let's go? Let's get our marriage license now. Perhaps out of rebellion against his parents' disapproval of their relationship, he suddenly said such a thing. Chloe Lu was stunned for a long time. Then she nodded blankly. Then she quickly shook her head. But can you stop focusing so much on the company? Her voice was unusually soft. As long as we have enough money, let's just live a good life, okay? She had already made up her mind. As long as Jake agreed now, even if it was just a perfunctory answer, she would immediately go with him. Jake stood under another streetlight like a snowman. He didn't move until the snow had covered his head. Then he slowly shook his head. Chloe Lu's tone became a bit hysterical. Why? Is this thing so important? I used to have many crazy dreams too, but now I just want to live the rest of my life with you. This is a knot I've had in my heart since I can remember, Jake said firmly. All you do is talk about your knot. Can't you understand me a little? Chloe Lu looked completely defeated. I suddenly don't understand you at all. How did you become like this as soon as you graduated? You've never lived like a puppet. You don't understand. Have you ever experienced how painful it is to be forced to follow a script written by your parents since elementary school? Whether it's my ideal or a fight with my dad, I finally feel like I'm living for myself now. You keep saying I don't understand you, but have you ever really tried to understand me? After hearing Jake finish, Chloe Lu sniffed, looked at him firmly, and her tone suddenly became cold. You used to change girlfriends all the time. Was that also living for yourself? The two of them didn't speak again until they got in the car. There was no point in saying anything more after arguing to this point. They had both completely realized that neither of them could win this argument. The car stopped at the community gate. Get out. I'm going back to the company to sleep, Jake said in a deep voice. Get some sleep early. Chloe Lu didn't say anything, just slammed the door and got out of the car. He watched the girls back silently until her figure disappeared without a backward glance. Only then did he step on the gas. Actually, Chloe Lu hadn't left. She peeked out from behind a corner. Seeing Jake's black Mercedes drive further and further away, she sank to the ground as if all her strength had left her. The cold immediately swept over her from all directions, bone-chillingly cold. As soon as she hugged her knees, the tears she had been holding back for so long suddenly came down. Hangchang was very, very cold tonight, as if it were saying goodbye to the past year in a strange way. I know you're busy. In the howling cold wind, the girl's sobs were faintly audible, but I don't have any friends left. On the other side, Leo called Jake, but it didn't go through. The second time, it didn't go through either. It seems it didn't go well. He muttered to himself with some worry. I wonder if this good son of a gun listened to my advice. It had been over an hour since Lily had left, and the sky had long turned completely dark. Through the light cast by the streetlights below, he could barely make out the fluttering snowflakes, which looked like swarms of insects circling the lights in summer. Leo looked at the heavy snow outside, which showed no signs of letting up, and his mood grew heavier. He gently pressed his palm against the window. The once warm palm immediately became ice cold, and soon a palm print was left on it. The window had long been fogged up. Through this palm print, he could see more clearly. A person's perception of the same scenery is different when their mood is different. He felt that he and Jake would probably only feel annoyed seeing this snow. This year's last snow was particularly ill-timed. He suddenly realized that the way he was draped in his coat made him look like a lonely old man, and he couldn't help but give a wry smile. Knock, knock. There was a light knock on the door. Who is it? Delivery. The delivery person's voice was a bit muffled, but he could tell it was a girl. I didn't order anything. Who ordered for me? Leo opened the door with a puzzled expression and was suddenly stunned. He saw Lily brushing the snow off her clothes. Many snowflakes were scattered in her long hair, giving her a different kind of beauty. A rather large one had fallen on her temple, like a hairpin. Leo was a bit mesmerized, and his heart ached. It wasn't close to the bus stop or the subway station from here. This naive girl must have walked a long way in the heavy snow. Mia is suddenly sick. As he was in a daze, Lily said in a low voice, her head bowed and her cheeks averted. She's sick. What are you doing here? Leo leaned against the door, knowing the answer but still asking with a mischievous smile. I don't know. I got off the bus and just walked, and I ended up here. Lily said, holding back a laugh. Then she mustered her courage, lifted her head, and secretly glanced at Leo. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Leo smiled and stepped aside to let the girl in. Go take a shower quickly. Don't catch a cold. I'll take care of you today, and when I catch a cold, you can take care of me. Lily said, hanging her clothes on the rack in the entryway. She actually missed the time when she had a fever and Leo took care of her. That feeling of extra security made her feel that even being sick was a happy thing. Why wait until you catch a cold to have me take care of you? Leo asked curiously. They couldn't really take turns, could they? Were they in a nesting doll situation? I guess that's true. Leo's lips curved. Love really does make people foolish. Lily turned around and let out a cute little snort, looking at him defiantly. Haven't you become silly too? Otherwise, how would you have caught a cold? I didn't catch a cold on purpose. Leo forced a calm expression and met Lily's gaze, but his eyes had already secretly averted. I know you didn't do it on purpose, Lily said, going to the kitchen to boil water. Leo watched her back and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. He thought she had seen through his intentional cold. This naive girl was getting smarter too quickly. His own tricks needed to be updated as well. An arms race, wasn't that the saying? A short while later, Lily came over with the kettle, still looking at her phone as she walked. What are you doing? Be careful not to fall, Leo said, wrapped in a blanket on the sofa, his voice gentle. Replying to my mom's message. She asked if I had arrived. Lily put away her phone, poured water for Leo, and then flopped onto the sofa. I'm becoming a liar. The girl lay on the sofa, her long, beautiful legs kicking up and down a couple of times, then buried her face in a pillow and lay motionless. Leo reached out and poked Lily's head. The naive girl still didn't react, like a salted fish. It was clear she was deeply mired in guilt. There's always a process when a good child turns bad, he said softly. But you're a fast learner. I bet it won't be long before you're secretly getting a marriage license with me behind your aunt's back. Keep up the good work. Don't say it. Please, don't say it anymore. Lily pleaded, like a monkey hearing the tightening headband spell. She rolled back and forth on the sofa a couple of times, then continued to lie there. But Leo saw that the tips of her ears peeking out from her beautiful hair had gradually turned red. He couldn't help but let out a silly laugh and reached out to tidy her slightly messy hair. After a while, Lily finally finished her inner struggle, propped herself up from the sofa, and reached out to touch Leo's forehead. Then she was startled. You have a fever? She quickly stood up and frantically searched through the drawers. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. I was so nervous just now, I forgot about this. I would have taken medicine as soon as I got a fever. Do you think everyone is as silly as you? Leo pulled the anxious girl back into his arms and rubbed his cheek against hers. Before long, the girl's face also became warm. He couldn't help but tease. Are you a steam engine? Your face can get as hot as mine. Lily pouted without a word and gently bumped the back of her head against him in protest. Can't a person be shy? It's a little cold, Leo suddenly said with a shiver. Why isn't there underfloor heating here? It's probably because of the fever. I don't usually hear you complain about the cold, Lily said, turning around, draping the blanket over her own back, and hugging Leo. A moment later, they both peeked their heads out from under the blanket. Is it any warmer? The girl asked softly, pressing Leo down and hugging him tightly. Much warmer. You're like a little furnace. Is your mouth bitter? I'll go wash some fruit for you later. I want to eat imported ones. It took a moment for Lily to react. She fiercely gave Leo's shoulder a light bite. You're still not serious even when you're sick, the girl said with a pout, but she was also a little relieved. At least it meant that Leo wasn't feeling particularly unwell. This person was really something. Even though he looked listless and his voice was weary, he still didn't forget to take advantage of her. She suddenly felt that she was probably going to be taken advantage of by Leo for the rest of her life. Although the bite didn't hurt at all, Leo still hissed out of politeness. He turned his head and looked at the dark night outside, then at Lily nestled against his chest, and a blissful smile spread across his face. The original loneliness and desolation were all gone. Have you eaten? Leo asked. Lily shook her head gently. No, I just got home and came back again not long after. Let's make our own hot pot. Leo suddenly remembered that he had stocked up on a lot of hot pot base. He was about to get up when the girl pressed him down again. Let's hug for a little while longer. Okay. Leo closed his eyes and patted the girl's back. He thought to himself, anyone who didn't know would think you were the one who was sick. After lying there for nearly 20 more minutes, Lily finally let go of Leo and went to the kitchen to wash vegetables. Leo's head was hot, and he wasn't in the mood to look at his phone, so he wandered around the house. He yawned and walked unsteadily to the balcony, planning to see what the little feline was doing. When he went over, Duo was lying on the balcony railing, quietly watching the night view outside. Duo didn't seem to be very familiar with them yet. Except for eating and using the litter box, it spent all its time lying on the balcony. It's a good thing we picked you up. Otherwise, with such heavy snow, I don't know where you would have gone, Leo said with some lingering fear. In this weather, it couldn't compete for territory with other stray cats. It would have really frozen to death outside. Meow, Duo seemed to understand his words, rubbing against his hand that was petting its head and letting out a soft cry. Then it turned its head and continued to stare motionlessly out the window, its vertical pupils somewhat deep. So aloof. Leo smiled and gave it a light flick on the head, then turned and walked to the kitchen. He had another cat that was not aloof at all. Seeing Lily washing vegetables, he slowly came up behind her and tickled her chin with his finger. Perhaps feeling a little ticklish, the girl shrank her neck, then squinted her eyes and rubbed her cheek against his hand. Leo smiled. See, Lily really was a cat. You should go lie down. I can handle this myself. It's just a fever. You're talking as if I'm on my deathbed, Leo said softly. Now that Lily was here, he didn't need to act pitiful anymore. Although it was a bit uncomfortable, it didn't affect him from doing anything. He opened the kitchen cabinet, pulled out the hot pot base he had been hoarding for a long time, and suddenly saw the bag that Mia's parents had given him when they came over. Can you eat spicy food? He asked with a smile. If you want to eat it, just eat it. I can eat anything. But you should put less chili in. I'm afraid it will upset your stomach. Leo decided to give it a try. If you don't live on the edge, what's the point of living? Soon, the two of them had a full table of vegetables and meat. Hot pot is a completely different experience at home versus in a restaurant. It always feels like the restaurant's is more delicious, but it's not as cozy as at home. Each has its own merits. Looking at the thick layer of chili floating on top of the pot, Leo swallowed hard and suddenly regretted it. Could a human being even eat this? He wanted to change it and cook a new batch, but he was too embarrassed to say so. It looks so spicy. Can you handle it? He asked, feigning concern, pointing at the fiery red broth. If you can't eat it, we can change it. I can eat it. Are you sure? Maybe Mia influenced me. I can handle this level of spice. Leo fell silent, feeling his masculine pride had been insulted. Silly girl is being stubborn. You'll be the one wanting to change it in a minute, he thought. A little while later, seeing Lily's lips turn acute, bright red from the spice, yet she continued to eat as if nothing was wrong. He expressionlessly went to pour a cup of hot water and dipped the meat he had just picked up into it. Lily said nothing, but when she served him, she no longer put the food directly into his bowl, but helped him rinse it in the cup of water first. Outside, the wind and snow raged. Inside, the living room was warm and cozy. Besides the gurgling of the hot pot, only the sound of their soft conversation could be heard, creating a warm and pleasant atmosphere. Leo looked up at the time. It was only just past 8 in the evening. It's 8 now? After dinner, we can get ready to celebrate New Year's. His tongue was already numb, and he was slurring his words a little. If you're not feeling well, you can go to bed early. We can still celebrate the other one. Lily pursed her lips and said seriously. In fact, she was very conflicted. After all, no girl dislikes a sense of occasion. She was both looking forward to it and worried that Leo would be uncomfortable. The girl weighed her options for less than 2 seconds and made up her mind to persuade Leo to rest early. Although this was the first New Year's they had spent together since they met, there would be many more in the future. There was no rush. It's okay. Going to bed at 12 is already early for me. You seem to stay up late often, Lily said blankly. Her biological clock was different from Leo's. She woke up early and got tired early. By 11 at night at the latest, she would be too sleepy to function. It's you who has a normal schedule. How many young people these days don't stay up late? Leo put down the iced Coke he had just picked up under Lily's gentle, yet slightly reproachful gaze, and continued. I've been busy this year since graduation. Last year at this time, I was pulling an all-nighter at an internet cafe with a bunch of my roommates. We used to play until 7 or 8 in the morning, then go out for breakfast and go back to the dorm to sleep. But it was always the same. They would be chatting excitedly when they first got to the internet cafe, but after losing too many games, they would start to fall silent. They would even eat breakfast at separate tables. He used to think he was invincible after a few solo kills, but then he would open the scoreboard and see that Ryan, Lee, or Jake had fed an even bigger monster, and it was truly infuriating. Looking back now, it was just funny, and he even felt a little nostalgic. Back then, he felt like he was in prison and didn't want to play every day. Now that his mentality had changed, it was hard to get everyone together for a game. Even being dragged down by this group of good-for-nothings was a luxury. Pushing aside his complicated thoughts, Leo asked curiously, "What were you doing on this day last year?" "I don't know. I don't dare to think about the old days anymore." Lily poked her chin with the end of her chopsticks and thought for a moment. "I was probably working part-time. After all, the stores that were still open at this time would pay a lot more." She then lowered her eyes and gave a faint, bitter smile, her thoughts unknown. Leo felt like his fever had cooked his brain. Why would he ask such a stupid question? But then he thought that Lily's unwillingness to recall the past might just mean that she was relatively happy now. He felt that he had done a pretty good job as a boyfriend. Although he was a bit of a rogue at times, he was a gentleman most of the time. Then let's think about the future. For example, will we be married by this time next year? He said, changing the subject. Lily quickly swallowed the food in her mouth. I'll only be a junior this time next year. What's wrong with being a junior? Getting a marriage license isn't having a baby. It won't interfere with your studies, Leo shrugged. Getting married can even get you extra credit. I don't have many other virtues, but I'm kind-hearted. I'll help you with this. It's still at least 276 days away. Oh, Leo looked as if he had a sudden realization. I didn't know before that not only is the great artist Mu Ji-mu amazing at drawing, but she's also a mathematician. You can say the number of days without even calculating. He propped his chin on one hand and looked at her with a mischievous expression. I'm just fast at calculating. Then how many days are left until the anniversary of our first meeting? 96 days. As soon as Leo finished speaking, Lily immediately tilted her chin up slightly and said proudly, without hesitation. Humph, now you have to believe that I'm fast at calculating, right? Aren't you going to hurry up and praise your girlfriend for being smart? Just as the girl relaxed, she suddenly saw a satisfied smile on Leo's face. Lily was stunned. She suddenly suspected that the last question was just a trap he had set. How many more times was she going to be tricked by this person? Then how far away is next year's Mid-Autumn Festival? As expected, Leo asked again. It's... Lily's cheeks grew redder and redder as she held her breath. She couldn't say a word. She wasn't fast at calculating. She just kept track of the days every day. After a long moment, she gave him a wronged and angry look and trotted over to the sofa to continue playing the ostrich. She was about to die of embarrassment. Avoidance is shameful but effective. Actually, the two of them had already eaten enough. Leo sat down next to the girl with a smile and gently shook her. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Good wife, come and give me a kiss. I'm not your wife, Lily whimpered. Although she said that, she was actually holding back a smile. Her heart was about to explode with happiness. The smile on Leo's face grew even wider. As expected, Lily would never not answer him, no matter what. Although he didn't know if this naive girl would get angry at him in the future, he was sure that she would never ignore him. You're calling me wife before we're even married. You rogue. Lily condemned him again with a muffled voice. So I can after we're married? Leo took out his phone and immediately made a call. You wait. I'll call my Uncle Mo right now and tell him your date of birth was registered incorrectly. If he doesn't do this for me, I'll jump off a building and make my dad cut ties with him. Hearing the sound of the phone dialing, Lily was afraid that Leo would really do as he said. She didn't dare to continue playing the ostrich and quickly sat up straight from the sofa. She snatched the phone and saw that he had just called the automated phone service. Lily, you only know how to bully me because I'm silly, she said with a red face, wronged, and threw herself into Leo's arms, lightly nipping his neck. Soon, a few small hickeys appeared on his neck. This naive girl looked like a kicked puppy when she said that, which was incredibly cute. Leo's smile hadn't left his face this whole time. It had almost turned into a silly grin. He suddenly felt that it didn't matter whether they celebrated New Year's or not. As long as he was with this naive girl, tomorrow would always be the most meaningful day. After everything was cleaned up, the two of them had nothing to do, so they sat on the sofa and watched a movie. Leo placed the laptop on his lap and let Lily lean against his shoulder. Just like that rainy night, he still let Lily pick a movie at random. Lily chose The Shawshank Redemption. I have to say, this naive girl had a knack for picking movies. Without knowing anything, she had chosen two timeless classics just by looking at the covers. Anyone who had seen this movie, if they heard someone call the protagonist Shawshank, would feel the same way a Legend of Zelda player would feel if they heard someone call Link Zelda. Their blood pressure would shoot up. Coincidentally, Leo was in both of these groups, so he was often half dead from anger at casual viewers or casual gamers. But I have to say, this movie is truly a timeless classic. Time passed minute by minute. When Andy started doing taxes for the prison guards, Lily suddenly said, "You're like the protagonist. You look honest on the surface, but your mind is full of all sorts of schemes," she said with a yawn, and looked up at the time. It was only just past 10 in the evening. There's still so much time. Suddenly, time feels like it's passing so slowly. It's because you're so looking forward to 12 o'clock that you feel time is passing slowly. If you put it aside for a while, it will go by faster. No wonder I always feel like every day passes so slowly now. Lily mumbled sleepily, leaning against Leo's shoulder, her eyelids already drooping. Leo blinked. What did that have to do with every day? This naive girl's thinking was too scattered. He stood up, walked to the balcony, and picked up Duo. "You're part of our family now. You can't just hide on the balcony by yourself." Duo was still the same as when it first arrived. As soon as he put it on the sofa, it jumped down on its own. It looked back at Leo blankly and was about to jump away when it heard Leo say coldly, "Don't move." Duo was startled and obediently lay down on the sofa. Leo's mouth hung open in surprise. Calling you little Muji Moo was not wrong at all. You both respond to being tough, not to being soft. Lily found it familiar and couldn't help but smile. "That's how you used to intimidate me." The girl squinted her eyes and spoke sleepily, her pretty face full of happiness. "I was so scared back then." Lily rubbed her head against Leo's shoulder and adjusted to a more comfortable position. "But I still really wanted to be with you." "Really? If you're sleepy, just sleep. I'll wake you up when it's almost time," Leo said in a low voice. He looked out the window. The Lily who would only move a step after being told to was still vivid in his memory. Back then, he had never imagined that this girl would become his girlfriend and lie in his arms like this today. "No," the girl said, but she quickly fell silent. After a long time, the snow outside gradually lessened. A thick layer of snow had already accumulated on the ground. Occasionally, a few stray snowflakes would fall on the windowsill, blending into the cozy atmosphere. In the living room, Leo and Lily were asleep on the sofa, embracing each other under the same blanket. Duo was lying on top of them, also sleeping soundly. This year, it was the two of them and a cat. In their deep sleep, the hands of the clock on the wall all pointed to 12, and the calendar quietly turned to a new page. The moon set, and the stars faded. As a faint sliver of dawn appeared on the horizon, the specks of starlight in the night sky gradually dimmed. A cold wind slipped into the living room from outside, then snaked into the gaps of the blanket, making one feel a little chilly. Leo opened his eyes in a half-awake state and turned his head to check the time. It was already 6 in the morning. What kind of New Year's celebration was that? He sighed internally. Last night, seeing Lily fall asleep, he had intended to wake her up when it was almost time, but he hadn't expected the drowsiness to be contagious. Before long, he had inexplicably fallen asleep too. He wondered if this naive girl would be sad. Feeling a little cold, he was about to get up and carry Lily to the bedroom when he realized he was being held tightly. The girl was as lazy as a cat in his arms, her head resting in the crook of his shoulder, revealing her fair, beautiful neck and collarbones. The moment he moved, Lily pulled him back, then repositioned herself on top of him. Only then did Leo see that Lily was watching him with half-open eyes. Under his gaze, the girl reached out and touched his forehead, seeming to relax only after feeling that his temperature had not risen again. "Did I wake you?" "I've been awake for a while," Lily said with a small yawn, her voice groggy. "If you've been awake for a while, why are you still here? Aren't you cold?" Lily snuggled deeper into his arms, her soft little rabbit pressing tightly against him. "I don't want to leave." Leo smiled and kissed the girl's forehead. "Even Duo isn't as clingy as you." Lily let out a small hum. Perhaps because she was still half asleep, she was particularly bold at the moment. She sleepily leaned in and nuzzled her lips around Leo's chin, searching for his. "I haven't brushed my teeth." "I have." To Leo's surprise, the girl added. "I woke up, washed up, and then came back." "I mean I haven't brushed my teeth." "I know. It's okay." Lily was uncharacteristically proactive, and Leo was more than happy to oblige. The two of them were intimate on the sofa for a long time. Duo was woken up by their movements, gave them a sleepy look, and then jumped off the sofa and left. Strange humans. They don't even know how to knead. All they know is to pinch. It had known how to do that since birth. When they woke up again, the living room was completely bright. Golden light streamed through the glass and onto the floor, a little dazzling. "If you ever fight with me in the future, please don't make me sleep on the sofa," Leo said, swinging his arms. "My back and legs are so sore. It's so uncomfortable." He even suspected that he had sleepwalked out and gotten into a fight last night. Now his whole body ached. "I won't," Lily, who was standing in front of the fridge, immediately retorted. She then took out her phone and checked the date. It was already January 1st. Although most people considered the new year to have truly begun only after the Spring Festival, she still had a different feeling about this day. The moment the calendar had flipped from the old year to the new, she had been in Leo's arms, spending it with him. She would probably remember last night for every New Year's to come. The thought made her heart bubble with happiness. "Did you fall asleep by accident last night too?" the girl asked softly, coming back to her senses. "I'm sorry. I definitely won't fall asleep next New Year's," Leo said seriously. If it were just a matter of staying up late, it would have been quite simple. He could have just played on his phone all night. But with Lily by his side, the cozy and peaceful atmosphere made it particularly easy to get sleepy. Lily pursed her lips, a moving curve to her lips. "It's okay. I think this is pretty good too." After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Leo came out to pet the cat for a while. Breakfast was ready. This naive girl was so afraid he wouldn't eat a proper breakfast that she had even put a lot of effort into making it. "Are you going back to the company later?" Lily took off her apron, then gently pulled out her hair tie, and her 3,000 strands of silk, like a waterfall, cascaded down again. She put the hair tie on her wrist and sat down next to Leo. Today was New Year's Day, and it was also the day of the open beta for Leo's company's new game. Leo slowly shook his head. "No need. I'll just wait to see the first day revenue. I'm spending New Year's with you today." Generally speaking, the first day revenue doesn't determine whether a game will survive, but it can show a game's upper limit. But that wasn't a reason for him to go to the company. After all, the revenue wouldn't increase just because he was there staring at it. He had already played all his cards. All that was left was to leave it to fate. With these thoughts, he picked up his phone and checked the trending topics. The video of his act had already dropped several places, but right next to this trending topic was the news of their new game's open beta. This one was a new entry. To Leo, this was a complete surprise. It was clear that both the lawsuit against the other party for stealing data and the lawsuit against the Lin Corporation had, in one way or another, given the new game a lot of publicity. "This person has been waiting for half a year," Lily said, looking at the post Leo was reading, unable to help but exclaim, "Is this a true fan of your company?" "It's not that exaggerated. This person's acting is so bad, you can tell at a glance that they're a paid shill from my company." Leo took a bite of a fried egg. It was perfectly seasoned. He smiled faintly. "On the internet, we are all self-righteous blind people. In the future, don't believe everything you see. Nowadays, even news stories are full of reversals. The internet is becoming more and more developed, yet the information we receive seems to be shrouded in a fog, making it impossible to see the truth at a glance." After being disgusted by various reversals a few times, Leo now only believed half of what he read in the news, and his mood no longer fluctuated. Various videos are edited to cut out the beginning and end, showing only what is eye-catching. As for the truth, they don't care, as long as there's traffic and money to be made. Now that Leo had the ability to manipulate public opinion to a certain extent, he felt more and more that this was an extremely terrifying thing, because it was so simple. The time and effort required to spread a rumor versus to debunk it were on completely different levels. Your words can't be fully trusted either. Lily picked up her cup and took a sip of soy milk, looking at Leo and mumbling. Leo blinked blankly and said, unconvinced, "How can my words not be fully trusted?" The girl unconsciously averted her gaze, a faint blush flashing across her cheeks. She reached out and checked the buttons on her top again to make sure they were properly fastened. "When I first woke up, you said over and over that you would just rub a little and then get up right away. But then you. I was just using practical action to tell you not to trust anyone easily," Leo quickly interrupted. "If I don't let you know how sinister people's hearts are in advance, it will be too late when you're tricked into working in a coal mine. Look how many people have been tricked into those industrial parks. I told you before, they'll take your kidneys, without anesthesia." "Leo, you only talk this much in one breath when you're guilty. If you keep talking nonsense, I'm going to have my way with you." In the morning, Leo was at home as usual, remotely giving instructions to Ethan Pong, while Lily sat at the desk, continuing her drawing. They said they were celebrating New Year's Day, but both were homebodies and had no desire to go out. As long as they could be together, they were happy anywhere. Leo sat on the sofa, gave a few instructions, and subtly asked about Jake's situation before hanging up. There wasn't much to do on the first day of a game launch. As long as the servers didn't crash and they didn't accidentally send every player 10,000 premium credits, everything would be fine. He put down his phone and was just stretching when he noticed a $4,000 deposit on one of his cards. It was the card Lily used for her monthly repayments. He was still her creditor, after all. Leo frowned when he saw the number. It used to be $2,000 a month. Now it was $4,000? Had this naive girl lost her mind? Before he could think of a roundabout way to ask, Lily spoke up. I paid back for 1,000 this month. Lily never kept things from him. Leo muttered to himself and turned his head to look at her. And in the future? In the future, it should be the same. Won't your living expenses be a bit tight? I'm earning more than before now. If I work hard, it won't be tight, Lily said seriously. Seeing Leo's expressionless face, her voice gradually softened, becoming a little timid. I was going to discuss it with you first, but I saw you were busy, so I just transferred it. If you think it's too much, I can pay less next month. Please don't be harsh with me. Leo looked at the nervous girl for a moment and then silently nodded. The day they left the convention, this naive girl had made things very clear, and he had no reason to stop her. In fact, it would be better if she could untie the knot in her heart sooner. His only worry was that Lily was pushing herself too hard. When he was a sophomore, he still had to cry and play pitiful to get more living expenses from Sophie Wong in the middle or late part of the month. Spending $4,000 a month was something most college students couldn't afford, not to mention Lily was also responsible for her and Sarah's living expenses. And for a long time now, all of his clothes had been bought by Lily. No, not just clothes. He had long been turned into a useless bum by Lily. She bought all the daily necessities too. When Leo came back to his senses, he found himself being held tightly by Lily. What's wrong? Leo asked. When you're angry, please don't ignore me. It's better to just scold me. Lily buried her face in his neck, her voice muffled. I'm not angry. I was just thinking. A corner of Leo's mouth lifted. Didn't this naive girl see the contradiction? On one hand, she was afraid because she thought he was angry, and on the other, she was using his arms as a safe harbor. Lily finally mustered the courage to look at him, reaching out to smooth his unknowingly furrowed brow. Then why were you frowning at me? People frown when they're thinking, too. I swear. We're not married yet. It's your money. You can do whatever you want with it. Why would I be angry? Lily suddenly grabbed his hand, which was about to get mischievous, and pouted. Now I believe you're not angry. After holding onto Leo's hand and snuggling safely with him for a while, Lily contentedly returned to her desk to continue drawing. I have to say, when the girl was focused on drawing, her concentrated, silent appearance had a unique, cool temperament. It made Leo feel that she was somehow unattainable, and it was hard to imagine that this same girl had just been acting spoiled in his arms, afraid that he was angry. Building on his theory that Lily was a cat, Master Chin added another point. Lily was a cat that looked aloof, but was actually very easy to cuddle. A moment later, watching Lily's right hand move back and forth across the tablet, drawing seriously, Leo's thoughts became complicated again. This naive girl probably wouldn't feel at ease spending his money until after they were married. If she was really going to pay back $4,000 a month, he would have to find a way to increase her income. A little while later, while Lily was engrossed in her drawing, Leo suddenly sat down next to her. Have you thought about how to manage this account? You've accumulated enough of an early following. It's time to let it provide you with more financial value, he said softly, looking at the nearly 70,000 followers. Huh? I haven't thought about it. Lily blinked her blank eyes. I've just been thinking that if I draw better, more people will like it. Start thinking about it now? Although I'll always be by your side to help you, you have to have the ability to solve things on your own. Lily thought seriously for a moment, then tentatively said, draw fan art of your new game's characters and post it on the launch day? But it's a bit of a rush now. Leo planted a loud kiss on the girl's cheek. My girlfriend is so smart, but there's a faster way. It was obvious that this naive girl was a quick learner. What? I got you a bunch of activation codes. You can do a giveaway on your feed later, he said softly, looking at his phone. Besides those top-tier streamers, you're the only one who has these activation codes. This move might be a bit willful, but it was harmless. Who was going to stop him? He was the boss. What are they for? Lily asked curiously. To claim limited edition skins. You just have to enter the corresponding code, and you can get the skin in your in-game mailbox. Leo had abandoned the initial pixel art style. The game Regenesis Cell now used an anime style. Players could even set their own cover girl on the main interface, who would have dialogue and even blush when you tapped her. That's what players like these days. Pixel art was fine for an indie game, but it wasn't a wise choice for a mobile game with a large development budget. Waifus were the king of the current market. After all, otaku money was the easiest to get. They could just release a new skin from time to time, and no matter how expensive, people would be willing to buy it. After a moment of thought, Leo added, actually, it would be best if you did a live stream for the giveaway. You could probably make a lot of money. Look how many people are already donating to you. You'd definitely get a lot of channel memberships as soon as you went live. After the platform takes its cut, you'd get at least $50 to $100 for each top-tier membership. Artists were different from female streamers. They didn't need to show their faces or talk much. As long as their art was good, that was enough. The entertainment value was just a bonus. Little stars were already twinkling in Lily's eyes, but after a couple of seconds, she slowly lowered her head. But I'm too scared to talk. She had watched live streams with Mia before. She really didn't know how that streamer with a thick Tianjin accent could talk nonsense in front of so many viewers without batting an eye. She would rather die than do that. Leo's eyebrows twitched. You're scared to talk through the internet? Look at those people who can't say a word in real life. See how fast their fingers fly on a keyboard online. Lily still shook her head forcefully. Leo cupped the girl's face, looked her straight in the eye, and said softly, "It's okay. I'll be with you. You just focus on drawing, and I'll reply to the chat for you. Can I get points for it?" "No. You want points for letting me talk." Lily puffed out her cheeks. All right. Leo was a man of action. In a few minutes, he had set up the streaming software and OBS. After making exclusive activation code giveaway the title of the stream, Mu's channel suddenly went live. The girl timidly hid to the side, far away from the screen, and asked Leo in a small voice, "They can't see me, right?" "They can't see you. This computer doesn't even have a camera. It would be a ghost if they could see you." Lily was a little relieved to hear this and moved a little closer to Leo. Thanks to her previously accumulated fan base, there were already viewers just a few seconds after the stream started. A few scattered comments were already floating across the screen. Holy crap, what am I seeing? Isn't Mu a girl? Why do I think I heard a guy's voice? Mu is a little socially anxious. I'm her boyfriend, in her part-time voice. Leo seemed to suddenly remember something and let out a snort. You can also call me passerby. As soon as he finished speaking, the small, first-time stream suddenly erupted with a volume of comments it shouldn't have had. Apparently, Leo still remembered being called passerby at the convention when he was standing right next to Lily and no one thought he was her boyfriend. Today, he had finally gotten his revenge. Several comments flashed across the screen. My dream shattered before it even began. Mu's boyfriend? You should die. No, wait. Why the hell did I even click on this stream? I should die. My white moonlight. You better sleep with one eye open, buddy. This was the more extreme reaction, clearly from people who had gotten an autograph at the convention or had heard the rumor of the beautiful artist. Besides these, there were also a few supportive comments. Some people who simply admired Lily's art had more peculiar things to say. Great artist Mu, please, draw just one more. Just one. One is enough. I'll do anything. These comments made Leo's eyelid twitch. He cleared his throat. Don't get excited, don't get excited. Happy New Year's, everyone. Lily was terrified by the scene, clutching Leo's hand tightly, unable to say a word. She had no idea how Leo could still be talking and laughing. This person always seemed to be so calm and collected. She was looking at Leo when he turned his head and leaned in, whispering in a voice only she could hear. Want to try talking? I'll give you a point. Lily bit her lower lip repeatedly, and finally gave up with a sigh, slowly shaking her head. Take your time. There's no rush, Leo said with a light laugh, squeezing her hand. I'll add the point when you can talk normally. Perhaps because this naive girl already had a decent fan base, and because of the hype of the activation codes, the first stream was exceptionally lively. This was probably a situation many new streamers had never experienced. He had once tried streaming games on a whim. Even though he was playing in a high-ranked lobby, only a few people watched all afternoon, and he didn't even get a single free cheer. He had given up after that one splash of cold water. He was no match for this naive girl. After setting up a giveaway for an activation code every 5 minutes, open only to people with a fan badge, Leo didn't pay much attention to it anymore. The rumor of Lily being a beautiful artist had apparently spread far and wide. The comments were still very aggressive, and the entire stream was filled with sourness. What was more absurd was that because he had a cold and his voice was nasal, no one had recognized that his voice sounded very similar to the one in the trending video. This shocked him. No one was even asking if he was Leo Chun. How was he supposed to show off? Leo looked at the screen full of comments telling him he should die, sighed heavily, and said, "Why are you all so sour at me? You haven't even seen Mu in person. Even if you have, it was with her mask on. So there's no need to be sour at me. Really no need. You mean Mu isn't as pretty as we imagined? Are you saying we've arbitrarily imposed our idea of the most beautiful person on her?" Although it was clear that Leo was being modest, the commenters felt a little better. This guy really knew how to talk. He must be very emotionally intelligent. Just then, Leo put down his water cup and continued. No, I mean she's even more beautiful than you could possibly imagine. As soon as he finished speaking, Lily, who was beside him, headbutted him. It was a wise choice to put down the water cup beforehand. Somewhere, a boy watching the stream in his dorm took off his headphones and looked at the video of Leo's lawsuit against the Lin Corporation on his phone. The more he listened, the more similar they sounded. Could it be that the person speaking was really Leo Chun? No way. The boy quickly dismissed the thought. Today was the official launch of Regenesis Cell. How could the founder be in a small stream doing this? After a while, the situation in the stream stabilized a bit. Lily opened SAI and started drawing. Leo sat next to her, chatting with the commenters and thanking them for gifts. A stream that only featured drawing was bound to have limited popularity. Feel free to ask any questions. I'm free anyway, Leo said cockily. For those who didn't get an activation code, you can go play Regenesis Cell. If it's not fun, you can come back and kill me. Host, your ad is so stiff. Who's going to hire you for promotions in the future? Leo slammed his hand on the table. Don't insult my integrity. I swear to God, I didn't take any advertising fees from Polaris. I'm promoting this game purely out of my love for it. Lily, who was beside him, giggled, making a mistake in her drawing. She quickly pressed undo. This person was a liar who could even use the truth to deceive people. A big liar. I heard Mujimu laugh. Did you guys hear that? I heard it. So sweet. I'm melting. Passerby, are you an artist too? Leo read a $30 super chat question in a low voice, and then said directly, I'm not. I'm just a freeloader living off her good looks. Mujimu has always supported me with her drawing. He then looked at Lily with a grin. Right, wifey? Feeling that it would be too embarrassing for Leo to be rejected in front of so many people, Lily's face turned red. She finally managed to squeak out a soft yes with a red face. For some reason, despite her embarrassment, her little fantasy of supporting Leo was greatly satisfied at this moment. A few lonely question marks floated across the chat, and soon there were more and more, until no Chinese characters could be seen at all. A group of single netizens had already found out that Leo had such a beautiful girlfriend. Now, hearing that he was also a kept man, their reaction was predictable. By the time Lily had finished half of the drawing of Rin Tosaka on the screen, the stream had become more and more lively. Those who wanted to watch her draw were probably watching quietly, occasionally sending gifts and comments. Those who liked to chat were interacting with Leo in the chat. They talked about everything from various games to whether Zhuge Liang could have won if Ma Su hadn't messed up. The two sides seemed to be each other's background. The stream would be lacking without either of them. Leo's banter with the chat was like a comedy routine. Plus, he had a naturally friendly way of speaking that was very pleasant to listen to. Lily stopped drawing and turned to look at the man beside her. She couldn't help but lower her head and smile secretly, then buried her head and continued to draw seriously. She suddenly felt that every day was so interesting now. 2.5 hours passed in a flash. When Leo looked again, it was already past 11 in the morning. That's it for today. Thank you, my patrons, for sponsoring our meal money, Leo said, taking a sip of water to wet his throat. The membership gift is an autograph drawing from Mujimu. The shipping date is to be determined. Lily mustered her courage, stood up, and bowed. Thank you. She hadn't counted carefully, but just from memory, there had been at least 5 or 6 new top-tier members in the past 2 hours. Leo had told her that one such membership could earn 50 to 100 bucks. Other people's money didn't grow on trees either. She didn't know how to thank them and subconsciously wanted to bow. There's no camera. They can't see you bow. Only then did Lily realize. Oh right. Leo thought to himself that many streamers nowadays treated themselves like their audience's fathers. If the audience had really seen this naive girl bow, they probably would have been moved to death. Lily pursed her lips in embarrassment and went to the sofa to tidy up. While the girl was folding the blanket on the sofa, Leo walked over, gently pulled her onto the sofa, and asked with a mischievous smile, My dear, may I have the pleasure of waking up with you again tomorrow morning? Lily blinked blankly. I wake up very early. Your alarm might not be able to wake you up. Under Leo's stunned gaze, she slowly opened her mouth again. Or I could call you. Silly girl, you have no romantic sense at all. Halfway through his sentence, Leo quickly rushed to the computer. Crap, the stream is still on. There were comments calling Lily naive, and others cursing him for being a terrible person. Even with his thick skin, he was too embarrassed to keep looking. He quickly shut down the stream and left. After a deep breath, he lazily lay back on the sofa, letting his arm hang off the side. Lily thought Leo was tired, so she poured him a glass of water and sat beside him, massaging his shoulders. Are you tired? The girl asked softly. Leo's eyebrows twitched. You're already massaging my shoulders, so even if I'm not tired, I have to be. So, even though he didn't feel much, he said in a deep voice, I'm exhausted. Let me give you a massage. Actually, you could let me give you a massage. Are you thinking something inappropriate again? Don't be ridiculous. Leo retorted casually. It was noon, the sun was just right, and sunlight streamed in from the balcony, casting colorful reflections on the glass cup on the coffee table. Although this naive girl wasn't very strong, perhaps because she often massaged her mother, her massages were quite comfortable. Before long, Leo yawned and lazily closed his eyes. If you had spent the time you spent streaming with me on work, would you have earned more money? Lily's grip on his shoulders suddenly loosened, and her movements slowed. Am I wasting your time? Leo was just doing this to make her happy, wasn't he? How can you be so smart one moment and so naive the next? Leo sighed internally, a little helpless. Why did this naive girl have to be smart about the things she shouldn't be? Sometimes he wished Lily could be a little more selfish and not notice every little thing he did for her. He turned over on the sofa and pulled the fragrant, soft girl into his arms. Your happiness is priceless, Leo said softly. Besides, I won't be doing this with you forever. Once you're brave enough to talk on your own, I'll let go. He said that, but he had actually prepared to do this for the long haul. Social anxiety wasn't something that could be cured in a day or two. It would be a good thing if this naive girl dared to talk to strangers by the time they were married. The girl nodded gently. I'll work hard. Do you know how much money you made from this stream? Leo asked. I don't know. I don't understand these things. 10 top-tier members, plus various gifts. You made almost 1,000 in 2.5 hours. My girlfriend is a genius. After thinking for a moment, he added, but this was your first stream, and the activation code gimmick was a big draw. You'll probably still get gifts in the future, but not this many. After all, you're still an artist, not a streamer. Leo was still very serious. He didn't want this naive girl to have unrealistic expectations and be disappointed later when her income wasn't as high as she imagined. It was better to tell her now, so she could be mentally prepared. If you set your expectations too high before starting something that requires persistence, the outcome is bound to be not so good. When he was in elementary school, there were always a few kids in his class who would constantly talk about getting first place or being in the top few. If these kids didn't succeed for a long time, their motivation would be worn down, and they would most likely just give up and slack off. Even if they had made significant progress when they gave up, Leo had thought Lily would be a little disappointed. But to his surprise, she turned over as if she had just won the lottery and looked at him with wide eyes. There will be more in the future? There will be, Leo said a little helplessly. Was this naive girl's focus a bit strange? He poked Lily's head. I thought you'd be sad to hear that. Lily lay obediently on her side in Leo's arms, letting him twist her hair with his fingers from behind. No, because whether there are gifts or not, I still have to draw. Now, it's the same drawing, but I get a little extra money. Even a few extra bucks is a bonus. I can buy you a Coke with it. You're quite optimistic. Leo couldn't help but laugh. This naive girl had a much better attitude than most people. After cuddling on the sofa for a while longer, they saw Duo come out from the balcony to look for food. Only then did they remember that they hadn't eaten yet. Once they realized it, their stomachs, which had been fine before, suddenly started to feel a little hungry. After a brief discussion, the two of them unanimously decided to have dumplings. It felt a little strange to eat frozen dumplings on New Year's Day, so Leo and Lily changed their clothes and prepared to go downstairs to buy some pork. Just as they were about to leave, Lily turned her head and looked at Duo, who was squatting by the automatic feeder, and said softly, Duo hasn't been out since it came, right? Is it not good for it to be cooped up at home all the time? Leo thought for a moment and nodded slightly. He walked over and picked up Duo. Duo looked at the automatic feeder, which was getting further and further away, and its thin paws flailed in the air. Food, it hadn't eaten yet. As the door gradually closed, its gaze became more and more dazed, and in the end, it simply gave up struggling. The family of three, all bundled up, prepared to go out. Lily was still wearing her fluffy white hat with a small ball on top. She seemed to really like it. As they went down the stairs, the fluffy little ball on top of the girl's head bobbed up and down, making her look even more energetic. Outside, Leo quickly shrank his neck into his collar. Damn it. It looked sunny from inside, but as soon as you stepped out, the cold wind felt like a knife cutting into your skin. Lily, of course, noticed his reaction immediately and mumbled, I bought you a scarf, but you didn't wear it. Wearing a scarf makes me uncomfortable all over, Leo said, making a slicing motion on his neck with his hand. It makes me feel like there's a knife at my throat. As soon as they got outside, Duo, who had been running down the stairs quickly, suddenly stuck to Leo's leg and wouldn't move. Leo was wondering what was going on when Lily came over and picked up Duo, not putting it down until they had left the residential complex. Weren't you the one who wanted to take it for a walk? Is it still a walk if you're holding it the whole time? Leo couldn't help but ask with a laugh. Lily pursed her lips and looked down to stroke Duo's head. I was afraid it would think we were abandoning it. Just as she finished speaking, the girl was startled by a sudden loud noise. Leo turned his head and saw a group of elementary school-aged kids playing with firecrackers, and next to them was a small iron basin that they had blackened with explosions. Perhaps because the new year was approaching, there were many more little terrors in the old residential complex than before. A group of them had gathered together, and they were up to no good. Go play somewhere else, or I'll tell your grandparents on you, Leo said coldly. I'm a teacher. If you keep messing around, I'll give you more homework. The first sentence had no effect, but after the second, the group of little terrors scattered in a flash. It seemed that most grandparents were more indulgent than parents. The title of teacher was the only thing that could keep them in line. He turned his head and helped Lily adjust her hat, then smiled and tapped her forehead. You're a grown-up, and you're still afraid of firecrackers? Lily nodded, too embarrassed to say that she had been scared to tears by firecrackers as a child. I'm not that grown up yet. Just as Leo was about to take the girl's hand, his phone rang in his pocket. He looked down and saw it was Jake. Leo stared at his phone screen for a long time before finally pressing the power button to decline the call. He had heard from Ethan Peng that Jake and Chloe Liu had been fighting. Lily, walking beside him, tilted her head but didn't ask directly. If Leo wanted to talk, he would. Sure enough, just after putting his phone away, Leo took a deep breath and took her hand again. If it's something urgent with the company, he'll call back. If it's a relationship problem, he probably won't. They're fighting again? Aren't you going to help? Lily asked, puzzled, as she bent down to scoop up Duo, who was eyeing a trash can. She wasn't sure if she was more confused about why Leo had hung up or why those two were fighting again. After all, Even she knew that fighting didn't solve problems and only made both people miserable. Although Leo sometimes made her angry enough to want to headbutt him, she could never bring herself to argue with him. Leo shrugged. I am helping right now. Seeing Lily's incredulous expression, he couldn't help but smile. This isn't some minor disagreement between a normal couple. It's simply that one wants to go east and the other wants to go west. They have to solve it themselves. Even if I mediate and they make up on the surface, they'll just fight again next time. People learn from their mistakes. Leo genuinely wanted to help him, which was why he decided to let Jake take a hard fall on his own. There was no rule that said career or love had to be the most important thing, so Leo had no intention of forcing his own ideas on Jake. But he could give Jake a chance to think. So, will they break up? This was a foreign word to Lily. She had never thought about it, and in truth, she didn't dare to. Even saying it out loud felt a little awkward. Their relationship isn't that shallow. They won't break up suddenly. If he really can't solve it, I'll find a way to help him then. I might even need your help. As they talked, they had already arrived at the supermarket entrance. He proactively pushed the door open for Lily and asked casually, by the way, what do you think of Chloe Liu? If Lily didn't have a good impression of Chloe Liu, he naturally wouldn't ask her to help persuade her. Although this naive girl was the most suitable person in terms of her position, there was no need to force it. I think she's a good person, Lily said seriously after a moment of thought. She bought me Odin once. That review really fits your style, Leo said with a laugh. Most people would probably use more concise words to summarize, like saying she had a sharp tongue but a soft heart, or that she was actually very kind. But this naive girl was much more direct. She's a good person. The more Leo thought about it, the more amused he became. A long summary really wasn't as sincere as that one sentence. Hilarious. His girlfriend was a genius. If you make fun of me again, I'll bite you, Lily said, slipping through the space Leo had made for her and baring her teeth at him fiercely. All right. As soon as they entered, the coldness on their bodies dissipated considerably. A warm current swirled around them. Just a single windproof curtain separated them from the outside world, making it feel like two different worlds. No wonder supermarkets and malls were such great places. They were warm in the winter and cool in the summer. They never skimped on money in this area to make customers stay and shop longer. Lily took off her hat and secretly stuffed it into Leo's jacket pocket. She was immediately caught by Master Chun, and her hand in his pocket was completely trapped. The large supermarket was crowded, with people standing everywhere. There were many red paper lanterns hanging from the ceiling, and even spring festival couplets and firecrackers were already on sale at the counters. Whether it was the increasing number of unfamiliar faces in the neighborhood or the scenery everywhere, it all pointed to one thing. It was already the 16th of the 12th lunar month. The spring festival was really approaching. Leo stopped and scanned the area, but he didn't see what he was looking for. When he was a child, every time the new year was approaching, the supermarket would sell a lot of those BB guns. That thing was much more fun than firecrackers. He used to lead a group of little terrors around, harassing sparrows, although he never managed to hit one even when he grew up. Unfortunately, he didn't know when the supermarket had stopped selling them, and sparrows were no longer a common sight in Hangqing. He shook Lily's hand towards the counter displaying the spring festival couplets and said softly, "Let's buy a pair too, shall we? We can put them on the door of the rental apartment." Leo felt that Lily probably hadn't had the heart to experience the new year for the past few years. She had probably just made do. Of course, he himself had just been waiting for the New Year's Eve dinner for the past few years and had no experience buying New Year's goods. It was a good time to experience it together. Okay, Lily found it novel and took her other hand out of her pocket, carefully flipping through a few. As she flipped, she quickly shrank back into her scarf, hiding the corner of her mouth that she couldn't keep from lifting. She looked down at the couplets in her hand, then secretly glanced at Leo, who was standing beside her with a shopping basket, looking around. It felt like they were really living a life together. They didn't look any different from the other young couples shopping together, right? Before steam started coming out of Lily's head, Leo quickly led her to the other side to buy meat. Pork and scallion dumplings didn't require many ingredients. They just had to pick a nice-looking piece of pork. They could buy other New Year's goods when the time was right. They casually picked up a pair of couplets and a bag of pork, and their shopping trip was complete. While waiting in line to pay, Lily poked Leo with her index finger and mumbled, "If you get a shopping card with your phone number here, you can get a free bag of eggs without topping it up." Leo was stunned for a moment, then looked at her with a shocked expression. "There's such a good deal?" Lily smiled sweetly. "Your acting is too exaggerated this time." Even so, her heart was still warm. "You say it like I love to act. I'm such a serious person." Leo spread his hands and said to the cashier, "Please get me a shopping card." "It's over? Your colleague told me yesterday that I could get it today. If you don't believe me, you can call and ask." 2 minutes later, Leo left the supermarket with a bag of pork in his left hand and a bag of eggs in his right, following behind Lily. He couldn't possibly let Lily help carry such a small amount. The girl was holding the couplets and was walking when she suddenly turned around to look at him. "With the eggs in our fridge, we'll have enough to last until the new year." Seeing Leo's bright gaze, Lily realized she had just said something strange. She quickly turned back and said no more. Leo quickened his pace, brought his mouth to her ear, and said with a mischievous smile, "What's wrong, wifey? It's our home, right? You're calling me that again." She didn't know if it was because of the warm air from Leo's words blowing on her ear or because of the word wifey, but Lily felt her legs go weak, and she could barely stand. "What's so wrong with it? Weren't you the one who kept saying you wanted to marry me?" Leo held the girl's arm to keep her from leaving and continued to coax her. "Just once. Just say it once. Come on." She didn't know if she was infected by the atmosphere of a young couple living together, but Lily stood up straight, stood on her tiptoes, and lightly kissed Leo's Adam's apple. Then she wrapped her arms around his neck, leaned into his ear, and said softly, "Hubby, a kiss." Leo froze on the spot, not reacting for a long time, but Lily still saw his Adam's apple bob. A moment later, Leo crouched down in front of Duo and patted its head. "Duo, don't run off. Watch the meat and eggs. I'll reward you with a cat treat when we get back." Meow. Duo rubbed its head against his palm and responded obediently. Although Lily didn't know what was going to happen next, she subconsciously took 2 steps back. Only then did she realize that her wrist had been grabbed by Leo at some point. She had never regretted anything so much in her life. But no matter how much she struggled, she couldn't escape the fate of being dragged into a small alley by Leo. It turns out that the person who pulls you into a small alley isn't necessarily a bad person. It could also be your boyfriend. Similarly, a boy's wandering hands during a kiss don't become any more restrained just because a girl is wearing thick clothes. Having reached these 2 conclusions, Lily wiped her mouth with the back of her hand and walked out of the alley with a flushed face, picking up the couplets from the ground and holding them in her arms again. Duo was quite smart. Seeing the couplets fluttering in the wind, it had simply lain down on top of them to hold them down. "Progress. You actually knew to use your tongue this time," Leo said with a teasing smile as he picked up the eggs. Thanks to that, their kiss this time was much more intense than before. Don't say it." Lily averted her gaze guiltily. It seemed she really had been the one to start it this time. Now, even though her lips were swollen, she had no reason to condemn Leo. The more the girl thought about it, the hotter her cheeks became. The cold wind blowing on her face wasn't as cold anymore. Afraid that Leo would continue to tease her about it, she simply tried to act angry, picked up Duo, and walked away. No wonder they said this naive girl didn't know how to throw a tantrum. Even though she was pretending to be angry, she still had to secretly look back every few steps to see if Leo was following. If Leo slowed down, she would slow down too. If Leo deliberately stopped, her speed would immediately slow to a snail's pace. "Silly girl, you can't even act properly." Leo held back a laugh and followed behind her happily, feeling extremely pleased. Kissing was like being in a relationship. If only one person was proactive, it was far less satisfying than when 2 people were entangled together. Although Lily's progress was a bit slow, it was clear that she had never had any intention of leaving him hanging. She had always been trying her best to cooperate. Love and desire are inseparable. Sometimes, when you love someone enough, you naturally want to do more intimate things. Words are obviously not as simple and direct. Coming back to his senses, Leo quickly caught up. Even though he knew Lily was faking it, he still politely coaxed her. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Since I'm being so sincere, please forgive me." All right then." Lily smiled and linked her arm through Leo's, her entire weight leaning against him, as if she had completely forgotten that she had been pretending to be angry just a second ago. "Next time, you can give me a cold look and wait a few seconds before answering. That would probably be more convincing," Leo suddenly said halfway through their walk. "Really?" The girl's mouth was slightly agape, her clear, bright eyes blinking in a moment of realization. Back home, Lily took off her down jacket, then helped a lazy-looking Leo take off his coat, turned around, and hung them both on the rack. Why did I ever think of taking Duo for a walk? I'm exhausted. I feel like it wasn't me walking it, but it walking me. Leo couldn't help but wail. He walked to the sofa and fell face first onto it, lying there motionless like a dead fish. "We didn't walk that far." Lily tilted her head and checked the time. Seeing it was already past 12, she was startled and quickly said, "You rest first. I'll go prepare the filling." Although he agreed, Leo couldn't bear to let Lily do so much by herself. After lying there for less than 2 minutes, he stood up unsteadily, picked up Duo, who was curled up on the balcony, and placed it in front of the feeder, pouring out a bowl of cat food for it. When he arrived in the kitchen, Lily was wearing her black turtleneck sweater, her sleeves rolled up, chopping meat with a rhythmic thud. Even though her delicate arms were like tender lotus roots, her knife skills looked very sharp. This naive girl didn't mind the trouble. Just because she thought minced meat from a grinder didn't taste as good as what she chopped herself, she had to bring it back and chop it into a paste before making the dumplings. Leo came up behind the girl, buried his nose in her neck, and took a deep breath. "You smell so good." He then reached out and rubbed the girl's fingers. The calluses on her hands were much better. Pestering her to take care of them had been effective. Lily lifted her own arm and sniffed. I only smell meat." She had no idea why Leo liked to smell her so much every day. She couldn't smell anything herself, except for the scent of shampoo right after she washed her hair. The girl suddenly pursed her lips proudly and smiled secretly. Leo probably hadn't noticed yet that the shampoo she was using now was his favorite scent. It was actually very easy to guess. When Leo encountered a scent he liked, he would often smell her hair. If he didn't like it, he would smell it less often. Girls change their shampoo frequently anyway. After being together for so long, she had pretty much figured out which scents Leo liked. Nonsense. You smell good all over. After getting his fill of the girl's fresh scent, Leo said softly, "Let me help you. Aren't you tired? I can do it myself." "I'm not tired. My conscience only goes offline occasionally. It hasn't been eaten by a dog," he said, rolling up his sleeves. "What should I do?" "The dough should be ready. You can go make the dumpling wrappers." Leo nodded, rolled the proof dough into a long strip, and cut it into small pieces with a knife. "I'm very fast at rolling out wrappers." That was no boast. When he was a child, every New Year, Sophie Wong would call him and the children of visiting relatives into the kitchen and have them help roll out wrappers for pennies. Children were always eager to do this kind of work for pocket money. To earn some, his speed had improved over time. But now, he maintained this speed purely out of love for it. After all, if you made a batch of dumplings seriously, you could eat for several meals. Later, you could just take them out of the freezer and boil them. The process is not much different from cooking instant noodles. Convenient and delicious. Who wouldn't like it? Why is it that we've known each other for so long, but this is the first time I'm eating your dumplings? Leo suddenly remembered this and couldn't help but ask curiously. "You never told me you liked them. I was just focused on learning the things you liked." Lily bit her lower lip. "And, actually, I'm not very good at making dumplings. That's why I asked you to roll out the wrappers." "Why not?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Leo slapped himself. He had been so preoccupied with the new game that his brain was working half a beat slower. This question already had an answer. If Lily didn't know how, could there be any other reason? This naive girl was, as expected, someone who answered every question. The kitchen was quiet for a moment, and then the girl's gentle voice was heard again. "After Dad passed away, my family didn't eat this much anymore. In the first few years, I didn't know how to cook, and Mom wasn't in the mood to teach me. Later, I never thought to learn. Now that the new year is approaching, I only learned recently." Lily was too embarrassed to say that the reason she had asked her mom to teach her was that she couldn't be a wife in the future and not even know this. She couldn't eat frozen dumplings on New Year's Day after getting married, right? Just as Leo was about to say something, he saw the girl turn around and give him a sweet smile. "It's all in the past." He smiled and said no more. Soon, the only sound in the kitchen was the chopping of the knife on the cutting board. Before long, Leo was almost done with his work. He turned sideways and quietly watched Lily's back, while also replying to a message from Ethan Pong. In the past, studying was an aimless hustle. As a law student, he had passed one exam after another, never failed a course, and had always been at the top of his class in his major. But in the end, he didn't even know what he was working so hard for. Now he was even busier than he had imagined. He was juggling work and Lily, often rushing back from a meeting to see her, making the trip from the company to the rental apartment so often he could do it with his eyes closed. In the future, he might even have to occasionally accompany Lily on her art streams. But except for when he was actually working, he didn't feel particularly tired. As he rolled the dough, he looked at Lily's ponytail-clad back again, a dazed feeling he couldn't shake. Life had suddenly become very full. These peaceful days were like a tranquilizer, capable of dispelling all the anxiety and unease in one's heart. After the new year, after the spring festival, "Why don't you find a chance to move in?" he said, as if possessed. Lily turned her head to look at him. "Are you thinking something inappropriate again?" Leo's head was slightly bowed, still in a thoughtful state. A bitter smile touched his lips. "Not really. I just don't like living alone." Unlike Jake, because of Marcus Chun and Sophie Wan's parenting style, he had been too free as a child, so he particularly disliked being alone. But he was just saying that. This wasn't a small matter. Being in a relationship and living together were two different things to the outside world. After all, the two of them hadn't really reached the point of discussing marriage, even if he talked about marrying this naive girl every day. But that was just talk. It was only natural that this naive girl didn't agree. He hadn't done a good enough job. There was no reason for Lily to trust him so much. Just as his thoughts were wandering, the sound of chopping meat suddenly stopped. "I probably can't be here every day. After all, Mom's leg isn't better yet." "You agreed?" Leo immediately turned his head and asked, so excited that he flattened a large piece of the dumpling wrapper he had just rolled out. Lily turned her head back and said no more. Only her long ponytail swayed as she chopped the meat. "Wife, I love you." He rushed over and hugged the girl, his face full of smiles. "Why are you getting addicted to calling me that? If I'm really going to move in after the new year, I'll have to bring a lot of things, right?" Lily rested her chin in her hands, watching Leo wolf down his food, her mind racing. She had sensed Leo's mood was a bit low earlier and had agreed out of instinct, without thinking much about it. She hadn't even figured out how to tell her mom. She couldn't use the Mia excuse again, and she couldn't just say, "Your daughter is moving in with her boyfriend," could she? It was so stressful. Leo was so unfair. He only knew how to coax her into agreeing and didn't even help her come up with a plan. As she thought about it, she suddenly felt like she had been tricked again, and in a way that he wasn't taking responsibility for. "You made pork and scallion dumplings without ginger." As they ate, Leo casually mentioned. He didn't know if this naive girl had some amazing talent for cooking, but even though she had barely made dumplings before, they were still so delicious. "Don't you dislike ginger?" Lily asked curiously. She remembered that Leo always had to pick out all the ginger from his food before eating. Leo nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "Yes, so I was almost moved to tears. You have no idea how many times I've told my mom to put less ginger in her cooking since I was a child. She always just refutes me by saying it's good for my health." He didn't know if it was good for his physical health, but it had certainly caused considerable damage to his mental health. After all, ginger was a terrifying thing. It could even disguise itself as anything. When cooked with potatoes, it became a potato. When stir-fried with meat, it became lean meat. As long as you dared to eat it, it would always find a way to sneak into your mouth. Eating was like playing Minesweeper. No matter how good his appetite was before, one bite of ginger would kill it instantly. Lily pondered for a moment, a charming, shallow smile on her lips. "I think what you need is not more ginger, but more food," the girl said, still resting her chin in her hands, staring at him intently, as if there were a flower on his face. Leo felt his masculine pride had been insulted. "What do you mean I need to eat more?" Leo patted his own cheek. "Okay, maybe it was a little thin, but I'm still at a standard weight for my height, right? Miss Leong, you can say I'm not muscular, but you can't say I'm skinny. How could a boy be called skinny by his girlfriend?" The insult was only slightly less than being called incompetent by a girl, right? The more Leo thought about it, the angrier he got. He thought to himself that he would have to teach this naive girl a good lesson sooner or later, to let her know how amazing her boyfriend was, so she wouldn't dare to tell him to eat more. Being a little chubbier is good for your health. You won't get sick as easily. That's a misconception. It's not that the more you eat and the stronger you get, the healthier you will be. Just as he was about to continue his rebuttal, there was a knock on the door. Who is it at this hour? Leo grumbled as he walked to the entryway and opened the door. Standing outside was Mrs. He, the woman who had given Lily a bag of peaches before. This time was the same. She was holding a large bag of apples in her left hand and a pair of Spring Festival couplets in her right. When she saw Leo, she smiled and handed them to him. When Leo first moved in, he had helped her move things a few times. Later, they would often chat when they ran into each other in the hallway, and their relationship had gradually improved. This was how most neighborly relationships were formed. The old lady liked to give him fruit from time to time. Her husband would go out and sweep the hallway every day for exercise when he had nothing else to do. The couple were both quite interesting. "We have too many at home and can't eat them all. You take them." Before Leo could refuse, she had already stuffed everything into his hands. Leo spread the couplets in his hands and took a closer look. The orchids and irises flourish for 1,000 years. The zither and essie play in harmony for 100. Unlike the ones sold in the market, this pair of couplets had the traditional red background and black characters. It was quite auspicious, and the calligraphy was beautiful, much better than the ones they had bought at the supermarket. But the old lady's hint was quite obvious. This pair of couplets would not be out of place even on the door of a newlywed's home. "My old man wrote them. Anyway, you two are getting married sooner or later. These are handwritten. How could I bear to put them up?" Leo said seriously, a corner of his mouth lifting. "Look at you. What's there to not bear? Just put them up. If you want more, I'll have him write them for you. Anyway, this old man doesn't do anything serious all day except for writing. Mrs. He waved her hand dismissively and walked downstairs. "You've already graduated. If your relationship is stable, you should hurry up and settle the big things." As she spoke, her voice dropped, as if she were whispering a secret. "A girl as good as Lily is hard to find even with a lantern. You brat, you're not in a hurry at all. Is a girlfriend the same as a wife?" Soon. Leo agreed with a smile, too embarrassed to say that he and Lily hadn't even reached the legal age to get married. A moment later, he gently closed the door after Mrs. He was out of sight. He sat back down at the dining table, wondering if all elderly people liked to rush people into marriage. "Mrs. He gave us a pair of couplets, but it's a bit of a shame we can't put them up," he shrugged and continued to eat. Hearing this, Lily curiously picked up the couplets and looked at them, then quickly put them back on the table, pretending that nothing had happened. "Are these couplets? Aren't these written to wish a couple a harmonious and loving marriage until old age?" After a while, she cleared her throat like Leo usually did and said softly, "Since we have an extra pair, I'll take the one we bought at the supermarket home with me. We didn't buy one." Leo looked up at her words. "The door over there is much bigger than here. Isn't it a bit strange to put such small couplets on it?" The house here was probably older than him, so it had an old-fashioned door that was at least 2 full circles smaller than the one at Iha Garden. So, when they bought couplets at the supermarket, they had chosen the smallest one. The one they bought would fit perfectly here, but it was obviously not suitable for the other place. Don't say anymore. You're not allowed to think. Lily quickly stuffed a dumpling into Leo's mouth, not giving him a chance to continue. It took 2 seconds for Leo to realize what Lily was thinking, and he bit his lip hard to keep from laughing. If he laughed, this naive girl would headbutt him. How could his girlfriend be so cute, even when she was being tsundere? They had said they were going to spend New Year's Day together, but in the end, Leo and Lily had just stayed at home all day. He didn't return to the company until the next morning. As soon as he pushed open the door, he saw a group of people with long faces, all sitting obediently at their desks without a word. He clapped his hands to get everyone's attention and then said with a relaxed expression, "Was the first day revenue not good? It's okay, I have a plan B." Mia was bolder and pointed to Jake's office, speaking first. "No, the game situation is better than expected. It's just that boss Jake is in a bad mood, so we don't dare to talk." Leo nodded in understanding. He thought to himself that his temper was probably too good. He didn't have this effect when he was angry. Walking into Jake's office, he saw him sitting in the boss's chair, staring blankly at the computer screen. The ash from the cigarette in his hand had fallen onto his hand, but he was completely oblivious. "Still haven't made up?" Leo asked. Only then did Jake come back to his senses. He slowly shook his head and picked up the lighter from the table, only to remember that the cigarette in his hand was already lit. Leo said no more, pulled out a chair, and sat down opposite Jake, quietly looking at the report on the table, which showed the first day revenue of their game. Although the combined revenue from both platforms hadn't broken the 10 million record on the first day, it was hot on the heels of the competing game. It was clear that in terms of game quality, their development prospects were much broader than the other's rushed product. Compared to his own, this revenue was even 3 times that of the previous Tower of Slaughter. As the result of his turning the tide, this result was not bad. As he was lost in thought, Jake suddenly sighed deeply and said with great emotion, "You and Lily really get along well." Leo was quiet for a moment, then turned his chair and looked straight into Jake's dark-circled eyes. "Do we really get along that well?" Jake blinked blankly, at a loss for words. Actually, if he thought about it carefully, when he first saw Lily, he had never imagined that this person could end up with his good brother. Their personalities were too different. Just to say the most obvious, although Leo wasn't a chatterbox, he could talk a blue streak, while Lily couldn't even squeeze out a word at first. But later, when the two of them were together, they always seemed so well-matched. Leo threw the report on the table with a slap. "There aren't that many people who just get along. It's all the result of mutual compromise. She's willing to compromise for me, and I'm willing to compromise for her, so we get along. You're full of ideas. Can you do me a favor?" Jake swallowed dryly and asked weakly. "I really don't want to help you with this." "Why? You don't learn from your mistakes. Once it hurts, you'll know." Leo's tone suddenly became much calmer. "You both need to think carefully about what you really want. Our relationship is so deep, I will definitely support you unconditionally. But if you're bent on slapping your dad in the face, you can't waste her youth." Seeing that Leo's attitude had softened slightly, Jake quickly moved closer to him. "She hasn't eaten much these past 2 days. You really have to help me. I'm about to go crazy with worry. Just help me with this one thing. I'll figure out how to coax her later. Call me Dad." "Dad," Jake said without a second's hesitation. Leo's mouth twitched, and he finally sighed. "I'll just get you in to see her. Don't come to me for anything else." "Do you really have an idea?" Jake couldn't help but ask. Leo's thumb was swiping across his phone screen. He suddenly smiled. "Of course I don't have an idea, but my naive girlfriend is best at breaking through all schemes with a single force." On the other side, Lily looked at the message from Leo and puffed out her cheeks like a little goldfish. Although Leo had already given her a heads up in person, she still had the urge to headbutt him. She couldn't even bring herself to speak, and Leo was actually sending a socially anxious person like her to comfort someone. This was practically a death sentence. But Leo's intentions were easy to guess. He just wanted to use this opportunity to get her to talk more. Thinking of this, her puffed-out cheeks deflated a little. "Leo, I've sent you the address. Good luck, wifey." "Lily, if I die of nervousness, you can get a new wife. Weak, pitiful, and helpless, but can eat a lot. JPG. Leo, don't mess around. You can get a point for this. After this, you'll have 3 points." Although the girl was complaining, she had already changed her clothes and, after a brief preparation, went out. Arriving at the location Leo had sent, she stood in front of the door for a good 5 or 6 minutes before finally steeling herself and knocking lightly twice. When there was no response, she knocked a little harder. Finally, a girl's voice came from inside. "Who is it?" Lily's mouth opened and closed. After a long moment, she managed to squeeze out a sentence. "I'm Lily Leong." The air instantly fell silent again. Lily bit her lip, not even having the courage to knock again. "We're not that close. She probably doesn't even want to talk to me." Just as Lily was about to run away on the spot, the door was slowly pushed open. Chloe Lu opened the door and happened to see Lily going down the stairs, 1 step at a time. She was already halfway down. Under her shocked gaze, the girl quickly ran back up, pretending that nothing had just happened, and said in a small voice, "I came to see you." Chloe Lu had her hair in a ponytail and was wearing an oatmeal-colored cashmere coat with a belt tied at the waist. The hem of the coat reached her calves, giving her a rather sophisticated aura. She was so amused by this that a corner of her mouth twitched. Whatever Leo and Jake were up to, she couldn't bring herself to be mean to Lily. She just stepped aside. "Come in. It's cold outside." Those two big men actually sent such a pitiful girl to scout ahead. Uffed. They really came up with that. Cursing them internally, Chloe Lu suddenly felt that she and Lily were on the same side. Of course, she had no idea that even this thought was part of Leo's plan. After entering, Lily briefly looked around. This was clearly not an old residential complex. The area was at least a third larger than their place, and the decor and furniture were much more luxurious. You could tell just by looking at the TV, which was almost as big as the wall. But for some reason, she always felt that this place lacked the warmth of their place. Although this TV would probably be great for watching movies, she still preferred the feeling of snuggling in Leo's arms and watching on a laptop. Seeing the suitcase next to the sofa, Lily's eyes widened in surprise. A moment later, she pursed her lips and pretended not to have seen anything. Looking at the well-behaved Lily sitting on the sofa, Chloe Lu couldn't help but ask, "Did Leo send you?" She felt she had to speak first. If it got as awkward as last time, she could really dig a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. Lily hummed softly. "He said you were in a bad mood and asked me to come and comfort you." Chloe Lu's lips curved. "No wonder your boyfriend calls you a naive girl all the time. You can't even tell a lie properly." She turned her head and looked at the girl beside her. Lily had taken off her down jacket after coming in and was wearing a form-fitting black knit sweater that perfectly showcased her upper body curves. She looked at Lily, then down at her own chest, and the smile on her lips slowly faded. "Sigh. It's bad enough that I'm not as pretty as her, but even my figure can't compare." Girls always subconsciously compare this. A moment later, Chloe Lu gave a wry smile and said softly, "No need. I've already thought it through. I plan to leave Hangqing. I've been thinking a lot these past 2 days. If I really force him to give up those things for me, I'll regret it for the rest of my life." She pointed to the suitcase next to the sofa, sniffed, and tried to hold back her tears, forcing a stiff and awkward smile. "I won't hold him back." Lily really wanted to say something more, but she had already said all the lines she had prepared in advance and didn't know how to continue. She just mustered the courage to move closer to Chloe Lu, looked at her red-rimmed eyes, and said in a small voice, "If you want to cry, just cry. I'm not going anywhere. I'll just stay here with you." Although she wasn't good at comforting people, she could tell at a glance whether someone wanted to cry or not. After all, she often had times when she was holding back tears. She didn't know which sentence had moved Chloe Lu, but she really wanted to maintain that nonchalant appearance. But her tears just wouldn't cooperate and started streaming down her face. They fell drop by drop onto her coat, leaving behind irregular water stains. The living room, which had only had the soft voices of 2 girls chatting, became quiet again, with only the faint sound of sobbing. "I don't know what to do either. I don't want to break up, but I'm so miserable. My home is very, very far away. All my friends left after graduation. I was the only one. I was the only one who stayed in Hangqing to be with Jake. I had a high fever before, and I was so sick I could barely walk, but I couldn't even reach him by phone." Lily was startled when Chloe Lu hugged her. After recovering, she didn't pull away, just reached out and gently patted her back. "If only I weren't so bad with words. If only I could be like Leo," she thought to herself as she gently patted Chloe Lu. After a long moment, "I haven't even talked to you much, and I've cried in front of you twice." Chloe Lu wiped her red-rimmed eyes with the back of her hand and said with some embarrassment, "It feels like I can't leave any good impression on you except for crying." For some reason, she had lost face in front of Lily twice. Seeing that Chloe Lu's condition had improved a little, Lily's lips curved into a gentle smile. "I cry a lot too." Chloe Lu suddenly turned her head and looked at her. "If it were Leo, you definitely wouldn't leave him, right?" For a moment, Lily didn't know whether to say it or not, but she was not good at lying. After a moment, she still gave an almost imperceptible nod. "That's nice." Chloe Lu slowly lowered her eyes, a self-deprecating smile on her lips. "I can't be like you. My love is very ordinary and selfish. The starting point is always myself. I'm very selfish too. I got jealous at the convention when Leo looked at other girls' legs," Lily said seriously. I think love is selfish by nature. In the future, you can be like me. When you're angry, just headbutt him. Leo always behaves after I headbutt him a couple of times." She stopped halfway, her mouth slightly agape, looking very shocked. "Why are you looking like that?" Chloe Lu asked curiously. Lily blinked in surprise. I scared myself. This is the first time I've said so much to someone." Chloe Lu was so amused by Lily's innocent expression that she couldn't help but laugh a couple of times. Then she slowly lowered her head. "Lily Liang, don't be so nice to me. I'm not worth it. We can't be friends." As early as the beginning of last year, she had considered Lily a rival. Now, she was a little embarrassed. To put it bluntly, she had been trying to help snatch away this girl's lifelong happiness. The more Lily didn't care about her identity as Celeste Mo's best friend, the more ashamed she felt when she was being comforted. She could tell that Lily hadn't thought that much at all. She really just didn't want to see her sad. The word gentle was not enough to describe the girl in front of her. Lily noticed a hint of guilt in Chloe Lu's expression. She first tilted her head in confusion, then quickly waved her hand. It's okay. Not many people want to be friends with me anyway. Just be happy. She remembered what Leo had told her and continued. Eat something first, okay? Leo always says my cooking is delicious. Do you want to try it? I can go out to eat with you too. Since he was the one who wronged you first, you can't wrong yourself anymore. You should eat more, and spend his money. This was probably the most vicious form of revenge Lily could think of. Next time I'm sick, can I call you and chat with you? After an unknown period of silence, Chloe Lu suddenly squeezed this sentence out of her throat as if possessed. Lily was stunned for a moment, picked up a tissue and wiped the corner of Chloe Lu's eye, and said seriously, no need for the phone. I'll come over directly. Receiving a secret message from Lily and learning that Chloe Lu was in a better mood, Leo immediately rushed over with Jake. Seeing Jake looking for a parking spot for a long time, Leo couldn't help but roll his eyes. Damn it, if you keep dawdling, your girlfriend is going to be stolen by my girlfriend. In the elevator, Jake saw Leo's cold expression and patted his shoulder. Why are you so stern? Why are you angry at me just because Chloe Lu is angry at me? It's nothing, Leo explained with an annoyed expression, shaking the bag on his back, and then continued to stand there without a word. His girlfriend's act was over. Now it was his time to shine. Watching the numbers rise on the elevator screen, Jake suddenly said, don't you think the idea of just being by their side is enough is too unrealistic? Leo turned his head without speaking, quietly waiting for him to continue. Jake seemed to be reminiscing, then a smile touched his lips. Life is very materialistic. I have a childhood friend. If his family had been a little richer, the three of us would have had a great time in college. Leo was taken aback. Could it be? It's exactly as you think. This world doesn't run on love and peace. Without money, you can't do anything. There was also that story online, the one about the wife who died because they were short on cash for her treatment. You must have seen it. That's reality. You've also paid for your girlfriend's mother's treatment. You can't possibly not understand. Jake let out a deep breath. So whether it's to make money or to realize my dream and slap my dad in the face, I can't let this go. Girls and children can be naive, but men can't. Although it might sound a bit morbid, hospitals aren't charities. They'll never treat you for free just because you're pitiful. Wasn't Lily's family pitiful enough? Wasn't her mother only able to get treatment because Leo had earned the money? She used to work herself to the bone part-time, and who cared? Having more money means a better life. Even the most beautiful love needs a certain material foundation. Companionship and feelings can't solve everything. If Leo had no ability, if he were still a penniless poor boy, what could he have changed after meeting Lily? Tenderness in that situation is worthless. But Jake just thought these things to himself and didn't say them out loud. After all, what he could think of, Leo could naturally think of too. They didn't need to spell things out for each other. Doing what you want to do and spending more time with Chloe Lu are not mutually exclusive, Leo said in a deep voice after a long moment. This guy might have run away from home, but he wasn't really short on money. The main reason he couldn't let go was to pursue his dream. Leo, not everyone is as smart as you, Jake said very seriously. Although you're not as good as me at socializing, you have no idea how long it takes me to learn the things you solve so easily. I just don't have that much time. I know, Leo nodded. So the biggest problem between you and Chloe Lu is a lack of mutual understanding. Try to work it out slowly without breaking up. As he spoke, the elevator stopped on the 16th floor. Leo walked out of the elevator with his hands in his pockets. Jake swallowed a bunch of questions and followed him to the door. Leo knocked hard on the door, cleared his throat, and said, "Delivery. What are you doing here?" Chloe Lu had clearly recognized his voice. "I'm here to pick up my wife and go home." Leo pressed his face against the peephole and said with a light laugh. Chloe Lu opened the door and her face immediately turned cold when she saw Jake. But she didn't close the door, just left Jake with a view of her swaying ponytail. Jake blinked blankly and secretly gave Leo a thumbs up. To be precise, it was a thumbs up for his girlfriend, Lily Liang. They exchanged a look and then quickly slipped into the apartment. After entering, Leo saw Lily sitting on the sofa and deliberately made a silly cross-eyed face at her. Lily was a little confused about why Leo had brought a bag, but after glancing at the angry Chloe Lu who had turned her face away and the somewhat awkward Jake, she was too embarrassed to ask. She gritted her teeth to hold back a laugh and quickly turned her face away. This person was teasing her as soon as he came in. If she laughed now, it would be so embarrassing. Jake moved closer to Chloe Lu. His hand had just touched her shoulder when it was forcefully slapped away. He wasn't annoyed and put his hand on her again. "I was angry when you asked me that day. I swear, I will listen to you from now on." This was his experience as a former playboy. When a girlfriend was throwing a tantrum, as long as she wasn't extremely angry, you should never give up on physical contact no matter how many times you were pushed away. If you could hold her in your arms, you should. Once she was in your arms, you were not far from coaxing her. Chloe Lu had been comforted for a long time, and her anger had already subsided a little. She turned her face away and snorted. I don't believe a single word you say. That's right. What a bunch of nonsense. I know you best. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Before Jake could speak, Leo had already condemned him righteously. That wasn't all. He took out a paper contract from his bag and slammed it on the coffee table with a slap. If you really want to be with Chloe Lu, sign this. Give up your management rights. You won't have to be busy anymore. I'll arrange a cushy job for you. You can just lie at home and wait for the money to roll in. After Leo said all this, the living room suddenly fell silent. Chloe Lu's first reaction was that the two brothers were in cahoots. She turned her head and looked at Jake's reaction, only to find that his expression was even more exaggerated than hers. So they really weren't in cahoots. Jake was also stunned. Are you serious? This was the first time he had seen Leo with such a cold expression. Thinking that Leo had been so cold in the car, he suddenly believed it even more. Leo's expression remained calm. Of course I'm serious. Chloe Lu is also a friend I've known for several years. You know my personality. Lily was startled by the sudden turn of events. She looked up at Leo, but said nothing. Just as Jake was about to curse Leo for being crazy, he saw Lily staring at Chloe Lu. He subconsciously looked over as well. Seeing Chloe Lu's haggard face and dark circles, he was suddenly stunned. Chloe Lu's tired and fragile appearance made her seem a little unfamiliar. Where was his fearless girlfriend? Jake replayed it in his mind over and over, but he couldn't remember when Chloe Lu had started to slowly change into this. Was it after her best friend left, or after the bar exam or graduation? He also couldn't remember how long it had been since he had really focused his attention on her. He had been looking at reports at work and documents after work for too long. Oh, this woman had been asking him to reward her for passing the bar exam and take her on a trip. Later, Chloe Lu stopped mentioning it, and he still hadn't made good on his promise. The pressure of the bar exam and a new graduate's first job was something he had never experienced and couldn't imagine. Otherwise, there was no reason for Chloe Lu to suddenly become so clingy. But during these days when Chloe Lu needed him the most, what was he doing? All he could think about was how hard it was for him, or that he was working so hard for her good. He stood there like a statue for a long time before he started to move his somewhat stiff body. For a moment, his legs didn't even feel like his own. Chloe Lu seemed to have been saying something to him just now, but he hadn't heard anything. It seemed to have entered his mind, but he couldn't remember anything. The mute button seemed to have just been turned off. From this moment on, sound gradually began to flow into his ears. What are you spacing out for like a fool? If you've gone crazy, I'm not taking care of you. The more Chloe Lu spoke, the more annoyed she became. Jake, I already let you in the door, and now you're ignoring me. What kind of coaxing is this? Jake didn't respond, just picked up the contract from the coffee table, glanced at it, put it back, and was about to sign with the pen next to it. He didn't know why he was so determined. Maybe it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, or maybe he had suddenly figured things out. Parents were a given. Whether they were good or not, he had no choice. He was unwilling to let the only girl in the world who would understand him suffer any more grievances. Anyway, Leo and he were willing to take a bullet for each other. He couldn't possibly screw him over. A cushy job, and he could still get a lot of money every month. No one said that wasn't happy. How many people in this world could really realize their dreams? It was better to leave entrepreneurship to truly talented people like Leo. He was too tired. Jake gripped the pen in his hand tightly, as if saying goodbye to his childhood dream, and wrote one stroke at a time. He had never been so careful even when writing his name on his college entrance exam answer sheet. Only now did Chloe Lu fully understand the situation. After knowing each other for so long, she could tell that Jake's expressions and actions were all genuine. They couldn't be faked. The moment their eyes met just now, Jake wasn't the only one who had noticed the dark circles. She had seen them too. At this point, whether Leo was deliberately playing the bad cop for her sake was no longer important. She already knew Jake's choice. If it was real, they could be together most of the time in the future. When she was tired of organizing case files, she could go and complain to Jake for a while. Maybe Jake would finally have time to sit in the audience and watch her in court in her formal attire. After a case was closed, they could go to many, many places to see the snow-capped mountains, to ski, and to see the sea. This was indeed her dream life. Was it really going to be realized so easily? As she thought about it, Chloe Lu shook her head forcefully, her gaze returning to the paper contract on the coffee table. But this was Jake's dream. She couldn't be as considerate as Lily. She might never be able to completely sacrifice herself to support another person without reservation. But at the very least, she could refrain from stopping him. All right, neither of you need to act anymore. You're both serial offenders. Who would believe you? Chloe Lu said coldly, her tone as assertive as ever. But when they turned to look at her, the tears on her cheeks had already formed a stream. She stubbornly wiped away her tears and said to Jake, "You're not allowed to sign." Huh? Jake hadn't recovered from his complicated thoughts and couldn't help but ask. "I said you're not allowed to sign." Oh, okay. His reply was unusually dull. After a while, he asked again, You're not angry anymore? Chloe Lu gritted her teeth fiercely. Why was Jake acting like he had left his brain behind today? Everything he did was half a beat slow. She bit her lip hard. I want to eat hot pot. And spend your money. All right, my dream of being the big boss of Polaris is shattered again. Leo shrugged, put the contract back in his bag, walked over, and took Lily's hand as if claiming a child. We're leaving. No need to see us out. Declining Chloe Lu's suggestion to go out to eat together, Leo led Lily out the door. You weren't serious, were you? Lily asked in a low voice. Of course not. Leo took out the contract and flipped through it page by page in front of the girl. The first 2 pages of the contract were extremely normal. You know what? In their eyes, whether this contract is real or fake is no longer important. As Leo spoke, he flipped to the second-to-last page and pointed to a line. 6. Change of company authority. As of today, the social relationship between Party B and Party A shall be changed to a parent-child relationship. Party B is required to fulfill the obligation of supporting Party A. Without the consent of Party A, Party B is not allowed to use any title other than father. Leo flipped another page, and the last thing he showed her was the name Jake at the signature line, almost completely written out. Downstairs, it was the dead of winter, still the coldest time in Hangqing. As soon as he got outside, Leo wanted to shrink into himself, not even daring to take his hands out. Walking side by side on the road, he pulled Lily's hand into his own pocket and squeezed it. But why were you just standing there just now, without any reaction? Could it be that you saw through my act back then? Lily nodded almost imperceptibly. Leo had never lost his temper with her, so she had never seen him angry, but she could still tell whether he was in a good mood or not. She had indeed been startled at first, but she had seen through it the first time she looked at his expression. Then why didn't you play along? I'm not as good an actor as you. Lily lowered her head and mumbled, then asked curiously, they won't fight again in the future, right? How could they not? They just didn't fight this time. Leo said with a firm tone. People don't change overnight. It takes a process. Just like you. You didn't become more talkative all at once. It was normal for couples to argue and have disagreements. This naive girl didn't seem to have realized that the two of them were the exception. If things go well, this might be the beginning of them understanding each other. Relationships are like that. It can never be just one person giving. Everyone gives a part and takes a part. In the end, the two sides of the scale must still be balanced for it to last. Then you can't be so good to me anymore. Lily squeezed Leo's hand back, their fingers intertwined, and said very seriously. The balance between them didn't seem very even. She always felt that Leo spoiled her a little too much. It's you who can't be so good to me, Leo corrected her. The two of them could never convince each other on this topic, so they simply dropped it. Their TV is so big, Lily said, gesturing with her hands, a puff of white air coming out of her mouth as she spoke. Sometimes she would be like a child, suddenly sharing her observations with Leo, which was very cute. Leo thought back, and it seemed that was indeed the case. Do you want one? But it doesn't seem like it would fit in our rental apartment. We could buy one for your place though. I don't want one. I've just never seen one that big. We can watch movies on our computers and phones. We don't need to spend that kind of money. You're so good at managing a household. As they chatted, they got on the topic of Chloe Lu saying she would call her. Leo suddenly froze on the spot. He was getting scared. Mia was already teaching Lily all sorts of self-defense tricks. If Chloe Lu taught her a thing or two from her black belt skills, would he even be able to live? How was he supposed to boil this frog? Of course, Lily couldn't guess the reason why Leo was standing there. She stopped and looked at Leo's blank profile and couldn't help but exclaim, "You're really amazing. I've thought so since the first time we met. You always seem to understand everyone's thoughts so clearly. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to talk away the people who bullied me and that landlord." She felt that Leo shouldn't be making games. He should be like in the movies, a negotiator. Leo definitely had a talent for it. After all, he tricked her into a tizzy every day. Anyway, if she were the hostage, she would definitely be coaxed into surrendering by Leo. She might even agree to marry him after getting out of prison. Lily suddenly shook her head. I'm getting ahead of myself. What is all this nonsense? Leo shrugged, non-committal. Unfortunately, it doesn't work on this naive girl. You have no idea how much effort I put into making you like me. Not only was Lily's strange way of thinking immune to his tactics, but she was also particularly good at being direct. He couldn't even count how many times he had been counterattacked by Lily's directness since they met. This naive girl's attacks were all critical hits with true damage. No amount of health could withstand them. Leo, the girl said, snapping out of her strange thoughts, her voice gentle. Following Lily's gesture, Leo obediently lowered his head and brought his ear to her mouth. Lily put her hands to her mouth and whispered, as if sharing a secret. Have you ever considered the possibility that while you were trying all sorts of ways to make me like you, I was actually already madly in love with you? The girl then pressed the tip of her index finger against his cheek, preventing him from turning to look at her. She was too embarrassed to let Leo see her triumphant smile. Many things she hadn't realized at first, but now that she thought about it, The crime of using the excuse of being good friends to do things that only couples would do was something they were both guilty of. After all, no matter how innocent, friends wouldn't spend romantic occasions together, let alone hold hands and take pictures just to get a small discount. And if it had been anyone other than Leo, she wouldn't have agreed, no matter how good the reason. She seemed to have fallen for Leo much earlier than she had thought. Back then, she would always be flustered and embarrassed, wishing she could jump off the roof on the spot, but at the same time, she would be shamelessly looking forward to Leo tricking her again next time. And then, slowly, the two of them got together. So all those excuses I made to take advantage of you were just for me to be falsely accused of being a liar? Since you liked me, you would have agreed to anything anyway. Leo couldn't help but complain. He found it strange. How could he not have felt it back then? No, he probably could have felt it, but he just didn't dare to believe it at the time. The girl smiled sweetly and linked her arm tightly through Leo's. The cold wind blew the girl's long hair back, but it couldn't blow away the sweet and happy curve of her lips. It's okay. We're accomplices. Leo would cast his line without even using bait, and she would eagerly take it. Of course they were accomplices. Silly girl, that's quite romantic, Leo said with a smile, rubbing the girl's palm. If you don't hurry up and get smarter, you'll be tricked by me for the rest of your life. I don't believe you. I will become smarter and smarter. Just you wait. Hearing this threat, Lily instead smiled and rested her head on Leo's shoulder. I'm already smarter than you now. See how easily I tricked you into spending the rest of your life with me, tricking me. Her boyfriend seemed to be very susceptible to being provoked. Sometimes he was as cute as a child Molly's age. Leo's lips curved, and he turned his head to kiss the girl on the temple. Walking side by side past the green trash can in the neighborhood, Leo casually tore up the contract and threw it inside. He sighed lightly and said in a joking tone, every boy's childhood dream is to be a scientist, a cartoonist, or a photographer. They never imagined they would be beaten down by society. Are any of those your dreams? Lily's intuition was occasionally very sharp. The look of disappointment in Leo's eyes only lasted for a moment. He immediately cupped the girl's face with both hands, gently puckering her lips, and smiled very gently. No, my dream is to marry you and bring you home. Chapter 257, the 28th of the 12th lunar month. Many companies had already started their holidays. Leo's company was no exception. Since some of the employees were still students or interns, they were let off even earlier. After all, it was a bit hard for college students to explain to their families if they didn't go home for the new year. For example, Mia. But Leo, as usual, still used triple pay and extra bonuses to entice some employees to stay and work overtime. He had no choice. Their new game had just started, and the lawsuit with the Lin Corporation was still in the litigation stage. They couldn't leave the company unattended. He came to the company early that day to summarize the company's affairs before the new year. This was probably a habit ingrained in the national psyche. Most people often left today's work for tomorrow, but they were unwilling to leave this year's unresolved problems for next year, so as not to affect the so-called new year, new atmosphere. Ethan Peng stood in front of Leo's desk, flipped through the documents in his hand, and said seriously, the audience for 2D action games is several times larger than that of card games. Leo yawned lazily and nodded at Ethan Peng, signaling him to continue. So the subsequent revenue should continue to rise. Even with the most conservative estimate, the profit will be at least 3 times that of the previous game. We can start preparing to break away from the main gaming platform next year. Ethan Peng looked even more excited than his boss. If we want to go further, we still have to apply for our own license and make a game that can be marketed as an IP. Otherwise, it will be like before. They only knew Tower of Slaughter, but they didn't know our Polaris. Leo pondered for a moment and then suddenly sighed. What's wrong, boss? Nothing. I'm just worrying about how to spend so much money. Leo rubbed his forehead and couldn't help but smile. His girlfriend was still happy every day because she was eating free eggs. Never mind that he was about to make another few million. Even if he made another 10 million, this naive girl probably still wouldn't have any concept of it. But at least they had money for the wedding. Next year, they could buy a villa or a large flat in a good location. They could buy whatever they wanted. He would ask that naive girl what she liked then, and they could live there after they got married. Marriage. He would be just old enough next year. What a coincidence. As he thought about it, Leo started to smile foolishly again. The smile on Ethan Peng's face, however, had long since disappeared. He said speechlessly, if you don't want so much money, you can donate it to people in need, like me. He had discovered that reporting work to Leo was not as satisfying as reporting to Jake. If it had been Jake, he would have definitely celebrated with him. But Leo only cared about whether things were going according to his plan. He had the same expression whether he made more or less. It was like being carried in a ranked game by a friend back then. He was the only one who was happy to see his rank go up. Leo was like a pro smuffing in a low yellow game, just playing with them. Seeing his speechless expression, Leo sighed heavily again. It's a pain to have a girlfriend who is too good at managing the household. You wouldn't understand. Ethan Peng almost couldn't catch his breath. He cleared his throat and said, My girlfriend is also good at managing the household. It doesn't cost much to get her to max constellation. I thought you found a girlfriend for a second. Leo complained speechlessly. Just as he finished speaking, the office door was slowly pushed open. Jake walked in, picked up the water cup from the table, and drank it all in one go. Then he said with a tired face, "It's not good, brother. I didn't do very well with Professor Ian." The old man had no intention of helping us students at all. He didn't even accept the gift. Leo immediately felt something was wrong and quickly asked, "What did you give him?" "You told me to give the old man something he likes and is practical, so I got him a few bottles of high-end baijiu." "Did Chloe Lu hit you silly? Do you think this is the same as building relationships with those middle-aged people?" Leo always felt that Jake's skills and social etiquette were too skewed. His emotional intelligence was often hit or miss. He knew how to handle the kind of common people that he wasn't good at dealing with, but he was no good with proper people. He didn't even use his brain to think. Would a person of that academic giant's level be interested in your few bottles of baijiu? Never mind baijiu. Someone must have tried to give him things hundreds of times more exaggerated. Their advantage over those people was not this, but the ability to call Professor Ian teacher. This title was a relationship that many people couldn't buy with any amount of money. Leo pouted. "It's best to try to get this done. I'll do it. Have you and my daughter-in-law made up?" he asked again. "I guess so." Jake waved his hand and told Ethan Peng to go out. Then, under Leo's puzzled gaze, he rolled up his sleeves. There was a purple bruise on his arm, which was extremely conspicuous. "She said she would only hit me once." Jake said, couldn't help but touch it, and then suddenly hissed with his eyes closed. "Damn it, you know what? That woman's body spun almost a full circle when she whip-kicked me. Considering Chloe Lu's strength, it's clear she held back as much as possible." Leo sighed in a low voice. He could already picture it in his mind. But what he had seen in the video was Chloe Lu kicking a wooden board. This time, it was just Jake. There was no longer any dispute about his good brother's future family status. What he needed to do now was to prevent Lily from learning a thing or two. After speaking, he lowered his head and carefully read through Professor Yin's information. Of course, this kind of thing couldn't be investigated in detail, but his public experience and interpersonal relationships were still easy to find. For such a well-known person, the less in-depth the gossip, the easier it was to find. "I didn't know until I checked, but this Professor Ian was really interesting. The old man's wife was his student in his early years, but unfortunately, she passed away in her 40s. Since then, the old man had never thought of remarrying and had been living alone ever since. Because his wife was buried in Hangzhou, he had never traveled far since he retired, even though he was no longer active in the legal field. It seemed that no matter how much his children, who were in other cities, begged him, it was useless. He refused to leave. He was truly a devoted man. Just as Leo was engrossed in his reading, Jake suddenly knocked on the table. "I can handle the connections at the court myself. I'm going to get busy now," Jake said, standing up. Just as he was about to open the door, he noticed Leo looking at him with a mischievous smile. The hair on the back of his neck stood up. He took 2 steps back and asked, "What's up?" Leo pinched the air with his hand. "Where's the baijiu? Since you've already bought it, give me a bottle. The new year is coming up. I can take it home for my dad to drink." He himself didn't really like baijiu, so he hadn't gone up to have a couple of sips when Marcus Chun and Vincent Mo were drinking it. Now, he was suddenly curious about what this thing tasted like to be so expensive. With his current net worth, he couldn't possibly go and buy that damn baijiu-flavored latte just to try it. Now there was one readily available. It would be a waste not to take it. Dad would be happy if he took it home for the new year. A win-win. Jake's heart ached. He couldn't help but curse. "You're a real dog." This was something Leo didn't dare to delay. Before lunch, he had already arrived at Professor Yin's door with the gift, but he had only brought 2 bags of fruit, which cost no more than $20 in total. A white-haired old man with a somewhat cold face opened the door. The old man frowned when he saw him. "Who are you?" "My name is Leo Chun. I'm a student in the law department at our school. I've even taken your public lecture before," Leo said with a light laugh. But despite his smile, he was suddenly very nervous. He had never thought that the word cold could be used to describe an old man before. This person didn't look easy to talk to. "Oh, hello. What can I do for you?" Professor Ian was still asking, but he had already stepped aside to let him in. "I'm here to ask for some legal advice. Our department head said you know a lot, and that you're the one to ask." A person with this level of academic status couldn't be a fool. Of course he knew what a person like Leo was here for, but Professor Ian still pretended not to know anything and nodded lightly. "Sit down first. I'll go wash some fruit for you." While the old man was in the kitchen, Leo sat obediently on the sofa and secretly looked around. Professor Yin's home was a 3-bedroom apartment. The sofa, coffee table, and TV cabinet were all made of wood. The TV was even covered with a milky white patterned dust cover. Leo hadn't seen one of those in over a decade. The overall look was not much newer than his rental apartment. You could tell at a glance that an elderly person lived there. There was a large bookshelf next to the sofa, filled with all kinds of law books. A few of them were even signed by Professor Ian. As for the various national awards, he didn't see any. His dad loved to show off a few. The old man was probably numb to them. "Damn it. Although working every day was mentally tiring, when he thought about it carefully, studying these things was even more tiring. The thought of the endless legal provisions he had to memorize made Leo's skin crawl. Thank goodness he had escaped from that now. Professor Ian, who had just returned from washing the apples, looked at Leo from a distance and snorted coldly in his heart. I'll just see what this brat is up to. If he's like the last one who came to ask for a favor, I'll just kick him out. He had been retired for so long, but people still came to him for favors in an endless stream. I remember you. Your team was first in last year's moot court competition, right? Professor Ian said with a blank expression, placing the apples on the coffee table. Leo was stunned for a moment. Then he nodded repeatedly. Yes, that was me. Go ahead. What's your question this time? Professor Ian got straight to the point, already prepared to see him out. No matter how good he was at starting a business, he was still just a college student. He was bound to be inexperienced. He would take any bait he was given. By now, Leo also understood that Professor Ian had known his background from the beginning and naturally knew what he was here for. Why would a professor of his level remember him? He must have looked him up. He gave a polite, shallow smile and said softly, "It's like this. I'd like to ask some questions about copyright law. Could you teach me?" Professor Yin's mouth twitched. Why was this kid actually asking questions? Not asking for a favor? Was he too smart or not smart enough? He cleared his throat forcefully. Go ahead and ask. What is the standard for compensation? Is the domestic copyright law too imperfect? You brat, you actually have a question. Seeing that Leo was really studying, Professor Ian, who had been teaching for decades, couldn't bear to kick him out after all. No teacher dislikes a talented and serious student. Time passed without them realizing it, and it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Professor Ian was startled when he looked up at the time. This was the first time since he retired that he had been so focused on teaching someone. He reached out and patted Leo's shoulder. Let's end the private lesson here for today. It's already past lunchtime. I'm so sorry, Professor Ian, for making you miss lunch. It's okay. I'm happy to teach a student like you. Copyright law is very complex. When you go back, I'm a great cook. Would you like to try some? The old man was an academic, after all, and was a bit thin-skinned. He didn't know if he was still waiting for him to ask for a favor so he could refuse him. In any case, Leo stubbornly refused to mention the favor, pestering him until Chinese New Year's Eve. After all, when he went over, he really was just there for the private lessons. Professor Ian was too embarrassed to kick him out, so the two of them would have class every day for the next few days and then eat the meal he had cooked. Slowly, they started talking about their lives. As usual, he didn't leave the old man's house with the trash bag until evening, and then he drove away. Leo had been very busy these past few days, constantly running between the company and the old man's place, and then back to the rental apartment to be with Lily. Just as he was about to return to the rental apartment, he realized it was New Year's Eve. He quickly turned the car around and headed home. On the way, he checked his chat history with his mom. Sophie Wong hadn't called him once today. She had been pestering him to come home for days, but today, on New Year's Eve, there was nothing. She wasn't angry, was she? Leo swallowed hard and unconsciously slowed the car down. Back home, Leo knocked on the door for a long time without a response. After opening the door with his key, he found the house empty. Dad, Mom, Chloe, I bought you a ticket to a Song concert. Still no response. The house was clean everywhere, and there were new spring festival couplets on the door, but there was no one home. It's the new year. Where is everyone? Leo grumbled to himself and took out his phone to call Sophie Wong. The call went through immediately. Mom, it's the new year. Where are you guys? He asked anxiously. Sophie Wong switched from a voice message to a video call. In the video, she was wearing sunglasses, her long hair blowing gently in the wind from the car window. We're on our way to your grandfather's house. Leo suppressed the throbbing in his temples. So I should drive over myself now? It was at least a 7 or 8 hour drive from Hangsheng to there. If he went now, he would be lucky to make it for the New Year celebration. We're almost there. If you come over now, you won't even make it for New Year's Eve dinner. You're a grown-up now. You should learn to find a place to celebrate the new year on your own, Sophie Wong said with a yawn. Leo? Honey, is there anything else you want to say? Leo raised his voice a few decibels. Dad, does your conscience not hurt for going along with Mom's nonsense? Hearing this, Sophie Wong leaned over and gave Marcus Chun a light peck on the cheek, smiling as she asked, Honey, does your conscience hurt? In the video, Marcus Chun's lips curved. He held up 2 fingers in a peace sign with his right hand, which was on the steering wheel, and said nothing. After hanging up, Leo collapsed weakly onto the sofa, for a moment suspecting he was dreaming. After a long while, the anger in his heart had dissipated a little, and he finally understood the reason for this. He didn't even need to confirm. It must have been his dad who had analyzed the pros and cons during a meal, pretending to be just chatting, saying that it wasn't appropriate for Lily to come over alone for the new year, and that it would be a bit abrupt to invite her and her mother directly. But if they didn't invite them, although they knew that the mother and daughter had been like this for years, with the relationship between the two families now, he and his mom would definitely feel bad. And then Chloe Chun had proposed such a devious plan. His mom thought it was fun and immediately approved it. And so, He had been reduced to this state. The logic was very clear. The facts couldn't be far off. The silver Audi drove on the highway, the sound of the wind rushing past, and one tree after another was left behind. You really have the guts to say that. We're not even close to there now. At best, we'll get back just in time to watch the Spring Festival Gala and eat New Year's Eve dinner. Marcus Chin couldn't help but complain after hearing the phone hang up. Sophie Wong didn't seem to care much. It'll be good if we can get there by 8. Stop at the service area ahead. I'll drive, you rest. Noticing that Chloe Chun was a little quiet today, Marcus Chin glanced at her in the rearview mirror and was a little surprised to see her holding a stack of English test papers. Although his daughter's grades had always been okay since she was a child, she had never been a particularly hard worker, especially now that she was studying English. Before Lily started tutoring her, Chloe Chun had been first in her class in math and last in English. What was going on? Chloe, the main thing you need to do now is to relax. Pushing yourself too hard all at once can easily have the opposite effect, he said gently. Chloe Chun didn't respond for a long time. After a moment, she said in a muffled voice, I wish I had worked harder before. She grumbled with a frown, then opened the vocabulary app on her phone, and her brow furrowed even more. This garbage app. If you opened it after a day or two, it was like paying off a debt. You could never finish reviewing the words. Your brother is the best in our family at the college entrance exams. When you have time, you should. Sophie Wong turned back from the passenger seat. Her words suddenly caught in her throat, and she froze there, the curve of her lips gradually falling, and her eyes slowly turning red. Usually, the two kids would be bickering in the back seat. Now that it was quiet, she felt a little sad. What's wrong? Marcus Chun asked gently. Sophie Wong took off her sunglasses and rubbed her eyes. Her voice was trembling slightly, and there was a hint of a sob in her voice. It's the new year, and I feel bad that Leo isn't with us. Leo has never been away from us on New Year's since he was born. Marcus Chin's lips curved proudly. He teased her gently. Weren't you the one who was afraid your in-laws would be too lonely, so you sent your son over to his wife's house for the new year? No wonder this little old lady was so beautiful and kind-hearted. A more traditional person wouldn't care about their in-laws. They would be happy to have their daughter-in-law spend the new year at their own home. Once she was married, she belonged to their family. They wouldn't even let her go home for the new year. His wife was different. Sophie Wong had been through it herself, so she couldn't bear to see others suffer. Can't you let a person be sad? Sophie Wong said stubbornly, wiping the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand and turning her face away, ignoring him. After a while, seeing that Sophie Wong was still not speaking, Marcus Chin comforted her gently. After Leo goes over this time, people won't care about the reason why he went. They will only remember the fact that he went to celebrate the new year with them. Leo must also be worried about what to do for the new year. You've done him a favor too. This time, he, as the father, had helped add a log to the fire. If this didn't cook well, Leo was definitely not his biological son. Sophie Wong sniffed and murmured, I didn't think that much. She just didn't want Sarah Xiao and Lily to spend the new year alone. She didn't care about all that complicated etiquette. Marcus Chun nodded slightly, glanced at the service area sign as if he hadn't seen it, and continued to drive. I know. I just want you to see it from a different perspective. A person has to be weaned twice in their life. The second time is when they leave home for good. When a child grows up, they will eventually form a new family. When we have raised our children to this point, our mission is also complete. When Chloe gets married, I'll quit my job and take you traveling. After an unknown amount of time, he let out a deep breath and said clearly, children eventually have to leave the nest. On the other side, Leo grimaced, but still reached out and knocked on the door of Lily's house. Who is it? Lily's gentle voice came from inside. Me. Leo tried his best to hold back the words, your husband. This was this naive girl's home ground. He couldn't be so reckless. The door opened immediately. Lily stood there, stunned. When she saw it was really him, her expression was complicated, a mix of surprise and happiness, and her clear eyes were filled with a big question mark. Had the wish she had just made secretly come true so quickly? Looking at the bewildered faces of Lily and Sarah Xiao, Leo gave a dry laugh. Happy New Year.